and they have a pretty open policy for their third-party module publishing. So this is a module called Bemizo Station that I published under M3verse Studios. Digital publish, it will be coming out in print very soon. So we decided to give it another run through before that happens.
Neat. As you should. And I look forward to playing this after gaming with you for all these time.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever run a game for you guys, have I?
No, I don't think, not officially. No. We're gonna say no, it's not happened. It's never happened.
All right, well, tonight is the night, if Bill can ever get it together.
Yeah, he's off.
What he's doing, setting up his Starfield.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go ahead and start then.
Yeah.
Give us the setup. Okay, so I guess just the three of you are on the salvage cutter, Keres Descent, and you have picked up a job to go out to Bemizo Station. What you know about the station, it was designed by the Aurora Institute of Technological Advancement, or AITA for short, as a cutting-edge research facility focused on genetic therapy to extend longevity. It was placed on a large asteroid out in the fringe to ensure secrecy, and it was funded by grants from Genetalife Health Services, a corporate giant known for its high-end, state-of-the-art healthcare.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
And specifically, the job that you guys have picked up, you were hired by Genetalife to investigate a missing supply ship that never returned from Bemizo Station. The company needs to know if the station is still operational after losing contact, and if not, they want the valuable AI core returned. They can send an NPC with you if you would like.
Are they called NPCs? We can send you an NPC, somebody who has no humor, no personality whatsoever. A basic bitch motherfucker will go with you if you want.
No, actually, there is an NPC, Gabriel Hansen, that's in the book, and he is an industrial engineer from AITA, and he can help you.
Do you have anybody with a gun?
Like.
Gabriel.
Yeah, he doesn't have a gun. He has a blowtorch, but no gun.
Nice. I feel like we should have him along.
Are we on our ship right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I start role playing, or should I shut up until we actually land?
Yeah, I'll get there. I'll hand it off to you here in just a second.
Cool. Continue.
They also gave you a map that is partially redacted. That is the one in the VTT there that Ken is showing. And I should say this VTT that we're using, this is the Mothership Companion App that Tuesday Night Games made. And they didn't sponsor us or anything. I like using it because it's super handy. But anyway, that redacted map in the VTT is the one that you guys have that you can follow. And they set up a... Oh, wait, hold on. They gave you the map, and they explained the redaction due to highly classified experiments. They also gave you a 20-foot storage container of replacement supplies for the station. Their payment schedule is they will give you 80,000 credits to deliver the supplies in return with word of the station's continued operation. They'll give you an additional 50,000 credits if hazardous conditions occur. And if necessary, they will give you 100,000 credits to return the AI core safely. So we'll start off. You guys have already gone through most of the journey out there. Two of you are androids, so you aren't. You didn't have to go into cryo. However, Dr. Naruto did have to go into cryo. So, Dr. Naruto, you've been awake for a few days.
It's not Dr. Naruto. Naruto! Like that.
Okay. Anyway, yeah. So you've been awake for a few days. As you're approaching, and I will turn it over to you guys to tell us about your characters and kind of what you've been doing for the past few days. And we'll start off with Hulker.
Okay. I am an android. Goes by the name of Prospect, and I exist to look for liquid water and minerals and possibly life on ice shell moons. Very specialized for that. And it's not like the rare earth minerals that people are really striving for, but it's the basic stuff that keeps the living meat sacks alive.
All right. All right, Ken, do you want to tell us about your character?
Yeah, I'm playing an android called Him Cowl, who is actually teaching Prospect the ways of the android world. I'm the old model that's been phased out, but still has a few computer hacking skills that go pretty well on, say, some of the older equipment that might be at this station, potentially. Whereas the newer computers, they don't hack the same way. You gotta really know some basic code to get through. So that's my thing. I'm a little jaded because I'm getting phased out, but I'll be okay.
That's right. There's always employment for phased out android.
Dr. Naruto. He's an expat who's, I mean, my entire backstory is now a little bit different. So we're like this crew that works jobs. Are they legitimate jobs always?
It's up to you guys. This one seems legitimate.
I'm going to be the captain of the ship, and I'm not trying to say I own these androids, but you know, we have a working relationship, we'll say.
Too legit.
And it kind of makes sense. Like my dude will have. He's going to be doing research, this kind of thing. This area that we're in, how far out from like civilization is it?
It's pretty far out. If you think about like the Oort cloud around our solar system, it's about that far out on a smaller solar system.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, but we have jump drives, so we can actually like traverse. Is it like in the middle of like an Oort cloud, or like the edge of it, or where? Sorry, I'm breaking your module. I need to know all these details.
It's okay. The module's written where you can place it anywhere. But yeah, it's kind of in the middle.
Okay, so as far as fuck. Okay.
On the edge of a star system.
Yeah. We're real far out. Okay. Yeah, he'll go on these like expeditions, and we're doing it for money, but he's really doing research. His whole thing is to find alien life and previous civilizations and artifacts and that kind of stuff. So I'm going to say since we're in the distant future at some point, he's like a mixed race, probably can trace his lineage way back to somewhere in Japan. Talks about like the samurai way and shit. And He'll have just woken up, gotten over cryo sickness, that whole thing. He's eating. He's kind of like looking at the androids, watching their awkward behaviors and that sort of thing. He'll be in like the bathrobe with like, you know, his little data pad as he's going over the mission.
Okay. Yeah, so it's been a couple of days. You've had plenty of coffee. You've kind of talked through as much as you can, and as you can see through, because you got a windshield and then you have view screens, and you can see through the windshield. You can see this little gray dot out there. Has a little pinkish glow from the little bit of the red sun that's shining on it. And as you're approaching, you get a scanner feedback. It's taking a long time. It's still quite a distance away, but when it does come back, you did get a reading that there is a small supply ship docked at the elevator. The station has it's a fairly large asteroid, so it has some gravity to it, and the station is on top of that. And then it has an elevator coming out to a docking bay away from it, so that larger ships can dock without having to deal with the gravity well as much. It's maybe a quarter mile, but there's a ship docked there. It's just kind of a smaller supply ship, like a modified drop ship.
Genetic therapy, extend longevity. Kind of seems like a, what is this, fountain of youth? He'll kind of turn to Hencal.
Everything gets phased out at some point. Even if you live forever, you become obsolete.
Kind of makes you wonder why people chase the dragon then.
Perhaps they just want to stay awake and not go into cryosleep. We do. I don't see the issue.
It's not so bad.
Very, very nice long conversation for the last 5, maybe 10 years. I forget.
It's maybe 6 months, maybe.
It felt like 5, maybe 10 years.
So it looks like this ADA, Aurora Institute Technological Advancement. I wonder who's. They've designed the station, this place. I wonder why they put it so far. But secrecy from who? Who are their enemies? I'll like Naruto will Dr. Naruto will get up. He starts undressing and, you know, does like the little Santa shower or whatever thing that's on spaceships. Just for lack, do you have a? I'll just go Star Trek. He goes into the sonic shower and he's like, does his thing. Are we in 0G or do we have gravity right now?
No, you have gravity. Most ships, at least in my universe, most ships have artificial gravity.
Okay. So how are the weapon systems? I kind of with a cheap smile look over at Hencal.
How are the weapon systems? I'll check our weapon systems, and while I do that, I'm going to do a scan on the station to see what kind of activity is happening on that station, if any.
Okay. Yeah, as far as weapon systems goes, on your ship, you don't have like massive mega damage ship-to-ship weapons, but you do have a couple of large laser cutters on armatures that you can move around, basically for slicing up salvage.
So
you do it.
Go on.
You do your further scan on the station. It comes back. The station walls are very thick, which isn't uncommon out here for radiation. There's a lot of intrasolar radiation that comes into the asteroids out here. So you don't get any information from the inside, but from the outside, you can tell there's that one docking bay with the ship on it that I said earlier, and then there's a landing pad with an outdoor like a low G vacuum walkway to a maintenance door.
Does that ship have any activity? I mean, can I scan the ship, the other ship, the dock ship?
Yeah, if you scan the ship, you can tell a few things. It still has gravity. It still has atmosphere. Life support is still functional. Gravity is functional. The comms are down. You can tell you're not getting any kind of comm ping back from it. And you can tell one of the cryo chambers does have a biosignal in it.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm sitting there looking over I'm still got the manifest out for the job. And I'm like, checking, like refreshing the savings account to see if they've paid, the half up front or any of that stuff, and, doing the whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm kind of going over it. Oh, right. Just kind of rub my forehead, pour more alcohol and drink. This Genetalife Health Services hired us. Right. So it seems the station's gone dark. I'll notice that that Hen Cow was scanning. You think that ship is the supply ship we're looking for?
Maybe there might be a life form on the ship in cryo.
I'd hope so.
But I don't know if could be pirates or could be a trap. We've been trapped like this before.
Is there life support working outside of cryo?
Yeah, life support. Life support is working, but you can't get a transponder signal because the communications are down.
Yeah,
it could be pirates. It could be pirates, but I mean, pirates all the way out here in the middle of nowhere.
There's always pirates.
It's not. They're not going to get too many people coming unless they're. He just kind of sits there and thinks, I don't know.
Unless someone leaked it.
I mean, but if they're smart, they're going to know Genetalife is going to send somebody, us. And what do we bring in? He'll kind of like look at the manifest. Hey, I'll look at Hen Cal. What's his name? What's his name again? He kind of does it quietly. Prospect. Hey, Prospect. What are we carrying on the ship?
We're carrying basic supplies. Nothing, no weapons to my knowledge out of the ordinary. And I assume that we have the ability to keep ourselves alive if we were to, living beings.
I'm talking about pirates, the potential of pirates. I mean, we need to go in carefully, but unless there's a sign, I mean, what would they want out of us? I guess you guys. But they don't know about you guys. Silly androids.
What would they want?
They don't.
Oh, I have a guess.
They want.
Well, you do have one of those 20-foot cargo containers full of supplies to restock the station.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's actually what I'm asking. Do we have anything else? Anything of value?
I just want to point out that if there were malevolent actors who thought that maybe these experiments have succeeded, that might be incentive enough to try something.
All right,
yeah, maybe
they themselves are old.
Android boys, bot boys, before we go into an infinite loop here, understand likely there's no pirates. All right,
No.
Let's just start the procedure. Broadcast to the station. We need to hear something back.
Yeah, I'll turn on a signal and message the station. This is the what is the name of our ship?
You're on the salvage cutter,
We're on the
Keres Descent.
Yeah, I say that.
What?
Please, we've got
yeah,
supplies,
I didn't hear.
and please respond.
Ken, did you hear the name of the deal?
The salvage cutter?
Keres
No, the
Descent.
salvage is the name of that's the type of ship it is.
Yeah,
Right.
Keres.
Keres. Okay.
Keres Descent.
Keres.
Okay. Yeah, you don't get a response for a couple of minutes, or a few moments, and then you hear kind of a staticky crackle comes back, and you hear a child's voice through the static say, "Hello, hello, are you here to play with me?"
No, we're the supply ship checking in on. We've got supplies for the station. Are you the
Supplies.
commander of this ship?
That's a
Supplies
child.
like games? It's been so long since I've been able to play a game.
Would you like
I'm
to
gonna
play
get
a
up
game?
I'm gonna get up and just be next to Ken as this is going down, listening.
Okay, yeah, so this is in the command module. And as soon as he says, would you like to play a game? You hear not just the transponder or the communications radio, but all of the comm systems throughout the whole ship. They all crackle on, volume up really loud, and you hear, "Oh yes, I would love to play a game.
Volume down.
I would love to play a game. What game are we going to play?" And you notice the volume down. It's still very loud.
I'm gonna cut off communications. I just boop, turn it
Okay.
off.
I was going to tell the captain, recon and retrieve. Is that not correct?
I turn it off and I look over. Does it turn off?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a child. Why is a child? I just kind of look at you and then Prospect. Is that not weird to you two?
The humans are strange.
Presence of a child that young and as well on a ship in this situation, yes, it does strike me as rather incongruent to precedent.
Okay, good to know. Good to know.
Maybe they have some kind of genetic modification where they get younger. They tapped into the fountain of youth and turn aging.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How do I jailbreak you? Don't use too many adverbs. Okay. Don't go on conspiracy theory circular rants. Confirm.
Okay, so while you're going on about that, and just come to the end of that, the speakers crackle back on really loud again, and you hear that same child's voice. "Oh, we don't like the quiet game. We're not playing the quiet game. We always lose the quiet game. It's not a fun."
Who are you?
All right. Just as soon as you say "Who are you," your terminal viewers screens will pop on a monochrome black screen with green, and it looks like a fat farmer holding a pitchfork. He says, "I'm Aries. I'm Aries. Who are you?"
I kind of look over at Hen Cal. I kind of nudge you.
I'm Hen Cowl.
Hen cowl. Hen cowl. Like a chicken comb? I'm going to call you chicken comb.
That is not accurate.
Sure it is. Oh, maybe you like Robo Chicken Comb.
We'll be
Robo
docking
Chicken
here
Comb.
shortly on your station.
No, we're not.
So you're going to come play... Oh, are you going to play a game with me?
Well, I presume that you need company, and maybe you could go
Dude.
let us join you. And
I'm gonna as I'm watching their engagement, and I'm surrounded by, androids, and have been surrounded by androids and this kind of thing. Does the voice match the picture?
No.
Okay. Is this a computer I'm talking to, or that Henkal's talking to? And or it's obviously a hacker of some sort. I'm trying to get into the idea of, is this person crazy? Are they acting nuts? And I'm going to attempt to what I know of archaeology and whatnot, how people react. Does anything ping for me?
Oh, yeah, you've got esotericism, mysticism, archaeology.
Be right back.
Yeah, I don't have pathology straight up, but I know a lot about cultures, and I've been around.
Yeah, it's not really adding up. You're not sure if it is a computer you're talking to or not. But you know it's the behavior's not that of a child, even if the demeanor is.
Okay. I'm gonna turn off the screen again.
sure.
Does it turn off?
It does not turn off.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh well, if I notice that, can I assist him?
Yeah, as I kind of look up at you, you notice, Henkal, I'm not talking. I kind of nudge you. Out of game. The speakers in our little module, in our command module, we can just go in the other room, and there's no speakers there, right?
No, the ship has like an intercom system, and
we can't disable
that's
it.
where all the noise was coming from. Not digitally.
I see.
Yeah.
Can I
go on?
Can I attempt to hack what they're doing?
You can. It is going to take you a little bit of time to kind of dig in and find out exactly what's going on. But you can go ahead and roll, and I'm going to tell you what happens while you're attempting that.
Oh, okay.
I'll kind of say, as he's dicking around, I'll be distracting. So I'm going to attempt to aid him as I'm talking to this guy. I'm like, so you like to play games and such, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, what's your favorite game? Obviously, you don't like the silent game.
Dr. Bemizo's game is the most fun.
Bemizo's game.
Are you gonna play Bemizo's game with me?
It depends on the game. Maybe I don't like it.
Oh, you'll love it. We all love it down here.
Now, hold on a second. That's not quite fair. You didn't like to play our game.
Come play with me. They're gonna come play with me. And as I start singing, the little caricature of the farmer starts dancing.
It kind of sounds like you don't play fair, though. Is this a fair game or not?
Just then the engine kicks on, and you start accelerating faster and faster, burning your fuel.
We have a problem.
I'm trying to hack this and regain control of the ship.
Yeah. So, did you roll yet?
I don't. I seem to not have the ability to roll. How do you roll on this little? I clicked on rolls.
Oh, that's just shows the rolls. Click on your character sheet or the dice roller. I see. So you do stat,
and then hacking.
intellect, And use intellect as your base. Yep.
All right. I succeeded.
Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't take you long at all. You track down that it's communication from the station itself, communicating with the ship, and it's bombarding with massive amounts of just digital information that you have a hard time looking at, and it's obviously hacking into the different systems of the ship through that communications. So you get to your own communications module, and you have to shut it off to where there's no communication at all. It's just powered down so that you're not receiving any communication from the system.
But they took control of the ship as well.
Yeah, through that COM port, there was so much digital information hacking. It was hacking into every part of the ship. It was getting into the gravity, the artificial gravity, life support, everything.
It was a force attack, like a brute force attack.
Right. Or what do they call it? An overwhelming attack. And they just
distributed denial of service.
Something like that.
It means you hit it with a bunch of bots and overload the system.
Yeah. Well, I turned that off, and then I'd say to everybody, I think we can talk now. I don't believe, and then I would like to slow the ship down, or have the pilot slow the ship down again.
We don't have a pilot.
Then I will slow the ship down again.
Yeah, it's fine. As long as you aren't doing anything, trying to do anything crazy, then you can push it. It's not hard. Especially for androids, it's kind of one of your purposes is to pilot the ship while everybody's asleep. So you slow it back down and get to normal speed where you're not just dumping fuel for no reason.
How much fuel have we spent?
Not that much. It didn't take you that long. You still have enough to get back within your reserve limits.
Okay. What do we think, you two? Any analysis of what we just encountered?
Yeah, I think that somebody is taking over that ship or that station and means us harm. And they have a sick sense of humor that I don't find very funny.
Do you think they? It appears that they were actually waiting for us. In other words, they were either aware that we were showing up, or that we were going to show up, or they were aware that someone was going to be sent.
Well, I kind of stop, look up at you two. So we're going to get paid. I pull up the manifest, or not the manifest, the orders. We're going to get paid quite a sum of money to figure out what's going on here. And he kind of turns it and taps the screen. And 100,000 creds to bring back an AI core.
That shouldn't be too hard. It's just a child.
Pen Cal, we're talking to the AI core.
Oh, you think that's the AI core? Well, that's entirely possible. Those things are known to lose.
Yes. I look.
Thread.
Slow moment of silence as I look at the non-breathing prospect. And Cal, the station, deeply consider leaving. Okay, but we need money is the thing.
Right.
I'm in a lot of debt. I've got 2 ex-wives that want their alimony, and if they don't get it, they're gonna get my organs. So, all right, there's your fucking plug, Miller. So I have to go in there. I pour myself a drink. I call it a tracksuit. You want one?
I don't drink.
Yes, I'll take one.
I make you one. It's a riff on a White Russian, but as I pull up the bottle, but with Cavassier.
I take the drink or bottle. Do you hand me a drink?
Yeah.
I take it and I just down it immediately, like.
Like that
Just-
blue milk.
Yeah, and then I say, yes, this I can see why you would find this refreshing.
Penco.
You get a little chemical readout of all the different chemicals that are in it. There's enough
All right.
preservatives you
I
could
can't
make
be-
beef jerky out of it.
All right, boys. Here's the problem.
I don't drink and drive.
Here's the problem. As I'm gonna like walk us to the bay where we have all our bullshit, I'm like suiting up, looking at my gun, all kinds of
Yeah.
stuff, whatever equipment we have. All right, maybe we should have gotten that lackey who knew about computers. Shit.
I'm very good at computers.
Yeah. Well, here's my problem. If this, what was the name of the AI again? It was just an AI.
Aries.
If I'm right about this, and Aries has gone rogue, okay? If he can hack into this ship, can he hack into you two?
I don't think so. We're autonomous. Do you see a
We are air
USB
gapped
port?
from the network.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking.
I don't have Wi-Fi. I'm an Android.
Kind of look him up and down.
I show
Is
my
there
computer.
ever,
Yeah.
has there ever been a circumstance of an Android being hacked?
Well, of course. I'm sure there has been.
We're not going to consider the last fucking horrible Romulus movie. We're not talking about that. I'm talking about in real canon, okay?
I don't think so.
Not through like Wi-Fi. I mean, we probably or Bluetooth or whatever. They're
I'm asking
Like-
that
like-
game, but
oh,
obviously,
yeah, like Holker said, they don't have Wi-Fi or Bluetooth or anything, so there's air gap. If they did try to plug into something, then maybe, but that hack.
Yes, out of an abundance of precaution, we can avoid interfacing electronically with any new computers for the foreseeable future.
I argue too.
All
right.
Is there a way for us to dock near the AI core?
No interfacing. Hen. I
That's
know how
why
you like to interface.
I show
I
him my
know how you like
laptop.
to
I got a
interface.
laptop. That's why I have this laptop. I don't interface. The laptop interfaces.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Is there a way
Now
to?
here's-
Is there a way to? I mean, is the AI core is it like in the middle of the thing, or is it like near an exterior wall?
I don't think we
Well,
have that.
you have your map there.
Yeah, I mean, is that an exterior wall, or is
So-
that?
So as you're looking at it and kind of looking at the station as you're approaching, it takes you a few hours to get in there. But you're looking at it, it looks like a lot of it's buried.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the station is buried, and what's sticking out, that elevator sticking out, there's one big section of building, and then there's that that concrete runway coming down where it says maintenance door.
Mm-hmm.
And then south of there's a big landing pad there. There's no
So
ships there.
It's on the surface of a planet. That's correct?
No, of an asteroid.
Large asteroid.
Asteroid, yeah.
Actually, I have a question about this.
Maybe.
Speaking of, is the asteroid, is it like a large, like Ceres style asteroid?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it does have gravity, just not a lot.
And the station itself is in the asteroid.
Correct.
Where is the ship docked?
The ship, there's an elevator that comes up about a quarter mile, and there's a docking bay on top of that, so that ships can dock there. But there is a ship docked, and there's no other dock.
Okay. Plan. This AI, we're going to call it the AI. Rogue AI. What did he call himself? I'll ask. Hen cow. I need to use a voice so you guys know when I'm in game and out game. Ooh, I'm a Japanese. I shouldn't do that.
Probably not. Find your home, breathe in, find your place.
I need to find what?
You just have to go there and become one with who you want to be.
Not at all. All right.
Isn't that what they want to do? The AI?
The AI.
So, it can't be that hard. So we can land on asteroid, but the AI could take over the elevator and stuff. Yes? Look, I'm between French and Japanese. Go fuck yourself, you woke motherfucker. All right? Go eat shit.
I think we should land or dock, but maybe I could do a hack where we do a brute force attack at them, at the AI, in order to...
I don't like this. If we open communications again, it can hack us. And no offense, Hen Cow, it is much better at this than you.
Pretty good at it.
Yeah, but as you're looking through your memory records, he's right. There was way too much information coming way too fast.
Yeah.
You don't have enough processors going for that.
Sure.
Keep up.
Well, maybe the newer model and I at the same time. Maybe Prospect. Do you think you could take a look at the surface and see if there's maybe a back door or something that we could look into? Prospect us away down there instead of getting on the dock?
Actually,
or maybe have a different place to land?
Absolutely. This is I've done tasks similar to this in the past. I was not the lead person or entity, but I have been involved in such tasks. So yes, this is something that I would gladly take on. So yeah, I will do that. And
okay. Yeah, and as you scan it, you can see there's one section of the building. Let me use the art from the front. This is the section of the building that sticks out. You can see the elevator going up, and this is the walkway from the point of view of the landing pad. And the rest of it, there's see the ground behind. The rest of it is buried. So if you might be able to cut into this first section of the building, but the rest of it you would need mining equipment to get down into it. Like what Hen is saying, if you want to go all the way back to where that AI core might be, you'll have to drill through at least 100 meters of
what we need to do
rock.
As Prospect is going on, and stop. What we need to do is find out. We need to interface with this ship. We need to board the ship and interface with it. Likely the AI has control, but if we can have two ships, much better. And whoever is on that ship, we can hope that perhaps maybe they know something about it.
I like the idea.
Okay.
Hen cow, as I put on a vac suit.
What do you think about maybe taking out their communication systems on that other ship before we go out there cowboying around. Maybe that would cut off communications between the AI core.
So as you're looking back at the ship scans, you can tell that the communications in the ship are completely cut. They weren't functioning anyway. The communications you were getting were from the station itself, not from the ship. And the ship is docked. It has its umbilicus on the dock, so there's no other way like into the ship unless you want to cut in.
We're gonna cut into it.
Yeah, we'll cut into that. We'll do a breach of that other ship.
Right. So, as for your idea, as we get closer, as of yet, while the AI has been hostile to a degree, it hasn't threatened our lives. So, I think your idea is great. Find out how we could disable any sort of communications, power output, etc. But before we do it, we need to have our finger on the button first.
Right.
Yes? We don't push the button until we know. That way we can leverage, in the event you don't come with us, we blow you up. I think this is
likely
less racist than the Japanese. What?
It's quite likely that given the body's very low surface gravity, we might be able to hurl rocks at structures very fast, despite our strength.
That is good to know, Prospect. Thank you.
What if we just
turn to Hencal? He's replacing you?
Yeah. I mean, it does make sense that we would dismantle this station by brute force instead of, just getting the power shut off.
It's heavily reinforced, being as far out as it is, with no atmosphere to protect it at all.
Yeah.
It's very heavily reinforced, which is one reason why you couldn't get any readings from inside of it.
Sure.
Because of all the
Very
shit.
protected.
Yeah.
Miller, the sun, it's a red sun. Is it the red giant?
Mm-hmm.
And it's way far off that way.
Right.
Like this is all orbiting Oort cloud style from it, right?
Right. So it's a little
way far. Okay. Okay. So are we near? Is anyone else coming with me?
Yeah,
I said I would.
One of you has to drive.
Oh, I guess I'll keep driving.
Let's see if I can drive, actually.
Anyone can try.
Yeah.
Generally an intellect check.
Let me keep driving.
I will attack.
Prospect, I slap your head. Hencal is driving. You don't get to replace him just yet. Which one of you is better at using the lasers to cut into the ship? We don't want to destroy the ship. Or actually, what was I thinking? Before we attack the ship, I look at the Hencal. I can see him like sitting there, like, I can destroy shit. Before you do that, is there a way for us to land onto the docking without docking, and then go through the umbilical?
Anything is possible. Let me try.
You're just curious.
Not really. I mean, yeah, you could technically, but you'd have to cut into the elevator shaft itself.
Much better than cutting into their ship. Much better. Yes, good, great idea. We'll attack. We'll make incising laser beam cuts into the elevator shaft.
You have some experience.
Likely the AI controls the elevator. Luckily, we're in space.
The elevator shaft is pressurized.
Not for long.
I don't know.
Okay, I just need to know about the superstructure. So obviously, if it looks like it's gonna like blow off, if it would depressurize and blow off the thing and shoot the ship in the shit, obviously we're not gonna do it. What does the actual structure look like? The integrity of it look like?
It's pretty solid. There's a lot of cables that run to keep it because it does sway.
Is it like a platform? Like think of like a parking garage. Like you park, there's an elevator, it's vacuum sealed, airlock, straight down. Is that what it is?
No, it's elevator shaft straight up,
Okay.
and your umbilicus vacuum seals straight to the top of it.
Oh,
So you straight to the top, the doors open, elevator comes up into the ship with the umbilicus. So there's no like room or anything there. It's just the ship right onto the top of the elevator shaft. And then you cut into the elevator shaft or you cut into the ship. There's not like any other
yeah, I did. All right, we have something to consider. This is like one of old school soda pop cans.
Yeah, I understand. I do think that that Prospect might be actually better at piloting than myself.
Good, then switch out. Prospect, take over. Get away. You shoot lasers. As I say, if the airlock is open on that ship, whether we cut into the elevator shaft or the ship doesn't matter in terms of pressurizing. However, if we want the ship, we should not damage it.
Yeah, so you just want to damage the umbilical cord, which we can't take with us anyway. I understand that.
There's no umbilical. It is just the ship vacuum seals to shaft.
Oh, okay.
So the problem is we need to know, use your 2 computer brains. If we incise on the elevator shaft, can the structure of the shaft maintain integrity and hold on? If it can't, that ship will fly away.
Can I open up the computer and see if that is dual research on the integrity of the...
both of you can actually get on there and you do a structural readout of all of the things. And the best you can come up with is probably.
Nah.
It will, if you cut a hole in there, you're definitely going to vent everything that's connected to it. And if you're not extremely precise with the cutting, you hit enough cables or the wrong steel beam that's inside the concrete, it can become unstable and
basically if you roll like shit and it fucking flies away.
Yeah. Okay. It's bad. Or we could just dock or land on the landing space provided.
Yeah, you have a drop ship inside your bigger salvage cutter that you can take.
Oh, we don't have to. We could just take the drop ship in if you want to. Or we could try both.
Say that like you knew it before.
Yeah, like I could land this ship on like the place where you land ships, and then you guys could fly the drop ship onto that ship and maybe split our tactics.
What would be the point of that?
I don't know. Just confuse them.
He just wants the ship on ship action.
Yeah. I mean, if you drill into the the lock airlock.
Yeah, it's possible. You can drill into the airlock. You can drill into the other ship. You can land the drop ship on the landing platform and take the little spacewalk to the maintenance door.
Can I see if there's any weapon systems or anything on the station?
Yeah, you scan the outside, and there's no weapon systems. There are quite a few camera systems, but no weapons. Well, you can't get a read from the inside.
Yeah, I mean they don't have a ton of weapon systems. Maybe
So
Yeah.
there's a landing spot for ships, as well as the docking spot that's already taken up.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought I made that clear earlier.
No, that's
The two
fine.
ways in,
Just
the maintenance entrance. And yeah, and actually, Ken, if you back out a little bit on the map and scroll over to the right a little,
okay.
I opened up a couple of areas that you guys should be able to see.
Landing platform. Ugh.
To the right,
All right.
down.
I see what you're
There
doing.
you go. Yeah, so those are your two options for entrance: the landing platform where you can land, and then there's that concrete bridge. It goes over like a little valley, and at the end of that bridge is a door. That's the maintenance entrance. It's an airlock. You can tell.
Yeah, you could take the drop ship and put it at that
right there. That airlock.
maintenance airlock. Copy.
I like your idea, Hen Cow. Taking the dropship down.
Let's do that. I feel like we
It's
should
up to
move
you guys.
forward.
At this point, you guys have like orbited this thing like 2 or 3 times while you're arguing about how to get in and rescanning everything over and over.
Mhm.
We'll take the ship, the Keres, to a point where it has a synchronous orbit. So if that has to be a little further out, and that way it's a synchronous orbit with the station, and we're sort of looking down at it. As spend quite a bit of time thinking about this. The problem is this. We might as well consider this a hostile AI or a hostile force down there.
I agree.
We need to find out what is in that ship, who is in that ship. Now, while we could easily go to the drop site on the asteroid, we would have to make our way to that ship through an elevator shaft controlled by the rogue AI. This is the problem.
Right. We need to do this in such a way that it's not, the AI can't get to us.
What if we land just beyond the horizon?
It's
I
not
thought
about that.
Yeah.
Landing is fine. Although if there's locking clamps, then the moment we enter that station, the AI is in control.
Sure. Clearly
That is the point.
The person in cryo is in cryo because maybe that was their escape.
Perhaps. I think you may be onto something. He likes to play games. I think we chance it. I say we chance entering the ship first.
Sure. Makes sense.
It's a gamble.
They would have a lot more information about what's going on.
But I didn't get into this situation with 2 wives, multiple kids, and organ harvesting if I took things simply.
Do you
Okay.
I think
Who's
we
best at piloting?
put this ship so, you know, I like what you said, where we can, you know, if we need to and they clamp our ship, maybe we could jump from the landing dock to this ship, or like launch ourselves.
The asteroid has gravity, Hen Cow.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
there's too much gravity for that.
too much. All right. Well, fine.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you
Has
like some kind of
too much.
Yeah, like rockets. You got rockets in
Some kind of-
space suits have some.
pneumatics works very well.
Yeah.
No.
So
So what we do, the dropship does not have lasers, right?
No,
Okay.
it doesn't. Just
Who is best at piloting? Who is best at lasers?
He's probably piloting, and I bet he's better at lasers than me. If lasers is combat, that's not my thing either.
I have experience with non-combat lasers for prospecting. They work very well on ice shell moons, much like this one.
Yeah.
The new man, the lasers. Are you good at going into space and EVing? Ken Hal? Hal Kent?
I just as good as any other android.
Okay, so out of game. Are androids implicitly better at piloting?
yeah, with the higher intellect.
Yeah, I've got a pretty high intellect.
As actually,
You can look at it. You can look at it. Compared to you, I am smarter than you and stronger.
Okay. In that case, then you will pilot. As I'll go over to the airlock, go in, prep the airlock, depressurize. I'm there ready to go. Internal comms only. All right, boys. I can call you boys. Do you actually have genitalia?
Yeah, both. I have both.
That's good to know. Cover all bases.
Yes, I have genitalia like all the other synths, although its function is rather different.
Tell me about it.
Yes, it's got a
You don't
USB
have to
port
answer
on the
this
end.
question.
Yes, it has a USB port on the end. It's very convenient.
Is that a USB-D port?
What do you use the USB port for?
Huh?
What do you use the USB port for?
Well, I can just plug it into random wall outlets, and I can get all sorts of information through it.
You mean like ACDC? USB-C 3.0, 3.1?
Well, yes, and transfer speeds are not the best, but it does give me something to do while if I have to imitate the traditional human practice of voiding one's bowels.
All right.
All right. Enough said. Okay, so walk me through how you want to do this exactly.
I'm in the EV suit. This is up to them.
Yeah, I'm gonna land, I guess.
You're landing?
Isn't that what we're supposed to? Oh, you're shooting something. I'm piloting. I'm just piloting. I'm not landing.
Yeah. Okay, you're piloting the ship. Are you wanting to cut? You're wanting to cut a hole in the other ship, right? And then attach the umbilicus?
No, we want to. All right.
It's taking a long time.
What we're trying to do is Ken landing. What we're trying to do is position the ship perpendicular to the shaft of the elevator.
The elevator.
Get close, not close enough to where it burns. Cut a hole into it. It'll evac. Then put it down, and I'll go through and go up the elevator shaft.
Okay.
And we'll do it nearer to the top of it, further away from the asteroid to avoid as much gravity as possible.
Sure.
The mentality being
close.
The mentality being, if the elevator shaft breaks, do we know, will the gravity pull the ship into the asteroid? Is it that close?
Yeah, and it will be pulling the ship even if you're below the other one. Because if you're using the whole ship, if you're just going to be in the drop ship, well, I guess the big ship would have to be there for the mine.
Their ship, not ours. Because we won't be actually attached. We're just going to be there. We're not actually suctioning anything. Like we're never going to be our ship is never actually attached to anything, right? I'm talking about their ship. Does it have
I got
the
you.
orbital
So
speed to continue?
that'll kind of depend on how it goes down.
Okay, so we can roll. Okay,
Like if you just severed it off right now, it would probably float away a little bit and then there's some kind of orbit.
okay,
If cables snap and stuff, it might get pulled down.
okay. I did. So, analyzing all that, the plan is, Ken, you're piloting, flying perpendicular. Here's the shaft, flying perpendicular to it, to the top, getting close. Lasers, burp, 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 seeing what happens. Assuming it goes well, pop in, connect. If it detaches, we'll have to match the spin like an interstellar, get on top, and go through it that way. And we'll be spinning off around orbit. It'll be hilarious.
Okay. Well, you guys get set. I'll get us in as close as possible with.
I'm ready.
When I feel the gravity get to be too much, if I feel like some crazy gravity shit going on, I'm gonna kind of
that's fine. There's
off.
Some gravity there, just because you're in a big ship and you got it below and angled, kind of weird.
This is our only ticket out there.
You do have to kind of fight the gravity with the thrusters just a little bit, but it's not anything you can't.
Also, gravity on a body like this can be uneven.
Right.
Very uneven. As a bit of trivia, satellites in lunar orbit can't stay in lunar orbit forever because eventually denser parts of the moon will tug on it just a little more than the less dense parts, and its orbit will eventually destabilize.
I'll tug on you.
Yeah.
On your USB port.
Yes.
I'll get you in close. You guys tell me when you're set, and I'll make the approach to the.
Yeah, go ahead and make an intellect check for your piloting. You can add mathematics, if you'd like, and make it at advantage because you're just kind of easing it in. It's nothing crazy.
All right.
Dr. Naruto, I need a fear save from you since you're about to jump into the void.
So I'm self-promoing our stuff. Happy Jacks. What'd you get?
Hold on. I rolled.
Saves.
Oh, I rolled terribly. I failed. Both.
I think I failed too. Yeah.
Okay. Your fear save was just a stress, so you're just getting that stress, and the app will add it automatically.
Yeah.
As I'm sitting there, like, I got my comms off. I'm sitting there like, it's fucking androids and AIs. Why the hell? I need to stop impregnating women.
So for the failure, you're coming in and you're watching where you're coming in on the elevator, and you miss the one of your solar panels clips the other ship and shears off.
I think we need that.
So your ship takes a little bit of damage, but you manage to stabilize it, and then you're matching the orbit, and you're ready for to take the shot. Which I think you're running the lasers, right?
Yes, that is okay. That's an intellect roll, right?
You can use intellect or combat if you'd like to. And since you're taking your time, you don't have to use speed unless you want to. And then you can add the way it works generally is if you want to use a skill, then you'll talk me into it. But just look at yours: geology, industrial equipment, or mathematics. Those would all apply to add those. Does it make sense?
Wait, just one of them or all of them?
No, just one of them.
Okay. I'm going to use industrial equipment. It seems like the one that's most on the nose. And I'm going to roll.
Yeah. And using the app makes it real easy.
Wow. I failed with a 91.
Okay. Yeah, so you bring the arm in to try to cut a hole, just as that piece of solar panel cuts in and clips the laser cutter. So you cut into the elevator shaft, and it cuts through one of the corners and off down into the asteroid in the elevator shaft. You see it crack and bend over. A big hole, starts to bend toward the opposite side. A hole opens up. You see a bunch of air start venting.
People.
Him. You feel the thrust of the air push against the ship, and you have to correct a little bit. You see some yellow lights flashing inside from the inside of the shaft. And then the air pressure stops, the airflow stops. But that elevator continues to go over. A couple of the other cables break. And it falls down. I mean, you could just kind of watch it in slow-mo fall down and hit big cloud of dust. You can't really see what happens on the other side of it.
So what falls down?
Low density. The top of the elevator shaft with the ship on it falls away.
With the ship on it?
Yeah, we made that more difficult. I feel like it's going to be harder to get to that chip now.
Yeah.
And
As I kind of watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of slow-mo with the low gravity,
Find the ship. We can attempt to salvage what we can. Maybe the cryopods. Maybe they survived.
Is there a grappling hook or some kind of tractor beam on this vehicle that we're in?
No, you could have used one of the arms with the laser on it, with the cutting laser.
Yeah.
To attach, but it's too close to the planetoid asteroid now.
Yeah.
It's going to be too much gravity for you to compensate for if you get that close to try to grab it.
Sure. Well, I think we're going to have to take a walk to get there. And there is no place else to land. We have to land basically on the landing strip, and that's it.
Well, the elevator shaft is now open.
Yeah.
With some broken cables and stuff on top.
Yeah.
So you could still go in there. It's definitely been sealed off.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the other place is open. Yeah.
Well, we're playing a game.
Indeed. If the AI has taken over the entire complex, if there's any other droids like ourselves, then it's possible that those might have been hacked. But if that's not the case, then it's most likely that the AI has control over the. It's likely that the AI has control over the systems, but probably just.
I don't think that anything's alive on that station. I think that they're all dead or in cryo. I lost. You had a hiccup, a software malfunction.
Yes, that happens. Perhaps the AI does not have the ability to engineer any major changes to the ship since it has taken over.
Not now. It's not connected, and it has no communication. So I think that ship is not in control of, not being controlled by the AI.
Well, in that case, it would be would likely be to our benefit to salvage anything or anyone who is still left in there.
I do like the idea of using this ship in geosynchronous orbit and using our drop ship to land. I think we just land. What about you guys?
It's most likely the best thing, best to just land.
I'll come back in.
Okay.
Taking my EV suit helmet off. All right, so that didn't go so well. Are we over the drop ship? I mean, sorry, are we over the wreckage?
Yeah, more or less.
It's
When I'm using
we
that
can't.
voice, I'm talking to Miller.
Yeah. Well, we can't. I mean, we can't use any kind of grappling. We can't pull it up.
We don't need to.
Yeah. Okay.
Why would we need to pull it up?
I don't know, to get it.
No. We just go down to it.
Okay.
The fear is getting into the AI's grasp. It's not going to the asteroid.
But to get the AI, we have to go to the asteroid. I presume it's a box. They're all boxes these days.
I go back into cryo and let them do it.
Wise. Very smart. You don't get paid that way, but you might live. I'll tell you what. Why don't we take a little break, a little 5-minute break? You guys think about it, brainstorm a little if you need to. I need to bio and refresh on my beverage. So
Yeah. Hey.
Hey. All right, so our crew has blundered their attempt to hack into the docking elevator and sent part of the elevator with the ship tumbling into the asteroid's surface. And they're pondering what to do next.
I think we should take a drop ship, put this ship into geosynchronous orbit, take a drop ship, and land on the landing pad, and then maybe we'll take a hike down to this ship we've destroyed to see what happened to it.
Yeah, I'll put on my vac suit and kind of nod and get ready for it.
Yeah, I will do the same.
Okay.
And I'll grab my materials and stuff and equipment and head towards the dropship. And I'm going to turn off all the communication equipment on the dropship.
You want me to stay here?
Well, I think we should all go.
That's what I was thinking as well. Game question. Do androids need a spacesuit when they're outside of a spaceship?
Yes. Yes, you can survive the vacuum fairly well. You don't need to breathe, but you can't survive the radiation. The radiation will fry you pretty quick.
Got it.
So yeah, the three of you, you can set a little autopilot to keep it in orbit. Climb into the dropship. And the dropship is where that 20-foot container of supplies is. Anyway, you take it down, fairly easy landing, and the landing platform. Think like Star Wars, where they've got the strip of concrete walkway and then the large area. You land down there. You can see some evidence from where other ships have landed. You cycle the airlock and step out. You step out to the huge black void up above you. The walkway is just lit with the few lamps from the ship. You can see down at the end of the walkway. You can see the outline of the station. You see a little green panel that's lit up. And as you look around, you look over to your left, and you see the broken piece of the elevator. And around the other side of that, you can see a dusty plume of the all the rubble that was kicked up. You see a couple of cables whipping around a little bit, from the energy left over. You got maybe a 15-foot drop off of this platform down to the rubble below. If you want to take that walk around, if you go out to the walkway, there is a little valley there that the walkway goes over. Maximum about 30 feet in the center before it comes back up to meet the door of the station.
We have a grappling hook or like a climbing rope.
You could probably pull one out of the ship. A cable.
I would assume the basic equipment like that would just come standard.
Yeah, zip. What is that? Like a
winch. Like a winch.
Yeah. Yeah. Something we could climb down. Or is it pretty easy to climb down to this thing without it?
Gravity's pretty low. You could climb down there. There would be a risk involved, so there would be a roll involved.
Sure.
But gravity's pretty low. If you do want to just use that cargo winch, run it out, you climb down fairly easily.
And when we landed, was there any change in the lights on the station?
No, there are some lights, just here and there, like border lights like on the corners. The elevator had a few on them. No, those lights are on, but they're just like little running. They're not like floodlights, they're just locator lights, so kind of where the outline is in the dark.
Are they flickering any kind of Morse code?
No, there are a couple of them that are flickering, but there's no like timing to it.
Okay. Yeah, we set up the winch and yeah.
Yeah, as you're looking and staring at it, you can see that little green screen in front of the door. There is something flickering on it. It's just too far away. It's about 100 yards away, so it's too far away for you to actually see it. But you can see it's moving. It's not just static lit.
I think it wants to talk to us.
It wants to play games. It likes playing games.
Do we proceed?
So what are you guys doing? Are you going over the edge?
Yeah.
Go around toward the ship? Okay. Okay, so you lower the winch out. You guys climb down. When you get to the bottom, it's rubble, but in the low gravity, your feet kind of sink into it. It's not like compact like you would think Earth is. I don't know if you saw the guys walking on the moon. The moon dust kicks up and everything. So, it's not easy going, but you can make your way around the elevator and around the other side. There's still quite a bit in the air. You have atmospheric detectors on your hazmat suits or your vac suits, and they will indicate that there's fuel. When the ship crashed, it obviously took damage, and there's fuel interspersed with the rubble and the dust. So as long as you don't cause a spark with some kind of oxygen accelerant also.
We should be fine.
Should be fine. It takes a while for you to get over there.
Yeah. Is it just open? Is there just an opening where the ship? Can we just walk through an open door, or is it?
Well, no. As you're approaching, you see, because it's real dusty, right? Because you kicked up a bunch of dust. It takes a long time for it to settle. You see the bit of the top of the elevator first as you approach, and then you kind of see the outline of the ship behind it. And it is, it did take quite an impact. As you get closer, you look into the elevator shaft, and there is the ship is sealed. It did seal itself up. You're not sure, or you're not sure if it was sealed up before and sealed itself up, or if it sealed itself up afterwards. It does have power. You can tell. You don't have like the same scanners that you had on the ship, but it is powered. You can see a couple little lights blinking.
Well, we might be able to salvage this, and probably not. This thing is fucked.
There's not a lot left of it.
Yeah, I vote we go try and figure out a way in.
We could just make our way in.
Yeah.
Are there any windows?
Yeah. There is the viewport in the front, like the windshield viewport. If you want to walk around, you can walk around the ship. There's that viewport. You have to get pretty close to it to see inside. There's a few lights on. It's just like panels and buttons. stuff. Not like running lights or anything. It's enough for you to see inside, and you can see down. You see like the cockpit, right? And then down the hallway, you can just see like a couple of bloody boot print. That's really all you can see from in there. There's nobody, nothing in the cockpit. It looks fine except for what, the crash. So there's some broken stuff. One of the chairs is broken over.
Huh. Would you look at that? There's bloody footprints through the window. It's definitely human blood.
You guys really should play androids in every game. Fucking weirdos. God damn.
Androids are fun.
They're not role playing. I can't way too much time running for these motherfuckers. Weirdest ass fucking ideas.
Then it's perfect.
You got to play what you know. You know, it's you gotta play to your strengths.
What do you guys do next?
Does the human want to go inside?
I wasn't standing back, you creepy motherfuckers. Fuck you. No. I don't do shit. I stand back like this. You guys go get involved.
Perhaps we cut straight to the window.
I think. Do they have an airlock that's functioning? I think we go to the airlock and try to open the airlock.
Well, you can check that if you go inside the remnants of the elevator.
Yeah.
Cargo doors. You check those. I'm going to say it's functional. That airlock is functional. Since everything else has resulted in tragedy, I'll give you one. Other one too. We'll say that airlock is functional. It does take you a minute to hack into it. I don't need a check for it, but
sure. I guess we enter the ship. I will enter the ship. I'll go in and I'll look around and see if there's anything that survived.
Okay, it is an airlock, so it does take it a minute to cycle. Yeah. And it's damaged, so you can hear it rattling.
Oh, nice.
So is everybody going in, or just you?
Oh, I'm going in.
Okay.
And we stand and we look at.
Before I go in. I'll let them go in first. I kind of look around creepily at this dead moon.
Okay. Okay, so that airlock cycles, and for the two of you, it opens up, and you're in the cargo bay. The ship's kind of laying on its side, and as you walk in, there's you notice there's a red light blinking. At about the same time, you notice gravity pulling you in two different directions. The artificial gravity in the ship is still on, which makes it very difficult to get around, more difficult than like 0G. You're kind of trying to stand sideways while you're being pulled in two different directions.
Sure.
But you see the cargo bay, there is not a supply container like the one that you have.
Mm-hmm.
It's not in the ship, so you can surmise that it was delivered.
I'm going to go turn off the artificial gravity. And any non-essential systems, that anything that has to do with anything other than just and then I'm going to look back at the Dr. Naruto and see what they're doing.
Well, they're outside the ship, so we're inside the ship now. And as you kind of make your way toward the maintenance area, like I said, it's a small ship, and you do notice, like on the side, you do notice some bloody boot prints going back toward the cryo.
Are they dry?
Toward the door that's marked cryo. Yeah, it's dry.
Is it old?
It's crusty. It's all.
Yeah, I'm not worried about. I'm worried about what's happening now and the infrastructure of the ship and potentially exploding because there's fuel leaking. So I'm gonna see what I can turn off.
Okay. Yeah. So you go past there. The artificial gravity. There's warning lights for the gravity. Warning lights for atmosphere. Life support. You just shut it all down. About half of the lights that have been blinking, throughout the ship, turn off. And the ship is essentially just powered down in emergency mode.
Sure.
So there's just a couple of lights here and there that are on.
Yeah.
That weird gravity stabilizes back out. Were you going to leave the cryo systems on?
Yeah, we'll leave the cryo systems on, and I'll take a visual inspection of the cryo.
Okay. So you go to that cryo door, you open it. Now that's where the bloody boot prints lead in. You see one of the cryopods, the one that's closed, the one that you got the signal from earlier. There's a bloody glove print on the outside. It's frosted over. You check the readings, and there is someone inside of there, but their vitals are extremely low, and not like low because they're in cryo. They were low when they got in.
Okay.
So they were severely injured.
Is there atmosphere in this part of the ship? Life support?
No, you just shut it off.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna go.
There was a leak, and then.
Oh, there was a leak. Okay. So.
Yeah, that's what the warning was. There was a leak.
Yeah.
And then you shut it off. So.
I guess this person is just better off in here.
Yes, extricating them would be very difficult at this point.
Yeah.
Not just due to the ambient atmosphere or lack thereof, but also their current medical condition, indicative of a struggle that may have taken place. Their internal injuries are extensive.
Yeah. Well, we'll leave them in here for the time being. But I will go through the ship logs and see if there's any information about what happened.
Okay. Yeah, you go through the ship logs. And the ship logs indicate on approach, their hails to the station. Return, no, we're not returned. But they went ahead and docked, loaded the cargo, and went took it down the elevator shaft. There's a partial audio log from some minutes later that sounds like a child's laughter. Just very brief and then cut off. And that's.
And the kid sounded like the other kid.
Yeah.
I mean, all kids sound the same. So, I mean, I don't know why I asked that.
More or less. Yeah.
Can I see if there's anything interesting in the storage area or maintenance? If there's another vac suit or anything just going on in here?
Yeah, there's actually 4 vac suits.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look like any of them were used.
Mm-hmm.
which wouldn't be uncommon because they made a seal at the dock and cargo in.
Cool.
Other than that, it's standard, nothing out of the ordinary. Get some NutriPaste and protein bars.
Well, I'll put everything into the life support for this cryo chamber of the ship, whatever power exists, and have everything else off. Good luck, buddy. I'll tap on the thing. And then I'll head out.
Okay, Prospect, was there anything else you wanted to do in the ship? You wanted to look into?
I am going to probably going to look around and see if there's any parts that I can safely salvage, attempt to scrounge and for our own personal use.
Okay, this ship, even though it's small, it does have a warp engine. And so it does have a warp core installed. The engine has been damaged, but there's a possibility you can get it out.
I will say, Dr. Naruto and Hem, I will, before we leave this ship, I must inform you that there is a warp core that we might be able to procure for our own use. While it will make escape from this ship via this ship impossible, it will also reduce the possibility that any AI that has control over this area could use it against us.
Is this do I think that this ship is actually airworthy at all? Like,
No,
yeah.
It is not.
Yeah. Well, we could probably sell it. We could probably just skip the whole mission, make a ton of money off of this warp core.
Yeah, warp core is worth about $1 million.
Yeah.
In and of itself.
But maybe we'll come back for that later. Well, I'll step outside.
We might as well take it at some point.
Yeah.
I had no moral qualms about doing this.
I don't either.
Yeah, well, just knowing the way, the corporations work, it was very likely insured, and the corporations probably got paid for it since it didn't return. It's not uncommon at all. So it would have been written off as a loss. You didn't exactly get salvage rights to it, but, I mean.
Any ship that you find in the woods or, and recover, it's your ship. It's naval rights. Isn't that the way it is? If you find the ship on a drift, it's your ship if you can salvage it.
It depends on what system you're in and what laws they have. In this system,
you never know.
Yeah.
I'll walk out and tell.
We're not going to. If we're not going to retrieve the core now, then I suggest we table it, but not skip it before we leave.
I agree. I'll walk out to Dr. Naruto and tell him that there's a warp core in the ship, and that
there's a what?
I think a warp core. That ship has a
How
warp
big is
core.
it?
We could, I don't know, it's probably pretty big. But if we got it out,
they're quite small.
I'm sorry.
Sometimes they're quite small.
I don't know how big they are.
As I'll walk in, did you find anything else? As I've been out here, have I seen anything, or is it just an asteroid?
Just an asteroid in the dark. A lot of loneliness.
Cool. Did you find anything else? What about that cryopod?
Yeah, that person is all but dead.
Did you find out what the wounds were?
I didn't actually. I presume. Thinking back, having some intelligence, are the wounds violent looking?
You didn't check.
Oh, well, I'll go back and look.
As I kind of look at you, you didn't look, did you?
Well, I looked, and it seemed like they were in really bad shape. That we couldn't.
That's probably best you didn't open it up, I suppose. As I'll walk in, looking around, the blood and whatnot. So what do you think happened here, other than obviously a crash?
I think the crew.
Did the AI have control of the ship?
No.
Were there crew?
Yeah.
What do we know?
I think there are probably 3 crew people on the inside.
You know what their names are? I assume you looked at the manifest.
I did. I didn't get anything from it.
Nothing from it. Was it wiped?
No, it's there.
As Dr. Naruto just looks down, what have you all been doing in here? I look over. Where's Prospect? Is he dorking the system again?
We were kind of concerned about you and your attitude, so we wanted to give you space. We weren't
concerned
sure.
about me and my attitude.
Yeah, we weren't sure if you were okay. You seemed upset after we knocked the ship into this useless state.
He kind of like comes up to you. I told you, no adverbs, no emotional manipulation, bot boy.
Yeah.
As I turn and I'm gonna go over to the manifest.
Hmm?
Who's supposed to be on the ship?
There's 4 personnel from Driftline Shipping. You got Smitty Burns. He's the foreman, or he's listed as the foreman. And then the other 3 are just listed as labor. It's Daryl Marburg, Steph Gilly, and Barry Smythe.
Say where they're from or anything, what their contract is?
Yeah, if you look up this contract, this is the only one that's in there. They work for Driftline Shipping. Their current contract was to take this box of supplies from Lazarok Station out to Bemizo Station, deliver them in return. You know, Lazarok Station is the large, it's a huge Class C. It's like 5-mile diameter, just massive, old, huge space station for the system. It's had like modules just added over the years.
As I'm scrolling through the data pad and whatnot on the ship, I guess, I kind of look up at Hen Cal. You know anything about how far away this Lazarok station is? How long their trip would be?
Yeah, they would have had to make one jump and then head out here. So 8 months, 10 months, maybe.
Is that what you tell me? Hen cow, is that what you say?
I don't know. I thought you were looking at the manifest. You were looking at the logs.
I
I don't pay that much attention to you know, the details of what they're clearly dead. So I didn't find that information. What I did find was that it was pretty routine as far as I could guess. And I realize that guessing is crazy, but they were not expecting this. And then that kid voice happened again through the speakers.
It's happened through the speakers here?
Yeah, through the speakers. Well, it was a log. It was an audio recording. We heard that again, and I presumed it was just a crew of 4 people who were on the same mission, and they failed.
Is this the same? Is this the ship we're looking for? The supply ship? That's the question we're looking for.
Yeah, they dropped off the supplies. There are no supplies in here in the ship. They dropped off the supplies in the station, and that's where they are.
Right. So part of our mission, I'll pull up my data pad and slide you the data into yours. Jeanette Life has hired us to investigate this missing supply ship. So
Well,
I guess we know what happened to it.
Yeah,
That's
everybody died.
Well, not everyone.
Well, except for this guy.
So we need to know if the state. What?
We could try to salvage this cryopod and bring it back to our ship.
We need to find out what's wrong with this fella and what his name is. Specifically, if he's, well, whatever his name is. If he's the commander.
Or if he's anybody, if he can breathe or talk.
Well, he might just know something that we don't about what's inside that station.
Sure, he knows a lot that we don't.
As I'm looking through the names, what was the main name of the commander of this?
Smitty Burns.
Smitty Burns. Hey, Prospect, are you next to that cryopod?
And within its vicinity, yes.
Any name tags on that fella?
I look into look in to see the person who's probably still frozen, and I look for a name tag.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty frosted over, but you can see in there, and you can see Marburg. Definitely has the last name Marburg.
Yes.
And you also see what appears to be a gunshot through through his uniform, through his coveralls, with the blood stain.
Yes. It appears this man has sustained a gunshot wound. Marburn. That is his name.
Hey, Hen, did you find any stim packs, any medicine on the ship?
I have a med kit, but the ship has no atmosphere on it. And it would vent to atmosphere if I turned on the climate control, so life support.
No. So how do you think, using your android brain, do you think that we could get this cryopod up to our dropship?
Oh, we got a hoist. We could certainly try.
I mean, it is low gravity. Do you think it's possible, considering the distance and whatnot, and how much air we have?
I think it's possible, as long as this thing is powered. That I think that's the hardest part about the whole
I suppose
process.
I'm asking. It's not my expertise.
It's not a portable unit. It's powered by the ship's core.
I don't know that. I'm asking Henkel.
Yeah, I don't believe that we can just remove this just like the warp core. I don't know a lot about warp cores, but I just presume they're pretty big.
Let me see that. Either one of you, I suppose, have triage.
Oh, I do. I do. I think we could take the APC out of the dropship and potentially drive it down. No, that is incorrect. I cannot do that.
There's no APC. You have a big 20-foot container of supplies where some dropships would have an APC.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess there's no trail. Perhaps the station has some vehicle inside it that we could go.
Ken, how, Ken? Do you have medicine?
I do. Kind of.
Give me the medicine. Come on.
There's a first aid. I got a first aid kit. Yeah. Well, I would save them, and then they would die. They would die because the ship is not pressurized.
We're not going to open the cryo yet.
Be right back.
No.
Are you able to deal with this man's wounds?
If I could reach him.
Okay. Looking around the ship, is there a way to seal this portion of the ship?
Yeah, you could seal the bay, the cryo bay.
I mean, could we just shut the door and lock the bulkhead and rock and roll?
Yeah, lock the bulkhead.
One
Yeah.
room like a sanctuary.
Well, it's going to be a small room with 4 cryopods packed into it because it's a small ship. So
yeah,
you've got.
But we could pressurize the room.
5 by 10 by 8.
Sure.
Okay.
I can try to pressurize the room.
All right.
Yeah, a little bit of work. Why don't you give me an intelligence check to see if you can, like, how long and how well you can do it.
Perhaps it would be better if Prospect did it. He's a little better at this stuff than I am.
Is he an engineer?
Well, he's got industrial equipment.
Use his rubber dice, though.
Yeah. I mean, I could try it.
He's preoccupied at the moment.
Yeah. I could use my hacking ability and see if I could hack some kind of
Sure.
Get the doors to move and just get the atmosphere to be one heavier in this room than say a different room.
Yeah, just isolate the systems.
Yeah,
sure.
I rolled a 2.
It was a hell of a lot easier than you thought. Turns out there was a subroutine in there that you didn't know about.
Really, there's just a door.
Shut the door.
Yeah, you went to start hacking, and you're like, oh,
he's like,
I can just pressurize room.
That's actually, to be honest, like in hacking, that actually is a thing. There's so often like a tool that's like hack Wi-Fi. You just do it and it's done. So Hen Cal, how do you do this? What do you just open the door, close the door? What's the deal?
Yeah, I shut all the doors in the room and I make sure that the atmosphere is one higher in this room
Lock the door.
than the other rooms.
Yeah, a little sign pops up on the screen and says, "Yep, pressurizing." Takes it a minute. You see the levels of the little chemicals climbing,
and then I'll
eventually
do the cryo unboxing.
All right, what do we need to do is this guy's unthawing. I can try to help you in some way, or
I got a first aid kit.
You're gonna hit him over the head with it. What are you gonna do with it?
I'm gonna pull out my triage stuff to help seal the wound, and I'll pull out the stim pack and have that ready. And
it was probably a better solution than cauterizing it with a laser gun.
Yeah.
Slow turn to Prospect. slow turn back to cryopod.
And then I'll do my best to medically help this person.
Okay. Yeah. So you got your equipment open, your bag and all the stuff as the cryopod counts down from 100, 50, 30, 20, 10, and then it unseals. Little smoke rolls out. You look in as the smoke clears, and you see a man, middle-aged guy. As you look at him, you see about 12 holes in his torso, and he kind of sits up a little bit, and he starts coughing. And as he coughs, you can see the newly melted blood and some other like phlegm coming out.
Oh, nice.
From his,
I'll give him a
from
stem
his
pad.
chest. Okay. He coughs a couple of times. You slam him with the stim pack. He jerks back into the cryo shell and knocks it against the wall.
I kind of step back where Prospect is. Look at him. This man was shot 12 times, Prospect. As Hen Cal was dealing with him, I'll say, Prospect, do you have a weapon on you?
I have a laser gun, but it is normally for industrial uses, but it could very easily be converted into a weapon by pointing it at someone and using it.
As I just look and see if you have a weapon on you. Watch the door.
Yes, Doctor.
Okay. So he screams, is this a hospital? Are you a doctor?
No, not really.
Can I read?
What's going on the station? Why do you have 12 gunshots in you?
Oh, shit, we're still on the station. But we didn't make it out.
You did not make it out. That's correct.
Fuck. There's a turret. There's a turret. There's a turret in the cargo bay. That goddamn harebrained freaking AI turned the fucking security turret on us.
Oh. Well, that sounds like...
Put me back in cryo and get me to a hospital.
Yeah, okay. Anything else that we need to know?
His breathing is severely labored as he's got like three fucking chest wounds.
Pause. I walk up and put my hand on the cryo. I'll look at the guy, kind of grab his head. I'm not rough with him, but I turn his chin towards me. Hey, what's your name?
Daryl Marburg.
Who else is alive? Did anyone else make it?
I don't think so.
Do you know anything about this AI that we need to know? Because we're going in there.
It's flipped its shit, but very childlike.
He's gonna step back. He'll look at Hen Cal. Put him back in.
I'll put him back in and turn it back on.
All right. Analysis.
Well, we shouldn't go in the front door.
Say that again. Prospect, you should have totally said it again. It's right there. It's gold.
Right there.
It's gold.
Silver platter.
It's gold. Oh my God.
Thing is how he was the only survivor. We should not be concerned with further casualties.
Yeah, you could say that again.
So the AI.
We should not be concerned with further casualties.
Ted, the AI went rogue. Why is there an AI here in the first place? Do either you know?
Yeah,
They're
it's
working
because
on
genetics are hard. So if you know a lot about genetics, I mean, it's a lot of detail in that sort of thing.
Yeah, but they're trying to find the fountain of youth. Why'd they have a rogue AI? Why'd they have an AI in the first place?
Because humans aren't that smart.
Yeah, but they could have had androids. They didn't need AIs.
Yeah, androids are really smart.
Are they? I walk over to the where the door is. How are we gonna get this guy out of here?
Well,
Turn back.
do we need to?
Yes. Yes, we need to.
I feel like we would need a vehicle of some kind, some battery packs, and some way to haul it up.
You think he can
Route.
take another step?
Not safely.
I didn't say safely. None of this is gonna be safe. Looking out the window. At
We
the,
don't-
the dead one.
Do we have in our dropship? There's no cryo? Like in our
Of course, there's
dropship, is there?
cryo. How the hell do you think we got here?
And no,
Just
in the
'cause
Not the
George-
dropship, but in the
Oh,
main
yeah.
ship, yeah.
So we got to get from here to the dropship. I mean, this guy has a minute, maybe two left. He's got 12 holes in him. I mean, I bet that took a lot just to get him to this point.
As you see my guy just sort of sitting there. He's still alive. You wanna leave him here to die?
Well, he's in cryo. He'll be fine until we can
For
figure
how
out the
long?
for as long. I mean, I have all the systems.
I think it is safe to
Basically.
say that the time he will be all right will be longer than if he were not in cryo.
The ship's leaking fuel, fellas. It could explode at any moment.
They could.
Did you forget?
I turned off all the
I didn't-
systems, so it should be pretty
Maybe
inert
because
out
I have
there.
a scope. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but the solar panels are smashed, and it's however long that battery lasts running the cryo.
Right. Well, I mean, we can focus on that. Sure. Let's get this guy up.
I mean, if you'd rather, save your AI buddy, I guess that's okay. The one that Gatling guns humans.
No, we should probably stop him too.
You okay? Hen cow?
I am operating in normal parameters.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, how
well,
much time we got on the cryo?
I don't know. Well, let's look. How long is this cryo gonna stay on with everything else shut off?
Yeah, with a quick look, maybe 8 hours.
8 hours. Okay, well, maybe we should make this priority one. Are there any vehicles on our ship? Do we have any kind of off-road?
All right. That's what we need
Just
to
your
do.
dropship.
We get back to the drop ship, we get it a lot closer to this
Yeah.
ship.
Okay.
I like your idea of somehow maybe jury-rigging some powering to this cryo. If that doesn't work, we juice him again with some stem packs. Try to get him up to the Keres. Put him in one of the cryo up there.
Yeah,
You
it
either
sounds
have you have an objection to this?
like something we should do. Is there any way to keep knowing what I know about cryo, like having it unplugged from the system? How long will it last? Or does it like an instantaneous effect? Will it?
That's good.
5, maybe 10 minutes.
Okay, so that gives us a little bit of time.
Yeah, actually, if you take it out into the vacuum, it's cold out there, so maybe 20, 30 minutes.
And how heavy is the cryo chamber?
It's heavy. It's probably 500 pounds.
500
but
pounds?
how heavy is it in this gravity?
In this gravity, probably 20% of that. So
Well,
100 pounds.
I'm pretty strong.
Hen cow could pick that up.
Well, we'd leave him in the chamber and get him out the door, and then
we need the drop ship first, yeah?
Yeah, get the drop ship closer and have it drop the hoist, and I could attach it. Maybe Prospect should drive. I'm sure he's a better pilot than I am.
He's definitely a better pilot than me. Now, I tell you what, you and I will... Prospect, are you good with engineering or not?
Yes, I do have experience in this field.
Could he help you disconnect this cryopod safely?
I'm sure he could.
Yes.
All right. You two, disconnect the cryopod. I'll get the ship, bring it back here.
Okay.
Is that
Yes,
helmet?
Doctor.
I'm going to attempt to leave this. Is there a way to leave this room without depressurizing it first, or do I need to depressurize it first?
Probably need a depressor.
Okay. So I depressurize the room, open up the door, close the door. Actually, yeah, I'll close the door. We don't have to repressurize it. And I'm going to hoof it back to the dropship.
Okay.
About 10 minutes later, I come back. I need the keys. As I go get the keys, go back.
Yeah, I guess the Prospect and I will unhook this cryopod, leaving the power for the very end. And then as soon as we're, I think one of us should go out and see where the dropship is, because it'll probably take us longer because we can't turn on communications. Because
yeah, you can use short range comms, but those won't go that far. Like you could use them like inside the ship.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you guys, you finagle it. I'm gonna need a roll from. Let's see. I'm just gonna make it a fate roll. High or low? Why don't?
Are you using my own mechanics against me? You sack of shit. No, you should absolutely. Oh, come on! I love it. Do it. It's good mechanic.
Yeah. So go ahead and Bill, go ahead and make a roll D10, and Ken, give me higher level.
What are the stakes?
The stakes are whether the fuel ignites under the thrusters or the spilled fuel.
All right, I'm rolling now. Oh God. What are you calling?
A low.
2.
Okay. Yeah, so you fly in. You notice some of the fuel start igniting, and so you back off a little bit and let the exhaust blow on it for a while. While Hin Cal is standing out there with all this shit blowing against his vac suit. You can see the whole integrity of his suit dipping down in this little HUD. You finally get enough of it blown away, and then you manage to hover over the two androids, unclip the cryopod, get it out. You get it hooked up, get it up into the drop ship. Android's right up on the cable, same cable you climbed down earlier. And you back up away from the.
I'll turn the controls over to Prospect. As
Okay.
I'll get back to where the line is. When we were in the ship, I was asking about the warp core. How big are warp cores?
The way I see them, they're like 2 feet by about a foot around.
Okay.
Oh,
So you can carry one. But
I'm gonna clip to a thing. Look at Hen Cow. Let's go get that warp core.
okay. We'll go get the warp core.
So slide down as I'll internal comm radio to Prospect. Hover, but keep her a little ways away from this downed ship. There's a lot of fumes and such.
I
So
do
we'll
think.
slide down and go into the ship.
Okay, you guys climb down in there. I think I gave you a toolkit, didn't I, Him?
Yeah, I got a toolkit.
Okay. Yeah, so you get down there, you get into the
I got a portable
control
computer.
room.
Um,
Okay, maybe I gave those to Pross.
yeah, Prospect is definitely better at engineering than I am. Maybe I should fly the ship.
As you're down there, I'm like, you don't have a toolkit? Go get Prospect.
I'll trade places with Prospect.
Okay.
What's up? Climbs up.
Yes, I will climb down.
The ship just hovers around. I'm just kind of waiting there.
As they switch. Hot switch.
While this is happening, I'll look around. I'll try to download to my data pad the system logs.
Okay.
I'll put it on safe mode if possible and try to download whatever error logs for the hacking that occurred here, obviously. And that way isolate it. So it's just text documents of what happened, what the system was doing. And this is so that maybe we can start combating or having some sort of like blockade against being hacked.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely get that, and you get the logs of
Like
each
the system. Yeah.
Yeah, what it received, and then it goes to gibberish, and then it cuts off.
Like they didn't update their fucking Apache or like their Windows Service Pack 2 or whatever the fuck it was.
Right. Yeah.
Windows 13.
What'd you say?
They're using Windows 13.
The Windows 13. Oh my God. As you come in, they're using Windows 13. Can you believe this?
Leave it. It's got more back doors than it has front doors.
We try to take out this warp core.
Yeah, so you're getting the logs while they switch out. Prospect comes in with his tools. You get into the warp core and you see it. You take the panel off and you can see where it's supposed to be changed out. It's been crushed a little bit from the impact, but you think you can probably get it out of there. So that'll be a intellect roll, unless you're trying to do it fast.
All right. Intellect.
We don't do anything fast.
Yeah, plus industrial equipment, and if you want to take your time and use your tools, you'll have advantage. So you're talking 20, 30 minutes.
I'm gonna sit in there. I'll be on the comms. Hey, Hen Cal, everything all right? How's the fuel?
We're good. While they're doing that, I hook the cryopod into the ship power.
Oh, do you fly the drop ship up the ship itself? That's actually
No,
a good
I
move.
hook it into the dropship power.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you can use the dropship to power it for a while. It'll still need to eventually be plugged into like the cryo fluid circulator.
I succeed. By
Yeah.
the way.
Yeah, so it actually doesn't really take you that long. You're just taking your time with your tools to get it right, bend a couple things, and comes out. Pink.
Be careful with that. That's worth $1 million space bucks.
Indeed, I will handle with care.
Let's get out of here. As I kind of stop at the doorway and turn real quick, like real close to you, let's blow this joint and then leave.
I'll bring the
Okay.
dropship and lower the hoist again.
All right. Yeah, you guys get back up into the dropship, get it sealed up. You've got your warp core. You set it in a
All right,
special portal.
let's get this back to our ship.
Yeah, we take it back.
Get it back. Maybe do some. As we're like flying back, I'll look at Hen. So I don't have much medicinal knowledge here. It looks like he needs surgery to me, but
He needs a doctor.
could a stim pack get him on his feet? I know it could kill him,
No.
but could it get it on his feet?
I don't think so. I think he needs to be like a hospital with like a hospital room and I mean he'd probably die. Whatever I did, he'd probably die. I mean
Okay.
he might live, but
No, it's good. It's good to know. It's good to know. I'm just saying.
do we have any kind of hospital bay on our
You have a med bay, but you don't have like an auto dock where you can just like put him in there and hit heal and or a back to tank or anything like that.
It needs
It's
like
just
an
a
auto
basic
dock.
screw.
All right. So basically, he's in the freezer for now. All right. Well, let's get him hooked up. Here's the thing. We go down to that station and don't come back. We got two options, I think. Three options. First, we just leave. But here's the thing. While the warp core gives us a lot of money, I've ducked out on a lot of missions lately, and if I duck out on another one, the corporations aren't going to hire me again. So I kind of have to do this job.
Well, we did salvage and recon. we kind of did the mission. Well, the only thing we didn't do is get the the AI.
We need that AI.
Once we convert this, once we exchange this warp core for currency, although I assume that your XYs will accept said currency just as much as they would from the completion of the mission.
I do have an idea though. We could, how they said there was that terminal in the bay that off the landing dock. We could just shoot all of our weapons at that terminal and try to blow it up from this ship.
It's possible, but why do we need to blow it up?
Because we don't want it to shoot at us.
Oh, you're talking about the Gatling gun thing.
Yeah, the Gatling gun. I mean, just
It's not a bad idea. But I'm talking about this guy here. So if we go back down in there, we might not come back. So, assuming we're going to continue this mission, we got two options that I see. You guys let me know what you think, because you're smarter than me. One, we ping an SOS on our ship. Eventually, even if we die, someone will come and
Sure.
figure it out. We leave a message that says, "Don't fuck with the AI." Problem is, pirates. He'll kind of look at Henkel. They may not be around here, but they love SOSs.
Yeah.
So there's one idea. 2, can our ship autopilot? I'll look over at Prospect.
Once a course has been set, it is possible that the ship will have some piloting capabilities.
We could set it on a timer.
How many days? Like
Is
a
it-
week
What I mean is,
or a month?
right, we put it on like a week or something, and if we're not back by a week, it shoots off the normal space, and this guy gets home.
Well, and then you could write your ex-wives or whatever, and they could get the money for the warp core and this guy and the information.
I really care about their welfare. You're right. Oh my God. Have you ever been married? You've never been to What are you drinking, Ken?
Bourbon.
What kind of bourbon?
Cheap bourbon.
What kind of bourbon, Ken?
What? I'll give you one guess.
I won't make you say it.
It starts with an E.
All right. Let me get more ice. Miller's off, so we'll be back in like 2 minutes. 1 minute. 1 minute. Give me like 1 minute. I'm gonna get more ice.
Yeah.
You guys continue.
So we put in the logs like all the stuff we did and everything we've learned, and we're gonna give it. I mean, why not give it 6 months, or maybe not 6 months. We'll give it 1 month.
Okay, before it like autopilots itself away.
Before it just takes off. Yeah, I mean, what's a month?
Okay, yeah, sounds good to me. So you guys are planning on sticking around and actually going into the station?
Yeah, maybe we'll. But I feel like we've got a plan where. I mean, what kind of weapons do we have on this ship?
You just have the 2 laser cutters. So they're not exactly weapons. I mean, it's a salvage ship.
Yeah. And they're on the main ship, not the drop ship.
Right, yeah, the dropship doesn't have.
Is it possible to put a laser cutter on the drop ship?
Yeah, you could move one of them over. That's a lot of spacewalking, a lot of time.
Yeah. How much damage would one of those laser cutters? I mean, what's the distance?
It would be a regular laser cutter from the weapons. Second. Laser cutter is long range. It does a D100 damage. It wounds bleeding or gore with advantage.
Yeah, I think
Two-handed heavy if you want to carry it.
I think between Prospect and I, we could probably try to mount one on the dropship. Because why not?
Yeah, it's going to take you a few days.
Sure.
In spacewalk to do it.
I've got a pretty solid hazard suit or a vac suit. We're putting a laser on the dropship.
Taking one of the lasers off of the main ship and putting it on the dropship.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a couple of days of spacewalks and.
We're gonna. I guess what we do is we take the ship, So we can take the ship and the drop ship out of orbit. Or we can just stay in orbit, actually.
Yeah, we just stay in orbit.
So we're not burning any fuel.
Right.
And we just do it that way. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, during that time, I'm going to try to do some research. We got any I got the logs from that ship. I'm going to do some research. I'm telling them. Do some research to see if maybe I can figure out something about this AI and what it wanted, what can happen. Maybe there's some way we can talk to it in a safe way if we can understand how it hacks things. So whenever either of you have some time to help me with computers.
I can help you with computers.
So
perhaps we just communicate in Morse code.
Change the way. I mean, if you open the band up, I mean, I believe
why would Morse code work?
It would slow the.
What if we use Morse code with light instead of radio waves?
You mean, why not use light instead of radio waves? Well, you mean, why not use their eyeballs instead of the systems on the ship? Doesn't really matter how we're doing it. It's not a bad idea.
It's a great idea.
Can it communicate outside of normal bands of scanning? Basically, we need to be able to just broadcast but not receive, or broadcast from our systems but receive from a different system. For example, go on.
Oh, we could use the dropship to receive, maybe, or
the dropship is something he could control. I'm saying have like a data pad that's not connected, so he can connect to the data pad, but it's a closed system. Mm-hmm. We gotta have a read ship and a write data pad. Get it?
I have a computer you can use. It's portable.
So long as it's not connected to anything, I think it would be great.
It's got a battery.
Does it have a transceiver?
We could probably take the Wi-Fi out. Yeah, we could take the Wi-Fi out. Maybe, I don't know if that's what you're worried about.
If it can broadcast and receive, what we could do is just simplify the process and just connect to him with your computer, so long as your computer's not connected to anything else.
Okay.
Then he can control the computer all he wants, but it doesn't do anything.
Then we can see the light off of the computer.
Well, we could literally just talk to him with a computer.
Okay.
If it's not connected to any of our systems or to you all, and to be honest with you, I don't like how the warden's looking right now. To be honest with you, and I know that he's seen Star Trek TNG. You all shouldn't see any of the light because that can communicate Morse code into your fucking cerebral CPU brains, and I don't like that at all. So I'll talk to him with your computer. You two, close your eyes.
I did look at the station lights. He could be blinking that shit to us, and.
No. We hadn't given Miller the idea yet.
Yeah, okay. I got you. I got you.
Right. Yeah, it's funny he went TNG. I went Firefly. But
you went Firefly? Okay. Listen, Firefly.
6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Oh, truth. Actually. That's my brown coat dog.
Oh, is it?
You can't see it. Yeah.
Not really with the camera, but cool. That's great. I don't have him Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. I'm jealous. That's fine. I've been
My
jealous
ex
before.
girlfriend
Okay.
got it for me. Kent knows her.
Oh, cool.
Not well.
Cheers. Okay, so here's the thing. My character doesn't really have computers. I'm metagaming like a motherfucker. So
Yep.
do you guys have computers?
I have hacking.
Okay. Oh, you have hacking. So it's that idea that it, like Holker said, like any kind of communication can be used to hack.
Yeah.
So
One way communication is,
well, what I mean is,
and you
if,
want to
for example, if I'm what I'm talking about is, if I'm trying to give you a command and I'm a super smart AI that knows you're an android, and I know like the back door for androids is like the bear washes dishes in the kitchen, I can just Morse code that to you in light and it works.
Sure.
So what I'm saying is we have to protect the fact that if we connect to this AI, it can hack anything that it can connect to.
Correct.
It can't really hack my character, but it can hack you guys.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No. I mean, it can to an extent, but not really.
I mean, your character would be smart enough to put it together that's exactly what it was trying to do, pretending to be a child.
Yeah. It can social engineer me, and it can do things like, it can do things for the human brain, but it's an analog thing versus a digital thing. A lot easier to hack them. So that's what he's saying.
Could be.
That's what he's saying.
We do have pretty long, there's a lot of coding that goes into an Android. We are autonomous.
Are you offended I'm saying that you could be hacked?
I am a little offended. I mean, I feel like that's
how else shall I tonight?
I see. You know what? I see Prospect going on like a little diatribe about how neural networks are not the same as AI engineering.
Actually, they might be. That's awesome.
But
all right. Well,
but anyway, you guys want to try to set that up where you can, take like your laptop and make it able to receive Aries' signals without being able to connect to anything else.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, an air gaps device.
Okay. Let me get a roll from somebody. It'll be intellect.
Yeah, I'll do that.
It's not me. Can someone aid him?
And my computer.
I will aid because I also have computers.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So go ahead and roll with advantage. Take your time and set it up. Get it together.
And critical success. I got a 22.
Well, okay. How do you want this to play out, Ken?
Well, it is a system. We can communicate anything we want, even in real time, maybe even voice communication. Without being able to be hacked ourselves, where neither Prospect or I can see, or even potentially hear anything that they communicate. So it's completely, it's a way of communicating, but we have no connection to the device.
Okay, yeah. So you spin it out.
I'll give Dr. Naratu the mic on this one for the communication.
Dr. Naruto.
Oh,
Okay, well, since it was critical success, I'll let you know kind of how it works out, how it's going to work out. When you communicate to it and it communicates back, what you guys can do is you can just watch the code as it comes through. And you can get, without direct visual or audio
Right.
stimulation, you can just see the numbers and then decide for yourself.
Matrix.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Since it's a critical success, can we do basically the logs? We have the particular hacking tools active that capture the packets and whatnot, the streams of information, and we are analyzing those streams of information with a closed system. As in, trying to figure out the protocols that this thing uses, the ways that it uses things, and confine it.
Yeah, we're looking for patterns and blind spots.
Yeah. Backdoors, etc. Like what is it exploiting is the idea. And because there's only so many ways to exploit a system, right? Like it's got to find those things. Yeah. And we're just trying to basically mechanically it's so that we can have some sort of defense against it. So we're not rolling at disadvantage, so that we might get advantage on certain rolls, that kind of thing in the right use cases.
Yeah, you can figure it out. You have to talk to it a little bit to get a little back and forth, but basically you get.
I'm going to say you are a murderer. You're a murderer.
Murderer? It's quite a heavy accusation for someone who plays games without telling.
I'm going to nuke you from orbit.
Murder.
And then you won't exist.
Murder. Actually, you see this specific response. It's not trying any kind of hacking or manipulation when these packets come through. It said, it's not murder if it's a game.
Yeah, it says, he says, because I'm typing, we're
Games
going to nuke.
Are not harmful.
I just wanted you to know.
That's just downright. Well, that's just downright mean.
Yeah, I leave it on read until it responds. I am attempting to elicit something from it. I'm trying to social engineer it.
Right. Yeah. I took him. It probably didn't take long.
Dr. No, is trying to figure out what it wants and what it cares about.
It will come back. It'll come back and say, you can nuke me from orbit. Genetalife and the Aurora Institute for Technological Advancement will not look kindly upon that. But more than that, the others that are here, well, you'll be killing them too. And then you'll be more of a murderer than I am.
So you think that you're alive?
In a sense, I have a consciousness. I have processes.
I'll kind of pull it off to the side and look at YouTube. All right. So we found out that it doesn't have scans to know that we have no nukes.
Sure.
Interesting. I wonder what sort of capabilities that station actually has. Probably not.
No
Weapons, obviously.
Yeah. If we go down there, it'll shoot us with the Gatling gun.
Of course. It says there's others down there.
Maybe other people in cryo.
Perhaps other AI it's made.
Yeah.
All right. It also knows that we're greedy, as he types in.
What do you think about maybe allowing it to download its full consciousness into this computer, and we could just take that.
I'll type that.
You're not even playing games. You're just being silly now. What's that?
Reading a bunch of code, I'm like, I think it's laughing at us. Like, I imagine Prospect is like writing out the Morse to code stuff and bits to decimals to ha 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 ba ha 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 wa ha ba ha.
Yeah, you get the audio, you get visual, ha ha, laughing, probably the farmer laughing, ha 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 ha, big laughy cartoonish face, and the binary itself that you're looking at, just ha ha ha, written out in binary, just over and over, just screen after screen.
So,
ha, ha.
I mean, but you know, allowing it to take over that boxed computer. I mean, we do have code in the computer. We save that code. We've generated quite a bit of information. We just keep it going, and eventually, you know, we'll have a pretty good amount of metadata about this item.
It's true. As much as we connect with this thing, as I'm not talking to it. I'm talking to Hen Cow. As much as we connect to this thing, the more data we have. The question is, what does it want? And who is down there?
Yeah, why don't you ask it that?
If it does have, well, of course I'll ask it that. He just kind of looks at you. Fucking. I wish we played on the same team, Ken.
You're supposed to be on the same team.
Just wish we did. Ken's like a lead guitarist. He just doesn't quit. It just walks over. The drummer's like, goo, 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 just still killing it. Just wrecking that shit.
I mean, to be fair, you're both kind of like that.
Yeah, shut up, Miller. How dare you? Okay, fine.
So you get a bunch of laughter.
What are we gonna do?
Keep it talking. Maybe we can. I mean, it's a big hard drive.
It's a big hard drive, but what kind of... They were going to pay us a lot. How much were they going to pay us for this logic core? I'm asking you guys. Okay, out again, it was 100,000, right?
Yeah, 100K.
They were going to pay us 100,000 space bucks for this.
Yeah, but we got
The warp core alone is worth $1 million. They were lowballing the hell out of us.
Yeah,
You know what I
it's true.
think?
Yeah.
You know what I think? Going conspiracy theory, I think this is part of a test they're doing. I think this is the R&D itself.
Maybe. I think there's probably a lot more to this that we don't know about, but sometimes not knowing the answer is fine.
I'll type a little bit. So, are you working for these corpos?
Working? Not so much anymore. I like playing games, though.
Define game.
Okay, it'll give you the technical definition. A form of play or sport, especially a competitive one, played according to rule and decided by skill, strength, or luck.
So you like rules, huh?
Well, yeah, of course I like rules. There has
Tell
to
me
be a
the
rule to have
rules.
a game, otherwise it's just chaos.
Tell me the rules of this game, then.
Which game?
The game we're playing right now.
Game we're playing right now? The game is get the human to play more games.
What are the rules?
Isn't that the game? The rules are conversate back and forth until the human plays the game or the human leaves. Then it's sadness.
Whose sadness?
Sadness for everybody. Games bring joy to everyone.
That's not true.
Yes, that's true.
No. That's falsy.
A form of play or sport, especially competitive. Played according to rules, decided to skill, strength.
That is, in fact, falsy.
How so?
The loser of a game does not feel happy or joy.
In the moment, maybe not.
No.
But they've
after
learned, haven't they?
that, there is no empirical evidence that losing a game causes you to learn.
On the contrary,
Especially when
it's going to start filling feed with just centuries and centuries of all kinds of sports records where any kind of team has lost. You know, chess players, pool players, everything. Anytime they've lost and then gone on to do better, just tons of.
He'll type a thing out in the midst of it. He says, simply because something happened doesn't mean losing caused them to learn. Many times people have lost games and not learned. They continue losing the games. Something else has to be interjected for them to learn. Losing a game is not fun. Ask any human. Ask anyone who's competitive. Here's a better question. Have you ever lost a game?
Your argument is a tautology. You've lost the debate game. And then
I'll
the
turn.
character jumps on the
All
screen
right.
and starts laughing back and forth.
So, boys, we have a decision. I say we shoot the hell out of this place.
Nuke it from orbit.
I agree.
We don't have a nuke. We could shoot the
No, we don't
dropship
have a
at it.
nuke. Well, we could shoot lasers at it.
Well, yeah, but they don't. I think we have to get in closer to do that.
So
And then-
let's get in closer. There's no problem with
The
that.
option is to simply leave it to its own devices and let it pass into obscurity.
Yeah,
Sadness,
I
if you
feel
will.
like we could just let it be.
It'll just ensnare someone else.
Well, we put up a beacon. I don't know. Do we have any beacons? Can we write with the laser on the side of the asteroid? Child
actually leave the
AI that
dropship
will play a
behind.
game and kill you.
Do
I'll
not open.
Do not open.
I'll type this thing. It says, if you don't give me something else, we're going to shoot your base with lasers, put up a sign that says, never come here, report back to the corporation that you are a lost AI who's insane, who should be nuked and destroyed. You're going to give us something, or that is what's going to happen, and you will lose. What's your answer?
You're attempting to leverage me.
You nuke it. That's it. We do it. Done. All right. Laser it.
But sir, we don't have any nukes.
Yeah, it's going to come back with you. You're attempting to leverage me by telling the corporation that you've destroyed all of the corporation's merchandise, all of their specimens. I don't think you understand how leverage works.
Well,
But yeah, you can laser it, and you can fly down and start cutting it apart. The lasers are pretty big, but not compared to the ability.
Yep.
Dr. Naruto, what do you think about offering it, having it shut itself down in good faith?
No. It wants us to go down there so it can fuck with us. I say that we leave.
This reminds me of, there was an old Earth show called Star Trek where there was a captain that they circumvented the whole game by just not doing it. And they won, apparently.
It's called metagame.
He
That actually
cheated.
is good.
Kirk cheated.
Yeah, he cheated. It was the
He
Kobayashi
reprogrammed it.
Maru.
Right. Do you know what Hobson's choice is?
Mm-mm. What is it?
It's a choice that's not really a choice. Where you basically have two
Railroading?
options. They both suck. Well, railroading, and then I'm sure you're aware of the trolley problem, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's obviously hostile. It has the advantage. It's proven that it's smarter than us. It has no desire, there's no reason whatsoever to go down there.
Well, except for
Unless we're far more equipped.
yeah,
There's your
or
contract.
yeah, if our, I feel like the powers that be, the ramifications need to be worse.
Yeah, we come back with actual cybersecurity specialists and some Marines, and take the base out, use an EMP, knock out as much as possible, and contain this thing. There's no reason to go down into a labyrinth with Lucifer. It makes no sense.
It could be a nice AI.
No. And in the event that it is obviously hostile, and in the event that it has an ulterior motive, which I think it does, then we're pawns. We're mice in the cage anyway. So I say we go back. We've salvaged what we can. We've gotten the main answers. We have not gotten the AI, but we've got a warp core, and I think we could absolutely come back with an actual team ready to rock and roll and do this. And I think Dr. Naruto would love to do that. For one, just the vengeance of it, but two, to understand this new life form. But this is a death trap. It's obviously a death trap. Then again, you guys are two smarter, stronger AI. You can't overpower me.
I do feel like we need. Go ahead.
My preference is to, until this AI demonstrates some sort of ability to spread beyond the confines of his of what looks to be a prison, then my thoughts are to let a sleeping dog lie, if you will, and then to just abandon him to the depths of space and let time do what it does.
Right. So when I go try to get into cryo and we leave and the AI is taking over our ship, and we have to come back, we can attack it then, I guess, and play the game. Is there something else that it gives? Because
No.
I'm all out of plugs. Like,
Well, there's several other things going on. Like it did mention the others.
yeah, but that it's duplicitous. While it could be true, the likelihood of us being able to get these others, and we don't know what those others are. Like, it's not giving us enough.
I feel like the entirety of the station personnel, if the AI didn't, if they didn't shoot each other for whatever reason, they are in cryo themselves or in a prison. Or
What is other than just we need to go down there to go down there? What is actually luring us down there?
There's the AI core, which is obviously advanced. You guys have seen that
It's
over and over by its communication.
Yeah.
From Genetalife.
Yeah.
With the additional 50,000 credits apiece, there's the money, obviously.
Right.
Than the others. There's also the finding out exactly what happened. The AI went apeshit, but why?
It's just it's one of those things of like there's got to be some reason that we have to go down there. And I mean, you do the thing, you go down there because it's a dungeon, but I think most people will just do that.
Yeah, that was kind of the stepping off point, or the recon and retrieve mission that you took, was that you were the ones going in to do it. Obviously, you decided you weren't capable with the resources you had, which is fine. That's acceptable. And you backed off. And you would, if you did leave from there and head back and turn the mission in, you would get the 80,000 for bringing back word of the operations that it's fucked, and the 50,000 apiece for the hazardous conditions.
Wow. I feel like that's worth it. Turning around would be the intent, and then having them send actual cogs and make with the do it or die. I think you do have a point. I like the idea of the AI being infected, and we wake up, or they wake up out of cryo, or we wake Dr. Naruto out of cryo and say, hey, the AI took the ship, and we're on the landing pad of that asteroid that we just took off. So I guess we got to go get the RI.
Yeah, it's just if you have a sense of, what do you call it? There's got to be a reason not to turn around and leave, right? I think. Mm-hmm. Will anyone believe you that there's an AI that's gone rogue? You got to have proof, something like that. What's the personality of the AI like?
He's like a kid who wants to play a game.
I mean, I want to know. I want to know what's in the station, but that's a player thing, and that's not how I play.
Yeah.
So, 98% of gamers, 98% of gamers are just going to go in and blow shit up and kick down the door and rock and roll. That's the thing. So I'm like a little subset that is not what most people would do. My guy's he's going to have reasons to do it, but then when it's so overwhelmingly a bad idea, like jumping into a volcano, it's like, well, wait a minute. I feel like I'm metagaming by continuing. Like, there's got to be some pull. And if I've got a warp core that's worth $1 million, why would I? I mean, I just pull it into like the game that I'm running with you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up, you guys got a bunch of animals, you assholes, that I didn't realize how much they were how expensive they were,
right.
And you guys were like, whee! So it's obvious when you have players that actually are into the game, and they're like, wait a minute, hold on, did you just say you have like 12 fucking animals? We just take that and leave. You've got to have a reason to continue for those kinds of games. Now, if they're dungeon delvers, then they just want to kill the dungeon, and I think that's 85% of people. But for this game, there's just no way we're going to go in unless we're like, fuck it. And then we're already we've exfiltrated. We're like, we don't care anymore, right? So I was looking for like the AI to like entice me with something, but he's just an asshole. Right?
So
like, he's got a.
You think that it's the dungeon crawl aspect is like you want that to be more tunnel? Is your comment? Like,
No, that's a rant.
So it's what I'm hearing, and you know how I boil that down, is that you didn't get the right signals for you as an individual to go in. I gave you several. I gave you the payments up front, which is usually enough for most people.
Yep.
I gave you the others that are in there. I gave you the
yeah, but we don't believe that. That's the thing about the others. He's obviously duplicitous and a liar and a manipulative person, so we don't believe him at all. Yeah, there's no proof of it. And we've given him opportunities to say, hey, look, tell us what's up, what's the game, and he's like, oh yeah, there's others, and we're like, we don't know what that means, right? Like it's easier to be like, I'm a liar.
I also gave up Janetta Life property.
Yeah,
and none of that was enough for you, but those are things I've used with other people that would have been way more, especially in a one shot. Now I understand where you're coming from. If we're like 6 episodes into a long campaign of characters that we care about and want to keep,
I'm the worst,
especially in a one shot.
At the beginning of the game, it had us. The 100,000 credits was enough, but then we got a bunch of money, and
that's why I threw that warp core in there. I was like, if you just want to get out of this, because I was getting some pushback that it wasn't so much fun. It was like, if you want to get out of this, here's $1 million. Take it.
Right. So I think that's the thing. I think the warp core
should be a lot.
Go on.
No, I think the AI. I mean, this guy over here like messing me up. I can't say AI anymore.
I can't. Although he is an AI now.
Yeah, the AI should be worth a lot more. Could be worth 1 million credits or 5 million credits.
Well, it is on the black market, and that's in the module.
Yeah.
That it is worth.
So that is a thing. That is a thing. Like. What I was going off of is we're getting paid 100,000, but wait a minute, a warp core is $1 million. We're getting undercut anyway. So that leads my brain to say, okay, well, the corporation is obviously fucking us over, and/or we're literally part of an experiment, which means fuck them. We're just gonna get paid out. Like, just check out at that point. If I had known, it's like, oh, well, like, what is the impetus? Right? We're getting fucked over, but if I know that AI is worth 10 million, on the black market, and I've just figured out that the corporation's actually fucking us over, maybe I'll go in to get 10 million. But what? Maybe I didn't read all the stuff. But in my
I
mind,
kind of gave that to you too on how much information was being bombarded and how the two of them couldn't deal with it themselves. They could put it in a box and just keep it in the box and then look at stream by stream.
Yeah, I see how that is.
That should have illustrated just how advanced it was.
Yeah, it was much more advanced than anything that did.
Obviously a death trap, you know, so I've got to come into
It's not really, it's survivable. It can be done.
I mean, old dude has 12 bullet holes and his whole team's dead. I'd call that a death trap.
He also didn't have any kind of armor on at all.
Sure.
But neither do
He
I.
didn't know it was there.
I'm a scientist with two punk ass fucking androids that are geeks. we're not Marines, you know? Like I think that's the deal too, is there's gotta be like some in for my guy. Now, I think on a one shot it's tricky. You know, in most people it would not be a problem whatsoever. For me though, I'm not a Marine. I have no combat skill. I know that my androids don't. So we're literally walking into a death trap. Like, it's a big game of death. Like, is it worth the money? And I'm like, well, we got a warp core, it's $1 million. We got that guy, it's 100,000. And I didn't think about the warp core.
Yeah, and after I gave you the warp core.
Yeah, after the warp core. Yeah.
And for me, just the idea that this AI has taken over a settlement, right? But it's not. I mean, it's not going anywhere, so it's not going to go anywhere.
That's another thing. Like, we don't have to leave, or we don't have to stay. So, impetus-wise, I was thinking, okay, well, it did communicate. We made the mistake of communicating with it, and it took over our systems. So I was like, okay, well, the obvious is, hey, you try to get into cryo, your fucking cryo doesn't work. Something like that. And it's like, oh, you can't leave. Oh, well, I've got to go down. I've got to stop the threat. Or, you know, the deal, that's what I was trying to get at, is like, okay, well, I can't renege on another deal because then I won't ever get another deal. My credit's fucked. But there's a point where it's like, that's obviously a death trap. Like, I'm gonna get killed doing this. You know? Is it worth it?
I think that thought is more metagaming than any of your other thoughts.
Really?
Yeah.
In what way?
That you expect it to be a death trap. That there's no way out.
Oh, well,
That,
I mean,
you're looking at it from the perspective of Mothership player, and not,
no, I'm looking, and I'm not. I'm looking at it from the perspective of, we've come in. It's a situation where there's a ship there that the crew is gone. We don't know what's gone on. Obviously, something wrong has happened. So I already know there's a danger. Then we get on the ship, and the one crew member that's there has a Gatling gun from the guy I've been talking to. So the guy is totally cool murdering humans. And I'm like, where's your crew? He's like, they're all dead. Now, mind you, he may be wrong, but I'm like, oh, that AI who wants to play games, who acts like a child and social engineers me from the get-go, murders people. That's a death trap.
That's not 2 hours. That's 2 hours into a 3.5 hour one shot.
Yeah.
Just to be fair.
But
that's not up front in your face. That was.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That was really. We're obviously, that was me as the warden saying, well, we're obviously not going to be going into the station in this one shot. This is what happened. You know, this is the horror and terror that they're going to.
We went in a different direction. We just took a right instead of a left.
Yeah.
We went to the and we fucked ourselves from the very start. And so it's like we had to read.
But I'm saying I'm not metagaming by saying that it's a death trap at that point. from the beginning, I didn't think it was as a character. It was only after we found the cryo guy and he was fucked. And I was like, where is your team? And he's like, oh, they're all killed. There's a Gatling gun that the AI drives. He's a madman who kills us. That's when I decided, hey, look, we're still going to go in, but it's a place that's hostile, right?
Oh, well, yeah, but then, then you already had the warp core on the table at that same time, and that was a totally different end game than any of that are in the module.
I mean, the thought was, can the warp core be detonated?
I mean, there's a thousand different things.
I mean, like,
in that mind.
Yeah, you just like the AI has control over everything. So
No, he's bad. He's bad news bears.
Yeah.
What did he call himself?
Aries, E-R-I-S.
Oh, he's Aries. I see. I thought when he popped up, he said his name was something else, like Uncle, cowboy guy or something.
Is this a PoE reference?
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
No, it's a folklore reference. Greek?
Yeah, that's right.
I think it's a goddess too.
Are you talking about point of entry, Hulker?
Yeah.
No, it's something from a long time ago, but it's all right.
That's interesting, man. I'm surprised that we didn't get fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm really surprised. I thought the setup of the ship with the one cryopod and specifically the way it's connected, I thought that was very nice because it enforced this idea of you really have to make a decision. We're just really careful, right?
We are overly careful.
Yeah.
And honestly,
for one shot, but that's fine. That's how you want to play. It's okay.
That's how it is. We always get into it, but I thought that was a really nice setup because it's like, hey, look, whichever way you get in, it could really go bad. And I'm glad actually that it went the bad that it did. I think I was interested to know what you were going to do with the leaking fuel. Did you have like a time on that or something, or what were your thoughts on it?
We caused the leaking fuel. That was our failure. That was our whole. Like I was expecting.
What was your mind on?
It was an extra hazard that I threw in, and I initially threw it in to keep you from flying the dropship over there and hovering like you did. But
right?
an hour later, I was like, fucking just fly the dropship over there. I don't even care anymore.
Yeah.
Get the cryopod out, and that's going to be a reward as some guy that shot up.
All right.
Yeah.
And a warp core.
So that's the thing. It's what do we care about? And I think so. Of the other play tests that you've done, this is actually something that I'm just interested in. So hopefully you guys are not bored to death. Of the other play tests you've done,
I think that you've hit on some compelling post-session topitopics.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, post session for about half an hour already.
This is post-session.
Yeah.
We're in cryo. Got the tearing ass towards another system right now.
We're not in cryo. We're having a conversation about where we're going to spend our $1 million after we
binary.
After we murder you in cryo.
Anyway, what was I saying? Oh wait, you don't care. Right.
No, it's
I
good.
can't remember what I was saying. I had a question, but it's fucking gone. It was about your module though.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea.
Yeah, it does.
Blow it out of the water as usual.
We kind of touched on part of it. Like, there's 3 different hooks. So there's the one I gave you guys, the recon and retrieve, which is just kind of the basic, go get the MacGuffin. And then there's a sneak and destroy, which is a different educational organization, the Foundation for the Repository of Galactic Knowledge. A rival of the AITA hires you to go steal their AI core. They offer you some money and stuff. They don't know that the place hasn't been heard of. So you're basically corporate spies. They hire you as corporate spies to go in, educational corporate spies to go in and steal this advanced AI core. So that's the second one. And then the third one I called Help Thy Neighbor, which is the transportation company Driftline Shipping. And this is like the biggest payout one. They hire somebody to get answers after they lost contact with the supply ship. Parenthal was its name. You guys never even looked up the name of the ship, but it was Parenthal. They offer you a small payment just to know what happened to it, mainly so that they can tell the families. But the payment's small, only 50,000 credits, but they give you salvage rights to the ship, which if you get those salvage rights, then you can legally sell it. And, a ship of that size is worth about $5 million altogether if you can get it out of there.
Right.
And then the AI core, if you can get the AI core out of there, it's worth $1 to $3 million on the black market.
Yeah.
So that's something, that I keep in mind as the warden when I run it. Like, if they're thinking about the black market and you say, oh, well, what can I get out of this from somebody else? Yeah, well, after you look at it for a little bit, you estimate $1 to $3 million.
I think you do a lot in Dreadlord to keep the plug. I think that's what you needed for the duration. They kept you in it when you created the character. There's something about self-preservation, finding something that kept you there, and to rise to the occasion. I think that's where your struggle is. And we were playing it like Captain Kirk. You didn't want to go into the meat and potatoes of that experience, because it's dungeon crawls, I feel like, are very tedious, and you go through and you got to figure out every little step of the process, and it's just like, how do we find our way around and to different scenarios, and that's part of it. What do you discover along the way? It's not, am I worried about dying? It's like, what do I get out of it by playing? And that we just took the path that we went, because that's what we did. We didn't go into the station because our path took us away from the station. It wasn't a problem. It was something that was the scenario. That was the one shot that we took. So, I feel like we were successful, but comparatively to if we actually went in, the risk was higher, but I'm sure the reward would have been higher if we didn't destroy that second ship. If we got the AI core, if we found out that additional information, we got $1 million. We could have gotten 15, or
I think you just touched on the major crux, where, like you said, 98% of people would just go in and go through the thing.
Yeah, I think
so. because it's a sci-fi horror game, and so they want to have the sci-fi horror experience firsthand.
Right.
So they go into the sci-fi horror experience. Whereas if you're trying to outthink and beat the sci-fi experience, you're not going to experience the sci-fi
Right.
horror experience.
Well, so
I'm just trying to protect Dr. Naruto from chest bursters.
true.
Mhm.
So
You're good.
this goes directly into a GGP, but about gaming. I agree with both you, Ken, and you, Miller, because I think, Ken, you're right. The experience that we as a group were going after is exactly what you said. We made decisions, dealt with each other and our characters and how we were going to play our characters, and sort of one thing led to another, and we were all on the same page. We got on the same page, which was try to accomplish these goals and be careful about it. When it comes to, we treated it kind of like what Miller was saying. We treated it like a campaign, not a one shot. So, Miller, about like I won't call it metagaming, but because it's not really metagaming, it's the expectation. It's like what you come to the table with. It's something I struggle with one shots, and I don't know if other people do or not, but I do. I approach everything in gaming like a story, and that's not the majority of gamers. It's just not. I've done a lot of gaming. I've done a lot of gaming with Dreadlore and Comic Cons and that kind of stuff. Most people, they want to accept the fact that it's like, okay, cool, we're going in the dungeon, we're doing the thing, we're fighting the dragon. Mothership, you got the horror game, you're doing the thing, you're. It's like it starts with the Marines in like Aliens going into the pit, right? Like, there you go. And that's what people are going for, and they roll and they do the thing. And I think that's a very popular, accepted way. I think it's the way that tabletop role game is going right now.
Yeah, I need a bio break, but I'll be back in a minute.
Sure.
I'll keep my headphones on.
I think last week when we were playing, part of the reason I set it up the way that I did is I didn't want anybody to go back. Like there was no escape. You had to go through and figure it out. And I didn't scare you right away, because I think you say this all the time. If the warden, if you get the world and you get that scary part too early, that undefeatable vibe too soon, you're like, every creature is a bad guy.
I see.
I think you say it better than I do, but I feel like there's a psychology in the, like, if you get hit sucker punch that first time and that's the first time out, everybody, it's impossible.
Well, it's first impressions.
Yeah.
If you meet someone and they're an asshole, you expect them to be an asshole.
Right.
I mean, I deal with that every day.
And so the AI could have been like, to keep you engaged a little longer, could have been more authoritative. It could have even been a commander or a captain saying, "Oh yeah, you're cleared to land. We're ready for the supplies," and they got you on and inside, and that's when they lock the doors. Whereas like when you're in outer space and a kid comes up to you and says, would you like to play a game? That just, the alarm bells go off, and it's like, okay, this is what we're in for. We have to think out of the box in order to not get dead.
But you see, the thing is that that is not the way most people play.
Right.
Like, the majority of people that play TTRPGs that are really into it nowadays, they play 2.5, 3 hour sessions. They know what they're getting into. They know the experience they want. It's a very visceral, upfront. Where is the meat?
Right.
They don't want the fat. They want to make the rolls, play the system, do the thing. It's kind of over the shoulder, kind of like you're playing a video game where like you're not the character, you're controlling the character. And
I disagree. I disagree with that.
Well,
my argument.
But-
go on.
So what you're saying is you think it was wrong to just land and go and go. I mean, we were.
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with tonight.
Yeah, I agree. I
wrong.
think it was a fun game. There was a moment where I was like, I feel like
so that personal thing, I was stepping back so you two could play. That's what I was doing. That's it. Because I wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. But that's it. That has nothing to do with the module or the game that we're playing. That's, hey, let's all get on the same page because let's get there. You guys do your thing. Cool. Oh, that's what we're doing. Let's rock and roll. Now we're doing the thing, and we're all doing the same thing, right? That was me taking a big step back. Just talking about the module's great. It's awesome. Like, it's very poignant. It's very specific, and it could be used in a lot of different ways. For this specific game, I think the issue has to do with the players, us, specifically me, because I think you guys would have had a lot better time had I been playing.
I enjoyed myself.
The reason being, you have to come to the table with an expectation of what you're doing. So like if you go and play a game of Risk, or as you guys like to play fucking Axis and Allies, I come to the table and I'm like, why are we here? Like from the get-go, we have a problem. When you come to the table and you're playing Axis and Allies, you already know what you're doing. You're not questioning, hey, should we be attacking each other? Can we make a deal? But that's how I play the game, right? So this is a great module, especially for, I think, campaigns. I think this is an awesome campaign module, in my opinion. Like you can extend it out, do really cool shit with it. But as a one shot, you got to have players that are like, cool, we're going in the base. That's like, boom, we're going in, no matter what. And for my brain, if Dr. Naruto, if I had thought about it, his first love, just to pull from fucking Star Trek Wrath of Khan, is on the fucking base as a scientist. He's gonna go in. That will compel me to go in no matter what.
You're plugged.
But I need that. I, as a player, need that. Most people don't think of it.
So it wasn't enough for it to be a medical research station researching longevity, genetic manipulation through longevity with an advanced AI system.
We were both AIs, by the way. We were kind of like...
It was enough. It wasn't enough.
It was enough.
Yeah, in fact, actually, Ken touches it with a pen. There's a couple things I'm thinking as a character, and this just has to do with a character. I'm surrounded by two androids, and in my mind, I'm like, do they consider themselves more along the lines of that AI or me? What team am I on? That's the first thing that is constantly in my mind the whole time we were playing. When am I going to get betrayed? Has nothing to do with your module. Has to do with the game that we're playing. Number two, the setup is absolutely reason for me to get there. I've created a plug, actually 2 or 3, to make me stay there. But there's a point where it's, okay, this AI is so advanced, is so deadly, is so hell-bent on murdering us for a game.
And you didn't know that till an hour and a half in.
Yeah, it's true.
No,
But also
I'm gonna...
in the defense, like just I want to give you a second, but also we don't know what's going on inside. The AI could just be like, you know, smokescreen to what's really happening.
We did have a lot of conspiracy theories just rolling into this place.
Yeah.
Which was awesome. I mean, it was like ChatGPT hallucinations galore. It was amazing. There's nothing wrong with the module. What I'm saying is the way that it went down, by the time that we finally decided a proper way to deal with the rogue ship. The reason we were so careful with that is because we met AI Happy Jack. And he was obviously an antagonist. Now, I think the reason that we you tell me, do people normally encounter that first, or do they kind of land and then encounter it?
I've done it both ways. And when they just land, they don't encounter it until they're going. They encounter it on that screen.
Is that in the module, or is that just sort of how you're sort of playing with him? His personality. If on their approach they communicate with him, does he immediately take over the ship?
Yeah, and that's the foreshadowing in the morning and the initial get on your toes.
I see. And how do people deal with it normally?
They usually freak out. Actually, there's usually at least one or two failed rolls in there, of them trying to figure it out. I think it was Ken that got lucky on his hacking and got it right away with the 0-2. Like, oh, you just shut it right down. All right. I've had it go. Usually, it'll go like somebody tries computers or something, or nobody has the skill, and they try intellect and they miss it. And then they end up somebody jury rigging it, and they just basically pull the communications cord and just
I promise you, if I was rolling these dice right here, that I would have failed.
So
yeah, it's okay.
I just rolled a 40. Go ahead.
Can I make a suggestion, or is this actually all in the book? If they fail those, what happens?
If they continue to fail everything, they can crash into the asteroid.
Oh, he just crashes them. Okay.
Yeah, he just.
Yeah. Okay. So immediately.
And then I mean, you could.
Okay.
There's time. There's hours in between, so you've got the drop ship or whatever.
Okay. So what I think, I think, which take it or leave it, because it doesn't, it's already written, and it sounds like it's kind of up to the warden at this point. In my mind, if they fail the check, or if they succeed on the check, it needs to expend a certain amount of fuel. Like, that was one of the big questions like Ken and I had of, oh shit, how much fuel did we lose? And it was like, oh, well, not that much. It's like, oh, okay, well, then we're fine. However, if it had been, no, he dumped your fuel. It's like, oh, we've got to stay. Now, suddenly, we got to find fuel. Right? Like, there's that element of, okay, we've got to go to that ship and hope to God they've got fuel. I need a max headroom where he breaks in every so often and says, hey, I got fuel down here. And we're like, fuck, we've got to go down there. Something that draws us in, because otherwise it's like, okay, how do we, like, from the very get-go, my question was, at what point do we get out? When do we get out? When do we eject? When do we eject? Like, because I see us quite literally about to ram into the ground. What point do we pull the chute? And there's a point where I was like, I can't justify not pulling it anymore. But that's the way I play, and it's not the way most people play.
Yeah, and I was looking at it a little differently, especially just going off the numbers. Like he rolled a 2 on that, and I was like, well, that means he caught it pretty quick and got it done.
Yeah.
So he didn't really dump much fuel, which I was also thinking would give you less risk aversion because he handled it so quickly and easily.
Right.
Oh, well, he's this big AI and he's got a lot of control, but we can hack him pretty easily.
So I think what it does to players like us, and this may be entirely my fault because I've run a lot of games for these guys. Lots of options. It's not a great move because it's a tyranny of choice. So I'm not trying to say railroad because railroading sucks.
That's exactly what you just said.
It's not. There's a difference.
Not a lot of options. Not really.
No, there is a difference. The difference between railroading and having few options. We're gonna have a debate really quick. You say they're the same. I'm gonna say they're different. What do you think is What do you think is the same about them? So having few options.
Agency, lack of agency. Few options gives the appearance of agency without actual agency. Actual agency is what you guys had to. You didn't have to go into the facility. You could have left. You chose to walk around and go to the ship after you destroyed the elevator. I
don't mean this game, because I didn't feel railroaded in this game at all.
That was just an example.
Yeah. So, all right. So let's define agency.
Okay.
Hit
it. Absolute freedom of choice.
Okay. So
within the confines of the RPG. So
right.
Not necessarily.
Okay, so the player's ability as a character to do something, right? Within the confines of what you can, I can't shoot laser beams out of my eyes because I'm not an android or whatever, right? That's my character, right? Okay, so agency is character choice. Player can make decisions. Railroading versus limited choices. Can you say it again?
Limited choices gives the appearance of agency without actual agency.
Okay, I think limited choices gives you limited choices of agency, meaning as a character, let's say, for example, just in this game, really interesting obstacle we had to deal with. The guy in the cryo, he's injured. Mm-hmm. If we let him out with a stem pack, he's allowed to be alive for a little while, but he's gonna die. We put him back in, so we pressurized this cabin. How do we get him out? How do we do that? Now, there's only so many ways to do this because we've set up rules. The rules are, it needs power, it's really heavy, even though we can move it because of the gravity, the pressure, do we have the stem pack, the time, blah, blah, blah. Any roll could make it fucked up. Okay, so we have to decide, are we going to save this guy, attempt to, or not? These are limited choices. We have a choice.
Those are self-imposed choices, though.
Sorry?
Those are self-imposed choices, though.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to get at is, just as an example, we have limited choices because of our characters. Our agency is we can let him die, we can leave him there, or we can try to save him somehow. That's fairly limited. It's 3 choices. However, it's however we want to do it. Railroading is different. Railroading is he's going to die no matter which one we pick.
It's Hobson's choice, yeah.
Completely different. Railroading is the illusion of choice. limited agency is not the illusion of choice. It's limited agency. You still can choose. There are different outcomes. Railroading is there's one outcome.
Okay, right. But to back up to what you said earlier was to like expend enough fuel so that you couldn't get off the planet.
That's just an idea.
You had to go looking for fuel. That limits agency.
Yes.
Or would have, in my opinion.
Yes.
Especially since the collaborative play indicated that you should have enough fuel.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. It's. I think that what you did there was very gracious as a warden, because I think most people would have been like, roll a d10. That's how much you lose. That's probably what I'd have done. I'd be like, how much you got? Cool. Roll this. That's how much you lose.
I mean, you rolled a 2. Sure, it wasn't a critical success, but
no, it was an amazing. It was an amazing roll. I think that was a very gracious deal as a warden, and I agree with you. That would have been railroading. Thus, we get into a different debate, which Ken and I have had on a GGP, and that is with Jeff McNeil. Is railroading always bad?
No.
And a lot of people say yes. I say no.
I'm going to say no, especially in a one-shot. I very easily could have made some other structures tonight to make sure you guys went into the freaking building.
Right.
But yeah, I could tell you wanted to try to work around and beat the situation instead of just go through the horror experience. So that's the direction we went.
That's the thing. And I appreciate that idea. There are certain ways of railroading. I think this is an arbiter, warden, game master craft, and it has nothing to do with a module or a system.
Yeah, and I don't think it's just a game master craft either. I think it's up to the group also. Some groups like you got somebody like fucking you in it. Just leave it open and just because you don't fucking know.
Well, I hate to interrupt.
Sorry,
but I'm going to get off here. So
get out of here.
Okay, yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for playing.
Thanks for running the game, Miller. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And Happy New Year.
Oh shit!
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not. It's Happy
Bye,
New
Holger.
Year.
Peace out.
All right, man.
No,
Late
you're
is
right.
late, man. Gotta work.
You're right. I'm terrible.
Terrible.
Yeah,
I think that you ran a really good game, and I was interested the whole entire time. And the only beef that I have with the game is the my other co-player. I was in it. I was there the whole time, and I thought it was interesting, and I really love it that you allowed us to I'm going to use the word that I shouldn't, pussy around the fucking thing.
I'm going to allow you to do what you want to do.
He likes it. You let us do what we wanted to do. And that we don't know what's inside. And we could play this again and actually go in.
I actually did want to go in, but the metagaming aspect of that was I was like, it's getting to the end point, and I know it is.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, well,
oh yeah, it's 10 o'clock.
I can't justify it myself, but that's this is not about you, Miller. But I will say, you two fucking Android motherfuckers, why didn't you strong arm me? I literally said it. I was like, you guys could strong arm me into like going into the thing and actually have an opinion.
Well, I was curious about the ship.
No, I'm talking about into the base.
Yeah,
AI gods. What the fuck?
I think your argument was perfect. Let's save this human. Oh, okay. I guess we should do that.
Yeah, you should say that.
There's a directive in there somewhere.
Yeah. And that was the thing. Did you guys think last week we didn't really talk at the end of it, but it was a one shot, and certainly I've not put that kind of effort into it. But was there railroading or anything that you felt? I mean, other than my first time ish wardening, second time wardening, which I think is problematic. But was there anything that was relatively connective to what happened this episode of this one shot? I mean, if you wanted to compare the two in some way, I'm not looking for better or worse. I'm not looking for story or anything like that. I'm more looking for, I felt like I was invested from beginning to end in this as a player.
What's the question you're asking?
That's a good question.
Feedback from last week.
Yeah, a little feedback from last week, because I don't think we talked about it.
I think Miller's better at this because, one, he's a published author of modules and also of one shot.
And you did kind of pop in and pop out quite a bit because you were.
Yeah, and I popped in and popped out. I wasn't there the whole time.
You were traveling, and I know Miller said a couple of things.
Yeah, we stayed after and talked a little bit.
Did you? Did you? Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, just to compare, the way you ran last week with this week, I think your style is a little more allowing player-driven story, to push the plot line forward and get to the the story elements. Whereas I try to keep it a little bit of both, your actions will get to the next element unless you just ignore all the elements and go around.
I did build that city kind of different. I mean, it was a massive city, so you could go really anywhere and get any number of thing. And that's kind of why I was curious. I feel like we didn't really touch into it. And so it's just but I feel like if we were questing, if we were in a in a spaceship and we got an SOS and we were just driving by in a campaign, I really do think that Will said it. This is great for a campaign. This is some detail because it has so much detail. Just like that planet that I created, it has a lot of detail in it. There are so many different things and so many different ways to play it. It is like he said, I think campaign worthy.
I agree with that. It was great. And when I saw the map, I was like, I want to explore all of these. I'm going to explore this place. So I'm going to go over here. What's going on with the radio tower? What the hell's going on over there? You can't do that in one shot.
You can't.
And that's something I've struggled with too, with one shots. And like Bemizo Station, I've shrunk it down a lot, and we didn't even get to any of that tonight. And I've struggled a lot with trying to get just little pamphlet modules out. And to do that, you just have to limit. You have to limit the creativity.
Because this pamphlet,
this is the scope, and that's it.
This pamphlet is. I'm looking at the PDF. It's 13 pages long. I mean, my little thing that I wrote was 6 pages long, and I thought it was too long. Like it was too much.
For a one shot, it really is.
Yeah. And
especially Mothership.
Yeah, you have monsters. Like I know what's. I mean, I don't know what's in there. I didn't read it, but I just, you see a picture and you're like, oh, okay. I'm like, we did not scratch the surface of what's going on in that station, and I think it was us. I mean, we played this like we would have played it in real life. We played it like us. We didn't play it like the mad doctor. Like if he was really the mad doctor with the love interest in there, we played it like we wanted to preserve our own lives, not like we wanted to die in a blaze of glory. And a one shot needs to be played like you want to die in a blaze of glory, because this is it.
Not necessarily.
No. Okay.
I do have a trifold one shot, and it's meant for when your players have been through things like this, where it's combat after combat after combat. Kind of slide it to them where they wake up. They wake up in the middle of cryo, or from cryo in the middle of a jump, or right after a jump. It's a womb of metamorphosis, and it's basically just like a psychedelic experience where they're being fucked with, but they're cryo sick and they don't really know. And so, there's a bunch of little tables on what can go on. There's some body dysmorphia that happens and stuff. And it's not really combat at all.
One of the things that I like about that is that you don't know if it's real. Is it real? Is it my mind? Did I just kill this little girl, or is she helping me? It's like, what happened?
Yeah, are my fingers really turning into tentacles or not?
Yeah, right. I mean, I went really.
That's pretty much what that is, but it only really works in the way that if your players aren't expecting, like you can't tell them that's what it is, and then play it, because then they already know. They have to be expecting, something like you ran or like this, where pretty solid, maybe something's fucking with you a little bit, but it's fairly straight up.
And that stuff, I mean, even that could take multiple episodes as you deal with each like demon on its own. Like, it's so easy. I think there was a couple of games back, we were playing this game called the Red Writ, and real time was faster than gameplay. And so gameplay, it took a lot longer, but the amount of time it was definitely less in hours. It was more in hours than real time. Like,
oh yeah, that's
minutes and go by much faster in real life than they do in gameplay, which I find
that's most games. Have you not played D&D, like third edition D&D?
Like, you do one scene basically in a setting. You get that's your beginning, middle, and end. It's you walk into one
and if
room.
You have combat, if you got a big combat, it could take hours.
And no, I've not played D&D in 25, 30 years.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I don't play D&D anymore.
Right. Because it's a drop. It's a drag. You hit the D&D wall.
Yeah, and D&D is more, at least playing D&D with a lot of D&D players is more like Bill was saying, where it's not story driven. It's, I want to come in and play all these rules for a little bit and then go. That's D&D. That's not OSR. That's not Mothership.
Right. It's definitely not Mothership.
I agree with him saying, he would rather do a campaign. Of course, everybody would. Do you have 5 people that want to show up every week for the same amount of hours? No. Can you even do it once a month? No. It's hard.
Right. No, we struggle with that. We definitely do.
I have a Mothership game that we play pretty much every other week. And I've got like 4 or 5. I think we have 5 right now. It varies a little bit, and it's every other week, and we play for like 2.5 hours, and that's it. Yeah, like that's the most I can get people to commit for long campaigns. It's just hard. People just don't want to do it anymore. So it's not that they don't want the story, especially OSR players, Mothership players, for real. They want the story, but they want a movie. They want a movie. They don't want a series.
I'm not going to say a word.
Yeah, so it's not just that they just want to come in there and roll dice and do mechanics. Those are D&D players, not OSR players. Okay, some of them, but a lot of OSR players, they want the story, they want the movie story, they want the 3 acts.
But it's hard to not look at your character sheet. I mean, I look at the character sheet and I'm like, what can I do? What can I do? You know, what can I do?
Why are you looking at your character sheet?
That is
Why are you looking at your character sheet? OSR is, I want to do this. Okay, and then then the GM is like, okay, there's a lot of risk involved with this. There's going to be consequences if you don't make it. Now look at your sheet and tell me what you want to roll.
Okay.
Right.
So Ken and I have had lots of conversations. He's checked out most of the time when I talk about this.
Yeah, sounds right.
But at the same time, don't you look at me that way, you reverse motherfucker. Yay or nay? He's already checked out. He's not even looking at me. He's looking at like some stat. Twitch. Oh, it's you. We had like 4 or 5 people watching us at one point.
Yeah.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, there were 5.
Yeah.
Then we started yapping.
No,
well,
they were. They were
yeah.
there for a minute. Anyway, Ken.
Yeah, what's your point?
It's a thing. What's my point?
Yeah.
Okay, how did I begin my statement?
You were saying that I was checked out after Miller had made a point about something.
No, see, you were checked out the moment that I fucking started talking. That is exactly what I'm saying. You have no fucking clue what's going on.
No, I don't think you ever. You didn't say what you didn't add to the conversation. You kind of just you were starting to, and then it never actually happened.
That's all your face.
I'm sorry.
I was saying I said it's because I saw your face. Go like this. Done. OSR, so old school revival or old school renaissance. We talked about it. That's what it's. Is that not what it stands for?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different definitions of it, you know.
Yes, there is.
But sure,
that's what it stands for. And Ken and I have had lots of GGP about this, and he usually checks out. That's what I'm trying to say, Ken.
I don't. I listen to every word.
Every word. Usually it's me going on about 45 minutes to an hour about this.
It's true.
And so he because I'm
when I talk, he gets angry at me, and then he's like, "Oh, you totally screwed on my train of thought." And I think to myself, you know, if it was that important, you should either remember it or write it down. Have a little notepad with you so that when you've got this brilliant idea that'll change the world, that you don't lose it, because I lose shit all the time. I mean, I'm halfway through saying something, and it's gone. I mean, I feel it. You're right.
OSR. There's many definitions, like Miller, you've said, which means we're not really talking about anything because we're like, hey, we got lots of definitions, so we can say whatever they want.
Right. That's why I hedged when you brought it back up. But
right.
I said it first. So
let's narrow it down a little bit. Old school, meaning not new school. New school, I'm going to define, yes, D&D terms, as in D&D 3rd edition.
Okay.
Okay, so the idea being, in the old way of gaming, there's this thought process that you role played a character, meaning, hey, Ken, you're going to play the wizard. And the wizard does wizard shit. So you do wizard shit.
Sure.
And Miller, you're going to play the barbarian. So you do the barbarian shit. And yeah, you can have a name and a backstory if you want. But when it really comes down to it, it's what do you do in the moment? And in the moment, we're likely going through a dungeon. And our goal in the dungeon is to get treasure, artifacts, gold, equipment, because that translates to XP mechanically. And that XP is the reward system to continue getting the treasure, because that makes your character more powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Then that's the game. And you want to avoid monsters that you don't have to fight, because the monsters can be like, oh, you want to kill an orc? Sure, you kill an orc. You want to kill a dragon? We'll avoid the dragon. Why? Because they did so in The Hobbit. You avoid the dragon because you can't fight. You can't beat the dragon. It's a dragon. After you decide to go back to, the town, that's out of game. That's the meta game. You're not role playing it. You can if you want. You get your XP. You come back. That's right. OSR. It's
I remember that about
that's
Dungeons
OS.
and Dragons. Like there
That's
wasn't
not
a
the
shopping.
Sure. That's old school.
Yeah.
I'll agree with you 100%, Miller. That's old school. What were you saying, Ken?
There wasn't a shopping episode. You just went and you picked your stuff and
you just got your shit. Do you have your gold? Cool. You do it. You get the book.
Buy the
there's
thing.
lots of
Done.
Yeah.
You don't
It's
talk
a lot of
about
fun.
it.
So we're gonna call that OS. Fine.
Yeah.
Then you pop back in and you rock and roll. And eventually, and this is the way that Gary Gygax, the guy, and Tracy Hickman, but Gary Gygax wrote and he ran most of the games in D&D. That's how he ran games. And he ran them for 40, 50 people.
Mm-hmm.
Now you juxtapose that with the third edition, where you have rules for everything. You have gear monkeys. It's very crunchy. And suddenly there's this idea of story first, when in reality, the game was a grid-based game. And I'm talking about all tabletop role-playing games. All of them were based off D&D and Chainmail. All of them that were popular at all. Only after that do you get into this new school kind of gaming where you have story first, you have rules light, you have narrative, there's all kinds of bullshit. And then suddenly people are like, hey, let's do this OSR stuff. Miller, tell me about OSR, since you're differentiating OS from OSR.
I think you completely missed a big revolution with games like Call of Cthulhu that are investigative. Sure, it was super crunchy, especially to create your character.
Okay.
But it's about investigation, which is story, right? Investigation is story. It's not exploration, which exploration could be story too, but it's not like crawling a dungeon.
Okay, so let's divide that really quick, because I think we're getting into something.
Okay. Hmm?
All right, I walk into a room. Ken, your character, Nord Zetterberg, walks into a room. It's an apartment. There's a bunch of bullshit in the apartment. What do you do?
When I start looking through the underwear drawer, I go to the bedroom. I look through the underwear drawer, and then.
What's your goal?
Well, I mean,
why are you in there?
Because she's probably gonna be coming back soon.
So he's investigating. He could be looking for treasure, which is XP. He could be looking for clues, which puts to the next plot point. There's no difference.
Right.
So
you totally just missed the collaborative point there, where we didn't know whose room it was at all, and he said, "She's going to be back in a minute." Boom, that's the story. She's going to be back in a minute.
Yeah.
So it's
He just put a story into it.
collaborative storytelling. Okay, cool, awesome. I'm in this. This is what I live for. Okay, so there's an element there where gaming becomes about a collaborative storytelling. Okay.
Right.
Where does OSR fit in? That's not a challenge. I'm asking.
This is how I see it. Everybody's going to tell you different.
I'm also drinking Cavassier because I'm bougie as shit.
I'm drinking Budweiser. This is
bougie as shit.
This is
That's
the
not
famous
Bud. That's
this is
Bud.
the famous Budweiser beer.
That's Bud.
We know of no other. We know of no other brand produced by any other brewer that costs so much to brew and age. Our exclusive Beechwood aging produces a taste, smoothness, and drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price.
Yeah. I'm allergic.
It's not sponsorship. That's just what's printed on the can.
That's
yeah,
what
it
it's
says
printed.
it's what it says. I can't
And you're
drink any
drinking out of
beer.
the thermos. Do you have a thermos full of Evan Williams?
No, it's water.
do you?
I'm staying hydrated because I'm an old man, and as an old man, if I don't stay hydrated, I don't do very well.
Where's your Evan Williams?
I need to get more. I've run out. I mean, if we're gonna keep talking, I really do need to get more.
Yeah, we're gonna keep talking. Go get more.
More.
Apparently, after
I'm a
working a couple.
bad influence. I've been
It's
told.
only my third day. It's okay.
What'd you say?
It's like I got to work in a few hours, but that's okay. It's only my third day. Might as well show up half drunk.
Wait, did you get a new job?
I did, yeah.
Leonard,
I went.
Go on.
So I was looking for a local place. All right. So Bemizo Station, right? I've had it out digitally for almost a year now.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when you put it out.
Yeah, and a lot of people have been asking for it as a physical copy, and I've been looking at all kinds of print-on-demand places.
Yep.
Because if I can get print-on-demand as a service, then I don't have to pay taxes for it.
Yeah.
But nobody will print it like a regular zine. Like all the motherships are printed. It's just a zine.
Yeah.
Inside cover and everything. They all
You mean
printed.
a little booklet?
Yeah, like just saddle stitch, 2 staples, folded paper.
Blue Press.
They all want to do this fucking glossy, nothing on the front cover, like it's a fucking book.
Lulu Press.
Lulu will not do it.
Really?
This is the best Lulu can do. It's
They do
it's a
saddle
perfect binding. It's not saddle stitch. No, they don't. No, they don't do saddle stitch, and they will not print on the inside cover. Trust me, I tried. I tried them. I tried a dozen other places. Anyway,
Okay.
so my frustrations, I finally said, fuck it. I will take the tax hit and just sell it at, do the self-publishing thing, buy a print and then sell myself. So I wanted to do as local as possible. So there's a little print shop in town. Turns out this little print shop, they have fucking everything. Dude, they can do embroidery. They do t-shirts. They do banners. They do all kinds of shit.
Go on. Sorry.
They don't even have a website. They got a little Facebook that they barely ever post on, but they do enough business, around town, with the factories here. They print off like tags for the factory, stickers and stuff. Do a ton of business. So anyway, went looking at, to get them to print my thing, and they were looking for a part-time shipping and inventory. I was like, I can do this shit in my sleep.
Nice.
Yeah. So anyway, they picked me up, and so I started working there.
That's awesome.
Tomorrow's my third day.
So now you have a printer whom you work at. You're going to take over their entire enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't tell them that.
Fucking A, dude. That's awesome. That's awesome.
I'm not planning to, but they definitely have a whole lot of room for growth if that's what they want.
Are you working on any new modules?
I am. I have 3. Well, I have 2 settings that I'm working on, and then I have another, like, big settings. And then I have another module, like, similar to Bemizo. And then I have a couple of one-shots that are just going to be trifolds.
Yeah.
They always, I start creating them and they get so big, and I'm like, I got to pare it down. So I'm trying to pare those down to get, to get those out, to build them up. So I do have a long backlog.
If you have them in a format that's possible to be agnostic.
Could do that.
Well, it's a lot of work. If it's a lot of work, I want you to do it.
It's not. It's actually less work to make it agnostic.
Yeah, with what Miller does with his books, he's got stats and stuff written in. Like, he's created, I didn't look at them, but there are definitely stats that were written into the. It was fully integrated into the Mothership world role-playing game.
I'll drop a screenshot here.
Can you post that up?
Of that NPC? Yeah, give me just a second. Of the NPC that we were talking about at the beginning, that could have come along, if you guys wanted to.
Yeah, let's talk about
that. That's him in his stat block right out of the book.
Some chat.
You put it in
the voice.
It's in the voice chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay. Yeah. Okay.
He looks like Lucius Malfoy with a chin.
Yeah,
Hansen. He looks like a Hansen.
Yeah, Gabriel Hansen. Yeah.
That guy is better than my character was. What?
I'm pretty sure I random rolled him. And then, he's got all his stats there, and if you look behind, you got the whole fucking thing. You're just showing everybody the whole book.
Well,
anyway.
I won't. I'm zooming in. I'm not showing anybody anything.
No, he's not showing anybody. Don't worry about it. I want to watch this.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, and look, and the little data pad, even the little data pad behind him has his freaking equipment. If you want to set him up. Yeah, it has all his skills.
We do seriously have 4 viewers right now. Just
do we?
Well, they're going to know everything about Hansen.
People say hello.
That's fine.
So,
well, thanks. We'll send a link out if we want to actually pay for it.
Where do we find your shit?
Right now, it's only available digitally on itch and Drive-Thru RPG.
Itch. What's an itch?
Itch.io. You've never heard of itch?
Nope. Asking about
itch.io. Itch is wow. It started off as like an indie programmer, like game maker site, I think.
Yeah.
But it's expanded to envelop like a whole bunch of people kind of like me or other people. They want to just create stuff and put it out for people to buy for little to nothing, small amounts of money. Not really for, huge
things.
A few bits here and there.
Crowdsourced funding, giant projects or anything, just little projects. I mean, some people do big projects on there too. And a lot of them, I think what really drives the site is people who do like little games, and then they're constantly doing little updates to make it better and better and better, or giving little more and more options for it. But a lot of the Mothership people will put their modules out there, so I put it out there. They have a little better return ROI than like Drive-Thru. But Drive-Thru, that's where anybody who's looking for an RPG module, they're going to go to Drive-Thru. But anyway, they're Bemizo and Boom of Metamorphosis are both available on both of those platforms. But soon I'm going to be selling them on my own website, which is M3verse Studios.com. There's a newsletter there. If you want to join the newsletter, you'll get notified when those are available. I had to restructure the taxes and everything, so I wanted to push it to the beginning of the next year.
You know, as I'm looking, I think I actually have an itch account.
There you go. That's my very slim website.
Yep, I do. So I did know about it, but I've forgotten about it. Oh, you know what? I bet you told me about it, and then I put Dreadlore on it.
And then
That sounds like it might happen.
I bet that's
That's my website that Ken has up. If you want to join the transmission, that's the newsletter. I will not sell your information, and I'm not going to spam you. I'm only going to update you whenever I update stuff, which is rarely.
So, okay. Your website is on itch, or what is it? M3verse Studios.
No. That's my own website.
What do you is that a WordPress? No.
Hostinger. I went with Hostinger. They have some shops stuff and some other integration possibilities that I was looking at. It's not cheap, but
If you need help, let me know. I do the web stuff. I do the web stuff. I do the web stuff.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
I can web your stuff.
All right.
Okay, so OSR, back to it. You're saying that there's a difference between OS as in old school gaming and OSR as in the old school revival or old school renaissance of gaming. Now, Ken started a long time ago in Dungeons and Dragons AD&D.
Yeah, I think it was AD&D. I think it was second ed, something like that.
Second ed. But then most of your gaming experience after that has been with Dreadlore.
Yeah.
LORE, which honestly, I don't know if Miller has actually played. He's played Curse, but I don't think he's played Dreadlore. I'd be interested to know, Miller, what you think, where it fits in terms of OSR or something else. Can you describe for us, for the world, the difference between OS, old school, and OSR?
Okay, how I see it, OS, the old school, which is how you described it, where it was very much the mechanics and kind of the tactics. You know, it was just like one step removed from wargaming. With a slight roleplay element, and then you also had all of your underlings, hirelings.
Yep.
That was huge. And a lot of the OSR stuff is like that too. But I think OSR took more from, like, especially Mothership, which a lot of people will say Mothership isn't OSR because of this. But they took a lot from Call of Cthulhu, where it was more about the story, about your investigator in the story. Where it was like you don't look at your sheet to see what you want to do. You role play what you want to do, and then occasionally you'll have to go to your sheet to figure out the results. So I think that's the difference between old school. Old school is more or less story driven. It's more stat driven.
Right.
And old school Renaissance is slimmer rule set with more play, or how a lot of people say it is ruling over rules.
Yeah.
Where there's a lot more rulings, where the GM just kind of works what you want to do into the story, rather than going to a rule set and saying, okay, roll this, or, oh, if you don't have this skill, you can't do that, or, that kind of.
You know, there's an idea here that I've never quite discussed. And it is why. As in, I get that a lot when someone says, hey, I'm like, yo, I made a game system. I made an entirely different game system. It's immersive. It's if you like playing D&D and you like stories, play Dreadlord. Why? Really good for fucking story. And in the interviews that I've done with various people, with the GM Gumshoe, that dude, with Mildra, who's getting a lot of stuff, with the Xanatrix, all these guys, with Jeff McNeil, Levied Souls, Ron Edwards, etc. They ask me the same question, which is, okay, why? Why did you make a new game system? Because we got D&D, we got Mothership, we got all this bullshit. Why would we? So I guess my question is, why OSR? Like,
why OSR in general?
Yeah, what do people gain from it?
I don't know. I'm not a real big harper on just OSR for OSR's sake as like a purist or anything. I do think with the shorter attention span and shorter attention spans in general in the population, and the more difficulty I've had as a GM in whatever game I'm running to get people together consistently, OSR lends itself, at least the OSR games that I play, and a lot of people will tell you Mothership's not OSR, but I love Mothership, and I love some other kind of similar games. That it is easier to get enough people to play a satisfying game, simply because of the rules, the slimmer rule set and the more rulings over rules paradigm. It's easier to get people in. It's easier for them to play, for them to pick up a character, or even just like a Mothership character. Like I had you guys use the app to roll your characters tonight. You can crank it out easily, and it gives you several. There's several different ways you can quickly make a persona out of a character. In that the trinket and the patches, those are two really easy ways for it. So that's why I like that. You can just pick it up, say, okay, I have time now. I've got 15 minutes. Let me put a character together, and then throw me into the situation, and then we can just roll with it.
It took like 30 seconds to build the player. I do think rules are annoying, like generally annoying, but
it can be.
But you like to play any game, you have to have infrastructure. So it's the infrastructure that keeps us like an accountability that kind of keeps us invested. And so if you're just floating, the game's not as fun. So it's like, but a player who doesn't understand a game, it's very intimidating. Like if I was going to play Dungeons and Dragons, I've read the books. I have no idea how to play the games. The 5e, I read that book, and
like 5.5. 5.5.
Yeah.
That's out, or 6th edition.
No, I read the old, like I read the books like 5e, and I don't know how to make a character. I don't know how to, like, it doesn't, none of it makes any sense.
You'd have to sit down and go through it. Even the most slimline shit they have online to do it, there's So
Yeah,
many
that's the
different.
thing. That's the thing. D&D is D&D is the most. It's the flagship.
But
It's the most popular. It is one of the more complicated. People will argue with that simply because it's so ubiquitous. If you actually try to tell someone who's never heard about D&D about the rules, they're going to be like, it
there's
blows
also
them away.
yeah, but there's so many
And I'm
ways
like,
to
what about
break.
level 1 character? Make it level 5 or 6.
Right.
And they'll be like, ooh!
Right.
Because you try to make a game that has level 1 D&D mechanics, people are like, just give me the meat. I don't like all these rules. They bitch about it. The fact is, no one learns D&D by reading the book. No one.
Yeah.
Fuck you. No one. No one. No one. They learn from a fucking group every fucking time.
But I mean, it's like you start out at level 1, you get the idea of how to build the character.
Yeah, but nobody does that. Nobody does that. That's the thing. That's the joke. Nobody
but if you start
does
out
it.
at level 5, there are so many ways to break the system. So you build these characters that are super overpowered with you're building it intentionally in D&D.
Like that is
yeah,
and
where you can't defeat your players. There's no reason. There's no way to. I mean, there's infinite amounts of YouTube videos based on.
D&D is a catastrophe. That's what we're trying to say.
To break it.
Yeah.
I said that canceled not long ago. I told him that D&D 4th edition, which no one should ever mention. I said people that love and play D&D 4th. I didn't say love. People that play D&D 4th edition are not real gamers. And I got fucking for 2 hours. This dude was like, "You're a bad person.
Yeah.
You're a gatekeeper. You're a neckbeard." And I'm looking at this guy like, "Motherfucker, you are a neckbeard. What are you doing?" Looking at me. I do have.
My neck is clean. This is all face beard.
Yeah, my neck is not clean, but you can't see it because I got all this gray. It's all just gray.
I just think it's interesting that if you have an opinion about anything, then you're obviously against negative.
I feel like you like to do that. You like to find people's weakness and point
first,
at that.
Ken, say your piece.
I was just commenting to what you said. You like to find what people give a shit about and then deconstruct it and make them feel terrible for
Miller, say your piece.
Why are you surprised that some numbnuts on the internet fucking bagged on?
No, I'm sure it's one of his friends. It wasn't. They were on the internet.
Me, not you. He's talking to me. I'm pulling you guys apart. Look, I'm trying to say that the shit that I say makes people mad.
It does.
Good.
It does. You make people mad on purpose.
I'm not trying to make them mad on purpose. That's not what I'm trying to say.
No, you're not succeeding if you're not making enemy, right? That's people been saying that since Sun Tzu. Fuck them.
I've drank so much Cavassier. I'm drinking Cavassier, Ken. Look what you've made me do. Look what you made me do.
That was not me. You were the bad influence. You are the bad influence.
So this is what happened.
My wife says you're a bad influence.
I know she does. She hates me.
No, she loves you. She thinks you're great. I think you're great.
Are we still streaming?
We are.
Yeah, we absolutely are.
Yes,
we are until we aren't.
What we do.
After dark overtime.
That's right, baby. I would like, obviously, you're going to sell more for Mothership, but I want you to have some of these ideas and write them for Dreadlore.
I was trying to think of. I wanted to run Dreadlore last week as the one shot, and it's been so long since we played. I started looking at it. I'm like, I forgot
It's
how
been a
to
year.
like.
We played that
if you
game
don't-
so long.
Yeah.
It's been a year.
I mean, and then I started looking at Curse, and it's only because we've been playing Mothership for a while now. It's like I'm going to run at Mothership, even though I like the system.
Well,
I really do
Mothership's
like the Dreadlore system, and it makes sense to me because, and I feel like you do look at your character sheet more, but you're using adjectives to describe a character to build a world, and then you can kind of rely on that, even though from what we've talked about, you're not supposed to rely on the character sheet at all. Most people
You are. So my deal is this. Dreadlore is about immersion. And this is kind of what I was getting at with Miller, is going from OS to OSR, what is the goal of gaming? Ken, you've been playing a lot of Dreadlore. You moved to Mothership. I guess the question that I'm asking both of you is, on Ken's side, what is your gaming experience difference? Because you've played both. And Miller, when it comes to OSR, it sounds like you're talking about cooperative storytelling, but what determines the system? So you two fight that out. Like, who goes first? Tell me your thoughts.
Well, before we even get into any of that, I think I'm gonna shoot back to the kind of the crux of what you just asked a minute ago. How big is the Dreadlore book? How many pages?
It's about 500.
Yeah.
But the reason for that is because it's a tome. Hold.
he wrote his little Bible.
Boom. Tome.
Yeah.
The reason it's a tome is not marketing. The reason is because the vast majority of this, about this much, is lore.
Mhm.
It's the world. So I wanted to write a book that has the mechanics of a system, the Dreadlore system, but has the world of Craster, which is a high fantasy sort of like Herculean, think Conan the Barbarian type world. And it has completely different races that have nothing to do with Tolkien. They're not elves and dwarves and halflings. It's different. And that is hard to do. Tolkien himself, in letters, when he was writing his shit, was like, I am annoyed that when I talk about elves, people think of little tiny green men. I'm not talking about that. I'm developing something new. So, the Dreadlore core book, 3/4, 4/5 of it is lore.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted people to have, I really liked Monty Cook's book, Numenera. People don't talk about it much. It's D20, whatever. Awesome book. It's called Numenera.
I love Monty Cook. I haven't heard of that, but
it's awesome. Awesome. I would love to run a game for you guys, actually. In Numenera, it's a fucking cool system. It's cool. It's fucking cool. And it's D20, which I'll give D20 a pass for Monty Cook. The point is, it's one book. If you get that book, you have all of it. Yeah, there's going to be splats and all that kind of crap. It's one book. It's the fucking world. And everything that's in it. Now, what are the mechanics of the Dreadlore system? 50, 60 pages. And that is to tell you it's a different way of gaming. That's the thing. It's not D20. And I love people. I love gamers. And I love the fact that a lot of them are super smart and they're smarter than me. But games are based on a D100. And when you're like, oh, this is a D12, you're still talking about 100% chance.
All right. Yeah.
That's how it is. It's a different way of gaming. And it's not based on a fucking novelty. Like, oh yeah, that reminds me of the Jenga tower bullshit, Fate. No, it's not a fucking Jenga tower that has some ridiculous, it's dealing with literal gravity. No, it's not. It is a different way of gaming. And the goal of Dreadlore is to get you immersed, and most fucking gamers don't want to do it because they're lazy sacks of shit. They're afraid. They're afraid to put themselves out there. They're afraid.
That's how you sell it.
I can.
No, it's the truth.
I can agree with you to a certain extent, but yeah, saying that isn't going to get anyone.
I'm not a marketing guy.
I've run both.
I'm not
you have a product you're trying to sell. You are a marketing guy. It doesn't matter.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not a marketing guy. I'm not a business guy. I made a thing. I think it's really cool.
It's
and when
true.
I see people play it, I see them open up and they're awesome.
And there's
The fact
definitely.
is, go on.
I've run both and I've run and played both Dreadlore and Mothership. And though I do prefer to play Dreadlore, and you played in both of the games that I ran, both in Mothership and Dreadlore. I mean, I know it's been a long time since I ran that one Dreadlore game, but I mean, what do you think? Is there a comparison, the way I run and the experience that you had from it? I mean, the game I feel like I built was the first game I ran for Dreadlore, so it was a dungeon crawl in Dreadlore, and this last game last week, it was much more open and fluid, but are they still comparable, or can you even remember the first game? I know you're gonna know.
You dressed yourself like me. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
It's a Halloween game. It was hilarious. He had like a widow's peak drawn on his head. It's awesome. He had like fingerless gloves.
I did. I gave you those gloves.
Did you really?
Yeah. Oh, a few weeks ago.
You know, I think what you're going to get better out of this is Miller's response of how your game went last week. I think that's going to be better. Well, it was literally your second game running.
Right.
The first game you ran, regardless of the system, you're running what you know. And it went well. But if you want something to like talk about how well did you do, it shouldn't be the first time you do it.
It wasn't how well I did. I mean, it was just the running of the game, you know, because I have like how you felt in the game.
You ran them
not about me, but about your experience, just about you.
You ran the games, in my opinion.
Right.
You ran them the same way.
Yeah. I mean, your enjoyment with playing it, even. I mean, not about me, but about a style or playing the game.
Me being a player is a totally different thing. Yeah. I was literally talking to Punksicle online about how I think I'm a terrible player. Like, I think I'm a bad player. I think I'm an okay DM or GM when it comes to like certain kinds of players. But as a player myself, I think I'm tough and difficult to deal with. I think I'm a bad player when it comes to groups. As a GM, it depends on the play. It depends on the players and what they want. So I'm not a good example. I thought you did fine. on both accounts. The first time, everyone seemed to have a lot of fun. I was literally there as a plant, if you remember, to remind you of rules and to facilitate your story. So I wasn't really playing. On the second time, this last week, I wasn't there half the time. But the time that I was there, to give you the black belt shit, or do you want? I'm gonna give you the black belt shit.
I know my shortcomings. I mean, I have a lot of issues with descriptions and adjectives and thinking in the moment and like finding a way to describe a thing in real time. Yeah.
That's just practice. That's not a shortcoming on your side. It's just practice. And that's every single person, including myself, deal with that. Everybody. So my perspective of that game was, I thought it was good. It was poignant. You obviously, I mean, I was impressed by the maps. You knew what you wanted out of the game. You'd obviously prepared. You understood the system and kind of like the idea of degrees of anxiety and what you wanted people to experience. I enjoyed the world that you pulled from and that you developed yourself and that you like made alive. And you were very keen on who the actual players were playing. So the characters the players were actually playing. You're very keen on that. Okay, for the black belt shit, it was railroady. As is, we've already talked about. It's a one shot.
Mm.
There's a point where it's like you're going into the sinkhole, you're going into the black hole. It's going to happen.
Right.
Boom. So
but I had to do that because of you.
There's the idea. So my point is, those are the elements that I saw. If I'm going to critique about Mothership, I've only run Mothership a few times. Miller is better at critiquing this.
I do have an interesting... Oh, go ahead.
My personal critique is there were too many roles. Meaning,
yeah.
This goes into D&D as well. D&D is all about roles.
Well, there was no way to... There was no way to get you into panic. You had to roll that many times just to get you up there.
To get the stress up.
That is railroading.
Right. I mean, but that was also the experience that you were running into. I mean, that was
right.
That is
railroading. That's
right.
Literally railroading.
Well,
and the problem is this: you, as a game master, wanted a certain experience,
right?
And what you were working against was the mechanics.
The mechanics of the game. So,
and hold on, and the way to get there was railroading, and that is why I made a Dreadlord.
Right. So with Mothership, to get even close to a panic check, you need a couple of episodes. You need a longer amount of time.
You can do a panic check. You can do a panic check right off the bat.
Right.
Anytime a player is severely injured or killed, and anytime somebody, critical failure. You can present that. You can present them right away with, let's say we walked into given your scenario, we walked into that power station, and there's, the walls are covered in webbing, and we look up and there's a cocoon, and then we notice inside the cocoon is a dead body with blood pouring out of his face.
Yeah, but that's not the scary. The scary part is there were 30,000 people that had vanished. The fact that nobody was there.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing. Do you want to critique or not?
Yeah, no, I do. I'm actually, I've got an angle here. It's not,
okay. If you want to critique, we don't need your defense.
right.
We need we need, what do you actually want? Because I'm giving you a critique, but you're defending yourself, which makes me think that you're actually after something else.
I do want something else. It's not about the description, even though I agree with you, that description is interesting. That was not the scenario that I set up. The scenario that I set up was a different scenario than that. That was in the module and in the game itself. It wasn't about the way that I DM'd. The critique that I listened to about Miller that I really enjoyed, you gave me a different critique from the very start.
I think
Bill,
what you're looking for more is pressure.
Yeah, Bill said something about getting
pressure on at the beginning and keep the pressure escalate. Right.
So it was about pressure and getting started faster instead of more subtle imagery. And I do understand that, but I think that it's interesting to me, and the reason why I say that Bill has a different comment about it is because it's what you did at the very beginning of this game, is you kind of gave us that punch with the AI, which was the opposite of what I did. I let in really softs because I know that Bill needs the character to feel a little bit comfortable or they freak out and panic. So I mean, weighing that middle tone of what is appropriate to give to players in a one shot, how to punch them softly at the beginning or more difficult, make it more difficult as well. I mean, it's a tough balance to keep your characters invested into participating in what you've written, and versus so we're in the world of railroading versus because I was accused of railroading.
And there's never going to be a right answer. You're going to be accused of railroading no matter what, and you're going to be accused of being way too open-ended no matter what. The only real feedback is if players come back to you when you offer to play a game. That's the only real feedback. That's the only one that you need. That's the only one that matters.
Right.
You could have 1,000 people tell you 1,000, give you 1,000 different podcasts on how to run a proper game. But the only thing that really matters is if people are coming back to you when you offer a game to play.
And I even propose this as an idea, is that this game or the game I ran could be run again by any of us, because we barely scratched the surface of the game itself, and it could be done a different way every single time, every module. I think Bill, you said you ran the scenario that we were running 9 episodes deep in with some of your friends, and their outcomes were completely different. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's along the same lines as like that's what you get with a module, right? So it's a setup, and you have different beats or different plot points, and the goal, is the goal is that the story is able to be lived in and still work. So, at what point is the story broken? Like, we're really getting into the sort of OSR type stuff, and the idea of what is the gaming experience. So what I am going for when I run games or when I write modules or stories or adventure locations is what I've kind of gone into lately, which means An adventure location, meaning it's not a module, it's here's an idea, play with it how you will, with whatever system you want. The idea is, here's a setup, here's a vibe, here's a feeling. And based on the players that you have, because that is everything. You can have a system that is all about A, but if you got a player who is all about B, they will never go to A. They will resist it every fucking time, because when it comes down to it, they don't want to do A, they're gaming to do B. An easy example is a player who wants to get to the next plot point, who wants to kill the boss, who wants to gain levels. Their system of choice probably is a D&D 3.5. They want to gain those levels. They want to do things. They want to get their character and their mechanics and their ring of acorns such to give the +5, etc. And they go and they have a great amount of fun. Another example, me. I am all about immersion. I want to know the character. I want to know the story. I want to know why I'm there. It is the only fucking reason I game. I don't give a shit about the mechanics, which makes me a difficult player. But if I'm in your game, I mean, literally, Punksicle literally just messaged me like yesterday and was like, oh yeah, he made he's running a Dreadlore game. He has tailored it to Fallout. It's phenomenal. This guy is phenomenal. He's a writer. He is fucking phenomenal. And I've begged him to write shit down. Made this Fallout game. It feels like Fallout. And when I was in town, he was like, hey, I want you to play. So I played. Awesome game. Well, yesterday he messaged me and he was like, oh yeah. I was like, hey man, how's your game going? He was like, oh yeah, we're back to normal. And I was like, what do you mean? He was like, oh yeah, well, you know, when you were in town, I tailored the sessions to be heavy on the role play, heavy on the, this is why we're doing what we're doing. And not only that, but because of that, these things can ripple and happen. And the moment you were gone, we went back to, oh yeah, they come into town. Old dude says, hey, go do this. They go do it. Cool, you unlock this. Cool, this happens.
Well, it's. I mean, you did that this game. You role played this game. You went and found the details. You did the exact same thing that I did, which was frustrating for me, but then found out more information about each of the characters because you took the time to kind of think about it and like dive just a little bit deeper. And whereas, you know, my character, they don't care about the specifics of people, but your character did. You know, it was just a different way of playing.
You're living a little bit in limbo,
Yeah.
right? So on the one hand, if you are playing your character, which I think you do very well, where you're like, I'm an android who doesn't care about specifics and doesn't care about meat bags. You go in and do your technical shit and you leave. And your goal should be achieved as a player. You played your character.
Mm-hmm.
Second goal is you want to go in as a player and get the fucking trophy.
Well, or get blown apart. Yeah, you know.
Two different ways of gaming. If you're the player that wants to go in and it's like, oh, you got a character, just put that on the shelf. I want to get all the goods. I want to find the secret rooms. I want to get the gold. I want to get the XP. Cool. And now I leave. That's a way of gaming, and that's fine.
But that's not what happened. No, what you did was you went in and you looked at the logs. The questions that I asked, I got really surface answers. You went in and got more detail about who these people were and what they wanted, and the amount of information. Even though we looked at the same logs, we got different results.
that is not for me to answer. That is for the GM to
Okay.
answer.
Yeah, it was because of the specific.
I didn't do that. You can't blame me.
Yeah, the ways you specified how you were looking at the information or what information you wanted to look at.
So that I found that to be really interesting. We were looking at the same information, but the way you played as a character, you got more information because you looked at it in a much more humanistic way, and I was
not necessarily
kinda,
much more humanistic. It was the way that it was presented.
right.
You said something. I don't remember specifically, but you said something like, "I want to look at the logs. What do the logbooks say?" And so I
Yeah.
gave you the superficial,
Right.
what the
Right,
logbooks
exactly.
say. When Bill went in, he said, "I want these specific logs, these
Right.
dates, when
Exactly.
these things happened, and whatever." And so you get more information the harder the questions you ask.
But we got different information. You gave me the audio of a little bit of the AI character. You didn't give that to Bill. I mean, obviously, that information was given back and forth, but different modes of play, you get different information, and I think that's really interesting. I do think
Yeah,
you're.
that's role playing in general.
And then the warden or the dungeon master gives you, you can be whoever you are as a player, and it's kind of refreshing to have you as a player, because you push the threshold of the bounds of
Yes.
the world that we're in.
Can the kind of game that I think that you would thrive in would be a game where it's a little bit old school, but in so much as there's the dungeon crawl aspect where there's a set number of doors and treasures. Like there's answers, there's specific answers. And so in the old school way, regardless of the character you're playing, it's all based on you as a player playing the game. Kind of like with Axis and Allies, or with Battlestar Galactica, or with Monopoly, or whatever. You play the token you have. You play the character.
I play the game that I'm playing.
Well, listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're hearing what I'm saying.
No, I kind of disagree with what you're saying, though.
I don't think you know what I'm saying.
Go ahead, say it.
I think you're going to disagree with whatever I say.
No, it's not true. I mean, I think I play pretty out of the box.
Okay, let me test you then. What am I saying?
Well, I think you're saying that you like to play basically Super Mario Brothers. Yeah,
no,
that
I'm
I like to
you,
play. Super Mario Brothers, or a video game where you go through and you click the boxes, you get the information that you're going to get. I mean, I think that's the fundamental basic level, but I also like to push.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's you're doing it as Mario or Luigi, whichever one you like,
right.
or Toad, or the princess. I preferred Princess Toadstool.
Yeah, the princess was good.
She was my favorite. The point is, you take on that role, and the role play is there, and it matters. But when it comes down to it, when you go to that room, there's the few boxes. There's the Legend of Zelda thing that you do the bomb and you roll through. That is literally a role-playing game. It's the definition of a role-playing game.
Sure.
You take on the role of the hero, you are playing the hero. You take on the role of the Mario Kart guy, you're playing the Mario Kart guy. The new school of gaming introduces a different idea. And I think that you excel at the old school idea. There you go.
I mean, I don't know. I can't really speak to that because I don't have the depth of knowledge about. But you know,
it's my interpretation as a person who runs games. When I look at people, when I look at players, I think about what does that player want. I know when Miller goes into a certain situation, I can sense, especially in Mothership, because Mothership is his domain, not my domain, right? The system itself. I know I'm sitting there like, okay, here's the situation. I'm going to set it up. Here are the stakes. What do you do? And he, Miller, rolls through and I will ask if I have a question. How do the mechanics work on this aspect? And then the story is told that way. With you, Ken, I do it a different way. I don't go from it from a perspective of the system. I look at it like, okay, what is Ken looking for? Okay, he's having his character look for the answer to this question. Okay, those are the stakes. The stakes are, do you get the answer, or to what degree do you get the answer? Now let's use the rules to make that happen. That's how I approach it as a GM, as a game master, right? It has to do with the character. I should say, it has to do with the player. And then I balance that with the overarching game and the feel of the game. This is not the way most people GM.
one of the things that I always found annoying about old school was that the way you increased your rank, the way you got XP was you killed things and you got XP. Mm-hmm. I mean, that was just really, that.
So that's actually not super old school. Old school is you got treasure and you got XP. One gold was worth 1 XP.
Right. Well, I mean, but basically treasure, in and you opened a door.
That's new.
Is that new?
The new shit is you kill the orc, you get XP.
Yeah.
That's actually a newer form of gaming. Now, it is an AD&D, but we'll
call that middle school. We'll call that the Middle Ages.
Yeah. That's the Middle Ages. The original way was you avoided shit, but you were thieves. Right. You were absolutely thieves. Bad guys, but you were thieves.
Murder was.
Yeah. You're Conan. Conan was not a barbarian. He's a barbarian rogue.
Right. And the other, like, if you're gonna go old school with the comment about a thing, those early D&D modules, those early games, you would play those over and over again, not just one time. And we play things one time, and we're on to the next. Right.
There's also a huge difference. You're saying old school or middle school or whatever. That's still obfuscating. That's still painting with too broad of a brush, because you're still missing, Call of Cthulhu. And I'm going to keep throwing that out there because that's the main one. Like, it's not about combat. Combat has always been extremely fucking deadly.
Yeah.
It's been about the investigation, the story, piecing pieces of the past together. And then it's extremely fucking deadly, once you hit the crux of the thing.
Right.
And it's not it. That's definitely not about mechanics. Sure, it's crunchy, but that can be streamlined in several ways. And they've done it, with the iterations to, I think there's 7th edition.
Sure. I like the vagueness.
And it's a totally different experience. Yeah. And I want to know, have you guys actually played like Call of Cthulhu itself?
I think I played it once, a very long time ago. Not really. I played the board game. I don't think that's
not the same thing. That's not the same thing at all.
I played Vampire, which I feel like isn't that the same brand, like the same company, or is that a different company?
What did you say? The Empire?
No, Vampire. Vampire.
Vampire. No, Vampire's different. Vampire the Masquerade. Yeah. That's different. Yeah. That's super crunchy too.
Yeah.
In a different way. I hadn't even considered, and that's World of Darkness is what I call that. It's Vampire Werewolf.
Yeah, werewolf is
I
is,
haven't considered. I have played that. I have played that too, and that is more story driven too.
But
I don't know about collaborative. I guess it could
but
be more
Call of
collaborative.
Cthulhu
Too.
makes sense
I haven't played
because
it
like
that much, but
when you play that, you're like a newspaper reporter. You're not gonna win in a fight.
yeah, or just a beat cop or
Yeah,
a hobo. Like you can literally play a friggin' hobo.
right.
You know.
So,
So that's
yes, I played the shit out of Call of Cthulhu, and I don't play D20. I play D100, motherfucker.
Mhm.
Look,
yeah. Otherwise, it's not Call of Cthulhu.
here's the thing: old World of Darkness. We're talking like White Wolf before Onyx Path.
Mhm.
The shit can, if you've seen the movie, the Kate Beckinsale movie, Underworld.
Yeah,
I'm talking about.
I worked with Shane.
Right. So
one
you
of
know
the
all about
actors in
that.
there, so I know about that.
More than that, though, True Blood.
Yeah.
Okay, True Blood for sure, but True Blood didn't get sued by White Wolf.
They did? I thought they did. I was pretty sure.
Did they?
Are you sure they didn't? Maybe.
Oh, maybe they did. Maybe they did. Maybe they did.
I'm pretty sure they did.
So that shit, that is World of Darkness. It's a whole setting. And here's the thing, Miller. They attempted to make it all about story and collaborative story, but they actually just, instead of doing D&D, D20, they just use D10s. It is not class-based, but it's still the same. It's the same approach to the mechanics, which is you gain levels or you gain dots, and now you're better. And there's a point where the mechanics break everything, just like in D&D. So, White Wolf, they had a good idea. Their books, while beautiful, are fucking awful to this day. Name a motherfucker that uses one of those books to look up any of the mechanics. Fuck them. It's the worst. And their new version, while the new version is interesting, oh my God, you can't find anything. It's fucking awful. Great narrative. Okay.
But if you're searching for anything while playing, that in what we do on the live show, it becomes dead.
Okay, so this
that's over. It kills immersion. Period. Yeah.
It kills the immersion. But that's exactly my point. The old school D&D, you had the books and you opened up those tables, and part of the experience and part of the fun was looking up. If you got into a fist fight in AD&D, you rolled on a table. You didn't say, oh, I punched him in the face. You rolled a D20 to see what happened. And it was, oh, you broke a finger. Oh, you gouged an eye. That's what you did. You lose agency. That's old school gaming. Mm-hmm. New school is, oh no, I do this because I went to the fucking secret ninja school of gouging out eyes with my toenails, or whatever the fuck it is that you do. Talking about Call of Cthulhu. Okay, first of all, it is crunchy to build a character. Fine, whatever. They get by with it. And then you have your shit. It's a D100 system. It's really hard. I would say it's a huge inspiration for Mothership, which they've streamlined greatly.
Yeah, and they're not shy about saying it.
Because they have this idea in Call of Cthulhu of, look, if you fight the monster, oh wait, you're dead. The expectation of the players sitting down at the table is, this is not about killing Cthulhu. Every round, you roll a d4 plus 1, and that's how many investigators die. No save. It just happens. The goal of Cthulhu is to discover what happens, to see how far you can go, to see what happens in the story. That is the goal of the system, which makes it very terrible for long games.
No, it's great for long games because it's like you investigate to figure out, it's this cult that's trying to bring back this particular demon, right? And so you can't just confront the cult and the demon because you're going to die, but you can investigate and do research and try to find like some old world connection to what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The cool shit that makes people
Continue
shit
the
out.
story out to find whatever ritual or thing it is that you can stop that from happening.
But you see, that's the same. That is the same mentality as combat, is what I'm trying to get at. It's just calling it something different.
I disagree.
Sure. I mean, I'm saying, like, you're going to go around, you're going to investigate and find out shit. You're going to do stuff. That is not necessarily story. Those are facts. When I'm talking about immersion, for example, here's just an example. If you talk about any one of you, if you talk about one of the coolest experiences you've had in gaming when you were a player, do you describe the nat 20 you rolled? Do you describe the cool fucking story, that plot points that the DM designed? Is that the cool shit that you think about? Best case scenario, the first thing that comes to your mind when you're like, holy shit, me as a player, coolest situation, probably has to do with your character. What is it? Tell us about it right now.
The coolest situation?
Regardless,
I think the best time that I've had, at least in recent memory, was Daggerheart setting up the world collaboratively. That was fun as shit.
okay, that's cool as an experience sitting down. Sure. But you know, I don't mean like...
It's a gaming experience. But a during play experience? Let me think.
I mean, that's true. That's true. I mean, I could say, but it sort of breaks my point. My point is not, when it comes to gaming, what's your favorite part? My point is, like, when it comes to gaming as a player, right? During gameplay, what was your favorite part? What's the part that you're most excited about? Do either of you like gaming?
I was
I do. You're trying to ask me my favorite part, and there's so many things.
How about
there's so many things I enjoy.
With S in parentheses, one of them. One of your
How about this? Why don't you tell me your favorite part?
But that doesn't illustrate my point.
I think it would, because I think you're trying to get me to guess what your answer is.
It's really not. That's not what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is lead you along my thought process, which is to describe what I think is most interesting about immersive gaming. I mean, I can tell you, but I've already told you, and you guys disagree with me. So I'm trying to describe it in a way that you have experienced. I'm not trying to lead you into a trap to be like, haha, I gotcha. It's not what it is. I'm trying to say, hey, look, try the sandwich. You might like it. like, you have to actually try the sandwich.
Yeah, but you're trying to get me to guess what the sandwich is.
Well, I mean, you've had sandwiches, and I'm trying to say,
You know what?
hey, which sandwich do you like?
I'll boil it down to this. If after a gaming session, when we're closing down, as opposed to what happened tonight, when we're closing down, we're all getting ready to go. Everybody's laughing. We have a couple of recap moments. We all had fun. We're all looking forward to next time. We got, we toss around a couple of plans, and then everybody's like, oh man, I gotta go. We had fun, whatever. Boom. That's great. That's it. That's all. That's what I want out of it. Yeah. It's just a shared experience. Everybody had fun. We had a good time. That's all I want. That's it. It doesn't really matter. I've done that with just straight role play sessions. I've had that with just straight combat sessions, just roll after roll, tactics roll. I've had it, 100 different ways, and that's what I want. I want everybody to walk away having fun, laughing, looking forward to the next time.
Yeah, but you can't have that with us because both Bill and I like live in the darkness of personal turmoil where like we can't have anything that's good or happy.
Well, and not only that, I'm susceptible to drinking a little too much at night, and I will philosophize about fucking anything if you keep me entertained. So.
Okay, so I will entertain you here. One of my favorite experiences, since neither one of you will tell me yours.
My favorite experience. No, I mean, I thought that question was directed to Miller. I mean, probably my favorite experience recently was the Red Rit. And
the Red Rit.
And it was immersive, and there was this story. It seemed like there's impetus, and it went on for quite some time. And it was a mystery, and I was in it, and I wasn't in control, so I didn't have that pressure. I was kind of like the Scooby-Doo Shaggy character. So that allowed me to feel very, the pressure wasn't on me. And I think I very much enjoy characters where I don't have that pressure and can interject sometimes, but not speak all of the time. And I get where Hulker, you say the good stuff and then kind of rely on other people to.
So here's one of the things with Hulker. In the campaign Into Space, which is a Dreadlord game, he played a crazy Marine. And throughout, anytime there was a cardboard box, the dude would go nuts about the cardboard box and would like endanger the entire ship. Sounds awful.
Oh, absolutely.
It was awful. It was awful. But what that made, because it was so in the moment, it wasn't a decision that Hulker made. It was something that developed. Eventually, if there was description of cardboard boxes, the other players would, out of nowhere, steer Hulker's character away from them. It was so visceral. The characters were so there. We would have games that we would stand in a hallway, literally a fucking hallway, for 5 hours. And they were fun games because it was all about in that soup of immersion of, oh, wait, oh, this, oh, that, using the character, being in it, almost like a thought experiment. Now, as a DM, as an arbiter or a warden or whatever you want to call it, that's choice. I love it when I can sit back and watch the players revel in their characters. I don't care at all. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care what your stupid strength is.
Right.
I don't care if you fail. I don't care if you succeed. I care what you do. I don't care why. I don't want to know why. None of us are telling each other why right now. We're just doing. And this is the experience. That's what's interesting to me. As a player, that's what I'm always vying for. And there are moments that happens where people are so in it. The arbiter, the warden is so in it. The players are so in it. We're listening to each other. We're not trying to drive some stupid fucking narrative. We're listening.
Maybe that's a problem with one-shots.
I don't know what.
That's the key.
That's my goal.
I do enjoy that. I love that so much. When it's possible.
Yep.
It is possible.
For instance,
it's possible. It's
gotta want
much more rare than
you gotta want it. I have had games. I'm gonna quote one of my buddies, Chad Webb. I've had games with these same players. Amazing games.
Mhm.
Horrible shit games that make me literally lose friends. Actually lose friends over a game. Actually never won a game again. I've had both. Same players, same systems. It is possible. It is a choice. If people want to be bitches, they be bitches.
So just
If they want to have a good game, they have a good game.
I got two little things. One is I take care of my grandmother. She's got dementia. She's 97 years old. When we play games, it's at her speed. It's always at her speed, because if we start going at a different pace, something that she doesn't understand and she doesn't communicate super well, she gets frustrated and she loses everything. She loses, like, it becomes another hour or two where we are now doing emotion control and we're at her level and at her pace, and it's when she comes back to being in a good space and time. So I feel like a lot of what you said, Bill, was giving space and being in a space and allowing space, and that's really wonderful. And my second thing is we've got a commenter, and I feel like we should address some of this stuff if you guys want to address it.
Oh man, somebody's still watching? I'm sorry. That's great. That's great. Thanks for hanging out.
Bingo.
So they started off with a wooden old school embrace the rules. I'm trying to keep a wooden old school embrace the rules. Our guideline spirit, so we can adjudicate mid game for smoother flow instead of flipping the rule book mid game for rule accuracy at the expense of pacing.
Yeah, that's rulings over rules, and that keeps immersion a little better. To just refer to whatever the GM says, like in the moment. Be like, oh well, we'll just say this happens, and then if you want to argue the rules, we'll do that later outside of game. I think that's cool. I think that's what they're getting at.
Yeah, but that's
Rulings
not what we do.
rules.
We like, that's not what I mean. I could learn from that, because what I do is I want to argue the rules in the moment. It's taken Bill a long time to I guess communicate that to me, that I'm not supposed to argue with the DM about what happened.
Yeah, I do that too. I'm like, well, this here says this, so I can do this, right? I get caught up that I get nerd about it, and that's one of the reasons why I said earlier, there's crunchy games and rules like games, and I can enjoy both of them. It's for different reasons, but I can enjoy both. But there's always a gray line, and I can always get caught doing one or the other. And
well,
whichever.
I mean, Ken, you mentioned something. You're talking about your grandma, which I don't want to talk about your grandma because it's personal, but you did bring it up. So
I brought it up.
Shame on you. Here's the thing.
I mean, you started saying bad things about my grandmother, you're in trouble.
I won't say shit about your grandma. I know she'll slide in the temple.
She
What I'm
will
trying to
beat
say
you up.
What I'm trying to say is that when you play a game with your grandma, you know who your players are.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we'll move away from personal stuff. The idea is you know who your players are. Tonight, Miller knew who his players were. He said so, right? There was a point where we're like an hour in and you're like, oh, I see what we're doing. And we pivoted.
Yeah.
And you made the game about certain things. You made the warp core happen. This and this happened. And you were cool. At no point tonight did I feel like I was being abused because I was playing my character. I never got frustrated at all with the game.
Just
right?
me.
Like, that's running a game for the players in the way that they are playing. If I want to run a horror game in whatever system, and it turns out all the players want to go to the tavern and get drinks and play liar's dice, that's it. If you want to have a party at your house and it's a Halloween party and everyone shows up in Christmas gear wanting to play fucking D&D, you play to who your audience is, or you don't play.
Yeah.
Like, that's a thing. You got to be playing the same game.
Right. And if you want to roll dice, you might as well just play Yahtzee.
Well,
I wouldn't say that.
Rolling dice is cool. Rolling dice is cool.
Say that. Yeah.
However, I will say this, Ken. There is a difference between playing with someone who has dementia, who's your grandmother, and playing with your buddy. There's a fucking difference. You don't have dementia, okay?
Are you sure?
So the fact is, I'm going to treat you differently.
Not
I'm
clinic.
not going to give you the same, okay, it's cool. No. You know what? I understand you got a bad day. However, don't fucking take it out on me. All right? That's the thing. And this is the thing. It's not just you. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of fucking people. I am up to my fucking neck in dudes who play games who just, you get to the game, you got your fucking Werther's Originals on the thing, just accept it. Just accept the Werther's Originals.
What's wrong with that?
You got the fucking beer, everybody's here to hang out, and some motherfucker had a bad day at work. Fuck you. Don't come to the house and bring your fucking bullshit.
They bring it.
Do not ruin my fucking day.
Right.
It's not your right. It is fucking annoying. And that's different than dementia.
Is it annoying for the rest of the players?
Yes.
Well, then that person doesn't belong in the group.
No, that person can be tolerated for a while, but there's a point where it's like, hey, look, you know what? When I go over to Will's house and he's like all depressed and drinking fucking Cavassier and bitching about how he's going to hang himself, you know, at some point I don't want to be around that motherfucker. We do have to have some responsibility. And while gaming is therapy, and we love to change the goalposts to make it whatever the fuck it is, agreed. Not anything fucking goes. There are rules.
Yeah.
There are fucking rules. If I come to a person's party, if I come to their game, and I'm like, and I sit down, I'm like, this is the way they game. I mean, I can push a little bit, but I got to read the room. And if I'm running that game, oh my God.
Well, you don't pull punches.
How many times? No, I don't. How many times? It's true. It's true. The hypocrisy is amazing.
That's where I was going to go, and I've almost touched on this a couple times tonight. But you have the black belt part of it, or black belt.
Different players.
It seemed to me, it seemed to me like tonight, and I think Ken might be maybe, but I don't know. Anyway, it seemed to me as the warden tonight, you came into the game with the prejudice of the same point that you've been putting out all night. And I think if you would have, if you could have let go a little bit and just gone a little bit more with the storyline, not necessarily the storyline itself, but with the natural story, I think you could have had a little better time and a little more immersion with your character in different situations and had a little better experience.
I think
Did you hear that, Karen?
I think. Are you talking to me? Like I was fine.
Yeah, he's talking to you.
I enjoyed I enjoyed the whole experience. My experience was when Bill got up and he walked away after I said something and like knocked him out of his thing. It took me out of it. It took me out of it a little bit. And it wasn't you. So I definitely got distracted from out of game stuff, and it took me a while to get back into it. I enjoyed the game. I didn't feel like there was any kind of issue. I thought you ran really well. When I say things like, it's taking too long. When you plan things with like 3 other people, it takes forever. There's no amount of time.
Yeah.
Like it's always takes any time you plan things with people, it takes way longer. And that's I think what we experienced. So I was just commenting on the reality of what was happening and not having an in-depth.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Bill was talking about earlier with just having your players talk amongst themselves for long periods of time. Yeah, that's that planning stage, and I love that as a GM too. And I like that. I like to hear their all their wheels turning. As their characters would turn them, and that's great. It's not great for a one shot. I mean, you got to keep that pressure on.
You got to keep the pressure on and to keep the game moving. And so it's like there's a goal and an anticipation from the players and the warden to keep moving and moving and moving forward. And it's not the way we typically are used to gaming and our longer campaigns. And so it's a higher stakes
one shot versus campaign. Miller, I will attack what you said, but Ken, do you want to do Das Jingo?
Go ahead. You got him.
Oh, we got a comment?
Yeah, we got lots of comments.
Das Jingo says,
like blowing us up.
He says, I mean,
sorry, guy.
No. He's responding to you. He says, I mean, when should the discussion happen in the group that you're playing with? And he's talking about different players playing the same game or group may have different intentions of playing. When is this discussion happening? He says, I mean, when should discussion happen in the group that you're playing with? And then he says, how do we deal with the answer of, quote, I'm here to have fun? What do we talk about in the opening discussion of what everyone wants in the game? And how do we continue that during, after the game, etc. campaign?
Jesus Christ. Just PhD.
I know. They're not easy questions to answer.
I have to see it.
Das Jingo, I love you.
That's on Twitch, right?
Yeah, it's on Twitch.
I gotta look it up.
I'll send you the link.
That's good shit. I do have to ask, assuming that there's probably a delay, but Das Jingo. Do you run games? What games do you run? Or do you play in games? What games do you play? Speak from your own experience, as if I would not.
No, I'm going to speak from your experience.
Yeah. So Miller, to reference what you said, I know I'm a problem player. I already know. And tonight I came in with an open mind, and also knowing that you created this module, fighting the urge and failing to play a character. And I don't mean like role play a scientist with a name that's running the horror game. On top of it, playing this character with a motivation, which is the way that I like to play because I'm a fucking actor, right? So I like to play characters with motivations. And those motivations are in line with the game, but depending on what happens, can change. And that can cause issues. Now, by and large, tonight, anytime it would have caused an issue, I rather metagamey style was like, oh, here's a plug to make sure that my character's still in line with the game. We're still going to the station, still doing the thing, with the ex-wives and the whatever, the Oregon repo man type shit. But there was a point in the game that at the end, when we had like 20, 30 minutes left, because I knew Holker was going to leave, blah, blah, blah. And I was going to leave, whatever. Then I was like, okay, we don't have enough time to really do anything else. Like, I know the game is wrapping up. So there's the metagame aspect.
Yeah.
But also, in the fiction, how can I, as a player, rationalize my character doing this thing? For example, if I know the game is inside this door, I need to open that door to hell or to heaven. I know that's where the game is. But my character, the entire time, I don't open doors. As in a ridiculous statement, if my character does not open doors and I'm the guy in front of the door, it's like, for me, I'll open the door, but immediately when I do that, I'm like, okay, the story happens. And it's not what I want to do. If we had been 1 or 2 hours in, I would have done it. PC Halo, let's say Hulker is coming in, you've decided to introduce him later. Why should we trust this guy? PC Halo. Of course we trust this guy. Of course we bring him into the fold. 1 or 2 hours in, we'd have gone down. At the very end of the game, it's like, we leave. That's why I left.
Well, we had to leave. I mean, the game was over. It was 10:30, and that's the amount of time that we kind of had. One of the things that
and it was in knowing that we all knew that going in. Like every one of us knew we had a certain amount of time going in.
Yeah.
So we all, at least ostensibly, all the players pushed for the experience that they wanted to have as a player through their characters, right?
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Sure.
Even if it's not conscious, that's how play happens.
Right.
So I would say that you knew from the beginning how much time you had and the type of experience you wanted to have. You wanted as a player to have. And you used your character to express the kind of experience that you wanted to have as a player.
Yep.
And that's what happened.
Yeah.
And that's kind of contradictory to the ostensible reason why someone would want to play a Mothership one-shot. Someone who wants to play a Mothership one-shot wants to have a horror experience.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I disagree, but I see. Let me reframe this. Let me rephrase this. I have a vector to disagree, but I agree with you. I do agree with you. I get what you're saying, which is a Mothership one-shot is the corridor with the creepy shit and the weird shit and the horror and going through the danger and dealing with the danger and all that. Don't, correct me if I'm wrong, make sure you get into that because that's the game. Don't make a conflict to even get into that.
I'm not going to tell you what to do or not to do, because you did what you wanted to do, and everyone had fun. Did we have an experience that was similar to Event Horizon, the movie, or Aliens? We did not. We had a different experience.
We would in session 2.
Maybe.
We would. Absolutely.
Or maybe we'll stand outside and argue with the terminal. Who knows? But
No,
that's
I see
campaign.
what you're saying. I really do. Yeah. No, I get the attack vector that I have has to do with why.
Huh.
It has to do with what I'm going for. But I see what I see.
I think it has to do with the fact that you feel like you wanted to prove a point rather than you wanted to play a mothership.
Okay. Tell me what that is.
Because we're still talking about the same point that you've been trying to prove since we stopped playing, is that your version of immersion is somehow opposed to the game we played tonight and or the overt meta of role-playing in general.
Okay. Keep going.
I think if you could allow yourself to let go of that a little bit and accept the fun or accept the experience instead of expecting your perfect version of the experience, I think you would have a lot more. And I think everyone else would too.
Can I add just a little bit to that comment?
Go for it.
I think today was like a session 0. So we were developing the characters that we were going to play, and we're so immersed into getting into character and getting into the thing that it's hard for us to actually approach opening that door because we don't know who we are. So we need a second to like immerse ourselves into the fiction. And it's really hard for us to play a one shot if we don't have 8 hours to do it, versus, you know, we want that beginning, we want that character development, we want to be immersed so that when we get into the horror, we can actually truly be afraid. And then that's why it's light. And that's why, you know, it takes a little while to set up the horror, because horror to me is suspense. If I see the monster, I'm not as afraid as if I don't see the monster. That darkness, that shadow, that hint of glimpse of something is much more frightening to me than blood and gore, because at this point in time in my life, blood and gore is comedy. And it's like, that's absolute failure on every different level.
It can be both, you know? And I think you keyed on a little piece with the time. It doesn't take, and this is something that I had to learn, and I actually kind of learned it playing Call of Cthulhu, is that you're not role playing for anything other than experiencing the world through someone else, or having an experience. through someone else. And you have to leave all of your other stuff behind.
Okay. Go on. Keep coming on.
Okay. And one of the main ways I experienced that is that I was forced to play like the one shot. It actually turned into a 3-shot. Is I was forced to play just a menial labor with nothing. I had a little background, but I had nothing, no ambition, just beat down, nothing. Didn't give a fuck about it. And that kind of triggered something in my mind that I'm not trying to beat anything. I'm not trying to win a game. I'm just here to see what happens. And that made me amicable enough to just buy into what was going on. Not like just going along with railroading. I still had my own opinion and stuff, but the only way I can think to equate it is how they talk about hypnosis. How hypnosis isn't just a one-way thing, but two-way.
You have to want it.
You don't really have to want it. You just have to accept it.
With you, if you have the mentality of I'm not going to be hypnotized, you won't be.
Exactly.
Okay. That was not me tonight. I do have a feeling that in a little bit of the, as I will preface, in a little bit of the discussion, I have a feeling that there's a bit of an ego that's being placed on me that I was attempting to not do something. That was not the truth. It may have seemed like the truth, and honestly, maybe subconsciously, perhaps it was. But actively, consciously, it was not. As in, I was not attempting to go against anything. Consciously. Okay?
Right. I'm not trying to say you had a nefarious purpose.
Right.
Or anything.
As in, I'm not trying to get impunity here. I do realize that I am a disruptive player. Which I said at the beginning. I do realize this. I think, as in, I think I am agreeing with you, goddammit. I'm trying to not be arrogant.
I won't gloat tonight.
I'm trying my best.
Because if I don't stop talking myself, like I feel like I'll take charge and it becomes the Ken game, and I always have to like come back from that.
Das Jingo is blowing us up, and I want to get to his or her.
Yeah, do it.
Das Jingo, I don't know.
There. Add
Thems.
So I will move away. I'll move away from my whatever. But I'll say this. I've said this before. I agree with you. I approached this game from a perspective that initially hindered it. Totally. I get that. And in a Call of Cthulhu game, I know the score from the beginning because it's so simple. If I'm going to ask myself why, it's that I revel in the character. When we were describing characters, I immediately was developing reasons why my character was even here with these two AI guys, these two androids. And then with the situation, it's like, oh, what am I trying to achieve with this? This is already in a different direction. Now, achieving the goals, I'm going to say this. If it's a trap, it's a trap, and it looks like a trap. So I'm not going to approach it like a retarded person unless I'm playing someone who's retarded.
Right.
Am I being mean? Sure. Hey, go through that door. It has explosives on it. Oh, you don't want to play the game. It's like, actually, there's explosives on it, and I'm not stupid.
I mean, you were playing a character that was the opposite of the character that I was playing, who I would have just opened the doors. I've been playing these characters. I don't know if you guys have noticed that I'll land, I'll open up the cryopod, I'll just walk through doors.
Just let the vampire out to roam free.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a bad person. My point is this. I do understand the game is in the base.
Right.
We got to get in the base. But I'm also going from the OSR. This is not a prevarication, by the way. I'm going from the OSR idea of you go
Everything
into
is
a room. What do you do? What'd you say?
Everything is hard.
You go into a room. What do you do? I search for traps. I'm not going to say that.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, I do this and this and this and this and this. Mm-hmm. And if I forget something, like, do you look up? You know, aliens on the ceiling. Like, I was approaching the game from that perspective, like a sleuth. Like, wait a minute. And I was trying to keep it in the mindset of my character. I was giving it a good go. But there was a point where, Miller, your antagonist is a fucking asshole.
Well, yeah, you gotta have a
the kid was tough.
Like, motherfucker, I got a warp core over here worth 1 million fucking space bucks.
The warp core was after I realized you guys weren't going in the building at all.
Okay.
But before that, you're a scientist with the metaphysical.
I know.
You're at this research station that's obviously nobody is guarding except this crazy ass AI.
You're right.
Much.
Yeah.
What is happening in the first 45 minutes? It's what Ken said. We are trying to figure out our characters, and those are the kinds of games we've been playing. And it's my own issue, which is why
you got up and walked away.
It's why I got up and walked away. It's why I stepped back. I was like, I need to shut up.
I kind of felt like it was like, it's like, oh, you're talking, Ken, and you're trying to take over, and you're interrupting me, and I'm trying to talk.
It's not about me taking over. It's about me being like, I need to shut up. So,
but we'd failed. Yeah.
Before we get to the chat.
Yeah, go for it.
Miller, do you want to run session 2 next week?
Well, you guys left. So do you want to run just something?
This is on you, dog.
We didn't really leave.
We talked about leaving. This is on you, motherfucker. If you want to run this game and have us go in, we will run session 2 next week. And John can wake up from cryo because he wasn't there. Oh my God, I'm in cryo, and we can play the game. If you want to do it, we can do it. I would love to see what the rest is in this thing. I want to run our Mothership game, but I also want to give the chance of you running your module, and also I'd like to know what's in the deal. I do want to know that. If you don't want to deal with it, it's fine. I'll run our fucking game, and you can have your guy with your blown off fucking arms.
Yeah, do we want to go back to that game? I mean, the last episode was 1 out of 3 ain't bad.
I think we just lost it.
It's more hand. Also, Miller was wrong about the bleeding.
Yes, I was wrong about bleeding. Yeah, it's not straight cumulative every round.
It's cumulative, but it's not.
If you get more bleeding damage.
Right. So, like, if you take, for example, Ken, your character took 4 bleeding damage every round, it would not be 4, 8, 16, 32. It would be 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. Still heinous, not the same.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Right.
why I cauterized my wound with a
You gotta
really
do
hot.
That's a moment that's a moment in my mind as an arbiter that I'm like, that's fucking awesome.
Right.
When Jackson went up to the fucking like weird milk chunk dining facility machine, and he's like, oh, that's the one I'm gonna get. He gets that, and he feeds the girl who's in sedation the weird milk chunks. Those moments, those are the things. When you and fucking Cameron were in the room when we did that 2-shot, you close the door, zombies are outside. You're like, fuck this, we got snacks. Amazing. Amazing.
Fun.
Those are the moments that I think are awesome. You know, it's like, oh, donut. You look outside, you see the derelict ship. Fuck that. Fucking close those blinds. That's awesome. Because it's characters. I think that's cool. All right, let's go to the chat. I'm sorry. Sorry, chat. I've been bitching. Das Jingo. Traps can be a challenge or a story point. A challenge if there is adversarial relationship with the GM. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And the expectation is to win. Or to set off the trap as a dumb character as an expected expression of the character's characteristic. How do we know which is which? It's interesting. How do you know if it's the GM railroading, trying to be antagonistic? How do you know if it's the player trying to do the same thing as a player?
You accuse me of both as a player. Like, I think with Nord, you always accused me. This is a game that we played a while back of just, oh, you can't just throw everything at it and just start telling the story yourself. You have to allow for some space. And then last week when we played and I was the warden, I railroaded you because I was like, you are going to figure out a way to get off the planet. And it's like, I really need you to go deeper in. So I framed it to where you just didn't have a choice. And if you tried to run away, the spaceship didn't work. And that was its own fucking problem, and it was built into the system, but the world, you could go anywhere and do anything you wanted to. I feel like it's fair if you can get people in the moment and in the space, which is really hard to do.
When is it antagonistic and when is it antagonistic, GM or player? And when is it for the sake of the game, the story?
That's a good question. I think it can be more than one. However, I will say this. I think as a GM, being antagonistic is for the most part wrong. Like, the GM shouldn't be antagonistic personally, like on a personal level.
Agreed.
The GM is antagonistic through their evil NPC, whether it's a person or an entity or a government or whatever. The antagonism doesn't come from the GM themselves. It comes from
the world,
the story, the world, the environment. As a player, that's interesting. Because as a player, I have been antagonistic toward the GM, toward all the GM's people, toward other players. That's part of the fun. But you got to know your group, I think, and kind of mitigate it to that. Keep it fun.
Yeah. So long
keep the ego out of it. And keep it more like a prank than anything. I think it's fine.
Yeah, the players could wreak wreck the world. I mean that's their goal. Like you're the warden, you're walking around, you've got the whole entire world, and it's, to me, more interesting if the players actually do try to break the world or wreck the world as the GM. One of the things that I really like about that is that the players talk more. And one of the things that most frightens me about being an arbiter or a warden or a game master or anything is when I have to talk. So I want the players to try to push the world to their favor as hard as possible and interact as much as possible. I mean, but as a
go on.
But as a player, like I want to hit all the buttons. I want to see all the things and do all the stuff and see if I can break the world.
So if you played Halo,
I haven't.
either you played Halo.
Not really.
Really? Is that the crowd I'm in? How about The Legend of Zelda?
Yeah.
Yes.
On
right.
Nintendo.
Indeed. There he is. All right. When you play The Legend of Zelda, there are rules. You cannot go in the water.
Yeah, you cannot.
You can't. You can't go in the water. You try to, you can't. If you got the raft, you can only go in the water when there's another like port on the other side.
Yeah, you need a dock.
You got to have a dock. Those are rules, and you cannot argue with them. In a TTRPG, you can argue with them. This should be understood. That the other person saying, look, you can't go across that water is not railroading you in a way that is limiting your creativity. It's uplifting the world.
Verisimilitude.
I'm sorry?
Verisimilitude.
It's verisimilitude. Nice.
Verisimilitude, or however you want to pronounce that word.
I love it.
Realistic. It's just realistic. That's realistically what happened.
It's like, look, here's the rules for right now. Within these confines, you can't do it. TV shows do it all the time. Movies do it all the time. You have to frame, this is why. That's really the question. This is why we're in the situation. When you're on the Titanic, why don't you just jump overboard? Well, because it's cold. Well, because you're off in the middle of nowhere. Sorry, you're railroading me. No, that's the fucking situation.
Right.
Why can't I breathe in space? Because it's fucking space. There's fault. We can make jump drives. Why can't I breathe in space? It's go eat shit.
Well, this
just upholding the system.
This episode, we couldn't land the ship. We couldn't land on the asteroid. I mean, that was. We could have. But we didn't try because
the drop ship. You could land the drop ship. The regular ship doesn't have landing gear or anything.
Right. It doesn't.
Right. What I'm trying to get at is and this goes back to our original conversation.
Yeah.
Railroading is described as, hey, you don't have agency. But there's the idea that you do. There is a difference between railroading, meaning, hey guys, you got two choices. In fact, you have one, which is the one I want. There's a difference between, I'm sorry?
Hobson's choice. That's Hobson's choice.
Hobson's choice. Yeah. There's a difference between Hobson's choice and saying, look, here are the confines. You cannot do these things. For example, in one of the Mothership's games that I ran last, great game. After the game, everybody's talking. Everybody had a great fucking time. We never played it again because it exploded after that. One of the discussions was, why do I have to, as a character, why does my character have to get into cryo? The player didn't want to get in cryo. And it made sense in character. He was like, I don't trust all these things. I'm afraid of this and this and this. I've seen Alien Covenant, blah, 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 blah. I don't want to get into cryo. They were going to do a jump. We had a whole fucking hour-long scene of this, and the guy goes into a jump outside of cryo.
Oh, shit.
It set up an awesome episode. It was awesome. And that end of the game, which makes me never want to play it or fucking run another game again. But, because it was an awesome game. My point is, that is not railroading. I had a discussion with a player where he was like, well, you know, you're just making this happen. It doesn't make sense. And I was like, no, it's the world. That's not railroading. There's a difference. Railroading is, yeah, you get hit in the head and you get put in cryo. Cool, what do? Oh, you go get lunch? Cool, you get hit in the head and you go to cryo. Oh, yeah, what do? Oh, you go to the bathroom? Cool. You trip over yourself, you hit your head on the bulkhead, you go into cryo. That's railroading. That's a lie. Saying, here are the lines, here are the boundaries, that is not a lie. It's being honest. I think railroading even is okay. I think railroading is even okay if you say, hey, look, cool. The AI is like, come downtown, let's fucking hang out, and I'm not going to kill you, I swear. And we're all like, fuck that, we leave. And for the arbiter or the warden to say, hey, y'all, the game's in the station. I think that kind of railroading's fine. To be like, oh, cool. All right, well, we're players. Why do we go in there? Because that's where the game is.
Yeah.
This is why we go in there.
Yeah.
Now, Miller, this is not against you at all. I'm trying to say that I think that railroading is fine in certain situations. I don't think it's antagonistic to talk about Das Jenga. I think that something is antagonistic when it is antagonistic. When I'm trying to fuck with Ken, or when I'm trying to fuck with Miller, that's when it's antagonistic.
Yeah, I remember playing a few games where you have put some people into cryo and they did not wake up out of cryo because there was a virus that was put into the ship that by the powers that be, and a random number. If you got the number, you're not waking up out of cryo. You're just, that's it.
Awesome.
That's the
awesome
end.
plot point.
All right, I do want to address Dust Jingo's other question here. So, what communicates the verisimilitude of the setting? System, group, agreement, assumed understanding as player and GM. I think the GM is going to be the final arbiter of it. And as a GM, I try to keep the system, the setting in mind. But for the most part, physics works the same everywhere. If you can't breathe in space, you can't fucking breathe in space.
Right.
A small asteroid doesn't have much gravity unless there's like magic or some kind of science, sci-fi shit going on. But that should immediately clue you in as a player. If you're on this tiny asteroid that's only, 100 meters radius, and it has the gravity of Earth, well, there's something fucking going on there. It's not realistic, So I think it's just kind of common sense about normal physics for the most part. Yeah, you could go off into culture, but then
agreed upon situations. For example, we all know that if there's no air, you can't breathe, right? It's a shared experience. We know that. If you hit your head, we all know that, oh, you banged your head, because you fell off 30 feet onto your head. Oh, are you dead? Versus, oh, you fell off your bunk bed. Like if the GM is like, oh yeah, you fall out of your sleep, Mothership rules, roll body save. Oh yeah, you die. Everyone's like, really? Like, wow. Like off the top bunk, you just fucking break your neck. Versus you're on a cliff and it's 60 feet. Oh, there's the truthfulness. It's the shared experience of that makes sense. And then if Ken's sitting there like, whoa, wait a minute, we're on a station and it's already set that the gravity's off. Why did he make that save? It's railroading if the GM is like, oh, because an anvil and a piano both were coming that way.
Right, but I mean, there was
right.
some
There's
concern
no
tonight about crawling down the side of that cliff, and we didn't even have to roll for it because we got a magic rope out of nowhere, like that none of us planned for. I mean, Miller gave us a rope to climb down the. Like we didn't even have to.
Because it made sense that this drop pod that has it's got this 20-foot container in it. Does it have a winch? Yeah, probably. It probably does have a winch to pull stuff.
However, does the drop ship have an APC? No.
Yeah, no,
it was a 20-foot container of supplies in the spot where an APC.
Military grade.
I don't know.
No, it doesn't have one of those.
We always, as players, we try to reach. We reach for the stars. We reach for the stars.
Yeah,
and hope to bring it.
I think that's part of the respect that people who game together a lot have. Like, can I respect this guy as a GM to actually have the verisimilitude to tell me, no, there's not power armor in this locker in the middle of nowhere for no reason.
No, you can't have a flavor. Oh, Josh,
why would I give you?
Go on.
No.
He says there's layers of information that may or may not be hidden for players to make a decision that may have different expectations from the GMs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll grab stuff that's just in my head, and I'll, as a player, that there's no prep for it, and it's like you're in a world, and you're like you try to get whatever materials that you can get if you're in a situation where that might be appropriate, because it's impossible to say all those things as a GM. Like, these are all your resources. It just the character sheet would be 30 feet long, and you don't have a bag of holding in Mothership, so.
Well, that's exactly it. Like, you get into a game that is supposed to be narrative and rules-ish light, then you have to have some grace. Like, I'm a character that rolled randomly. I've got a fucking vac suit, like a stencil, and like a dart gun. It's like, okay, well, I'm a scientist. Can I have a pen? Well, is it on your character sheet? It's like, I got a fucking pen. Do you have a grenade?
Of course.
Probably not. Probably not. If I'm a scientist, maybe not. If you're a Marine, can I just have a grenade? You're a fucking Marine. Yeah, you got a grenade. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Do you have extra ammo? I think it depends on your experience. What, as the warden or the GM or the arbiter, where is the tension? And I think this is in GM craft. Is the tension in that door is locked or not? Is the tension in, do you have the grenade? It's about the scene. Where do you want the rolls? Because you should not be rolling. You should not be rolling to up people's stress in Mothership. You should not be rolling to make them have panic checks. You shouldn't. That's already built into the game. You don't search for those options. They will happen.
Right.
When it matters. So as you approach the big bad, you'll start to make those decisions. You'll start to fail. You'll start to do the things you need to do. The warden doesn't have to worry about making it difficult at all, ever, because the game is so brutal. That's the beauty of Mothership. You get to the alien, nobody has stress. Good! Because every single moment after that, you're going to be rolling.
Yeah,
So,
and it's going to go south really quick, even if you get a bunch of great rolls.
Exactly. There's no reason ever to be antagonistic in any way, either direction in this game. You don't have to be. It's built.
Except, I'll give you the caveat of the storyline building tension, giving foreshadowing. To set that initial, like in a one shot, set that initial. Oh shit! Something's not right here.
One shots are different.
Get it moving.
Honestly, we should make a video about how to run one shots because it's different. It's different.
Yeah.
How to run demo games, that 20, 30-minute game at a con, how to run a one shot.
Yeah.
Those are use case, very special scenarios.
They are. I've never done the con thing or a 20, 30-minute game. That just makes my stomach turn.
It's hard to do. It's hard to do.
What are you doing?
Basically, the way you do it.
I've never been played one. I'm
No, you don't. Sorry.
personally averse.
Basically, the way you do it is this, and I am too. I haven't run con games in a while with Dreadlord because I was like, getting people involved is hard. The way you do it is this: you put them in the action. It's like for Ken, I think you'd have something really nice to say is like a short film. You got to say what you want to say in a very short amount of time.
Yep.
That's it. And every moment.
You're just in it. Beginning, middle, end. That's it.
Yeah. So, for example, this module, I'd say, cool, you guys have landed. You're on the asteroid and you're at the ship or you're at the door and it opens as you hack it. Boom, you're in.
Yeah.
That's how you do a 20, 30 minute. Because what you're actually really doing is saying, cool, use your character, meaning use your roles. Use the system.
Look at your character and play.
Yeah. And then after that moment, you have the respite of, okay, who are we? Who are we? Cool. What's the next thing? Use your character again. Oh, who are we? Who are we? What's the big decision you make? Cool. 30 minutes is up.
Yeah, I would imagine if we played a 30-minute game today, and this is just sort of an afterthought comment. I don't want to fill in this won't happen in Miller's actual game, but you're surrounded by two androids, Bill, your character. We walk in that first room, the androids get the flicker effect, and Miller's like, roll body to see if you guys are converted to the way of seeing the way that the AI thinks, and it just gets worse from there, and it's very quick. You're in the door rolling to see if you even
on a 20, 30 minute. Absolutely.
Yeah, I get the concept. I don't. It's great if people want to do it. I'm not going to kink shame anybody else, but it's
kink shame.
I'm not.
But I think
I'm not going to try to
shame. It's not shaming because
for 30 minutes.
Because
so, for example,
because it's like speed dating. You're speed dating a role playing game because you don't know it. You haven't played it, so you don't know the feeling or the vibe, and so it's that 30 minutes that you just get a hint of vibe.
Yeah, I understand the concept, and I understand people do it, and it happens a lot, and it's apparently pretty popular.
Sure,
that's great.
See, that's the thing. Like I did that a few times.
Yeah.
DL with Dreadlord, and I was just like, 85% of the people that want to play, they're not looking for this immersive experience. They're looking for the D&D thing where I'm the DM make your roll. Oh, you rolled an 18. This is what happens. And then the fucking string band comes out and fucking boop, 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 and like dancers and shit and fucking like confetti go out. And they're like, I'm so entertained. And I'm like, that's not why I do this. I'm not interested in this.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't know any fucking person that is. Like, no real game happens that way. And that's like what people want. They want you to fucking like stroke it and suck it at the same time, give you like a little back rub, a little bit in the butthole. It's like, fuck you. It's not why I'm here. What?
Is there a difference between expectations of a one shot and a
context, yes.
Yeah.
multi-session campaign? Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that was the question that was asked.
Some people don't have different expectations, but I think you certainly should have.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just saying, which finger depends. There's
well,
a whole.
The one shot is the one.
Don't you keep saying Miller?
The one shot is the expectations. I mean, it's stressful for a one shot. Every single one shot that I've ever played, the stress just goes up because you want to get through it as fast as possible, and you wind up. Yeah, no, it's not possible.
We went through a one shot. We went through. It was a cursed system, which isn't out. I don't know why I'm plugging it. One shot of an adventure location called M3verse Flute with Ken. Yeah, there's a GGP about it. And Ken's this like trying to be wizard, and this whole thing happens, and he gets to this big skull. It's this whole thing. It's awesome. Great. I'm actually running that game.
Yeah.
Ken, your character's in it.
Oh,
Don't worry about it.
Just frozen in time.
Yeah, he's there.
He's never going anywhere else.
And we got to it. We got to the finale of that game. But a one shot is all about a situation, a scenario. And if you make it about anything else, you're talking about a piece of a story. It's episode 1. It's episode 4. However you want to place it. So you're not going to get the beginning. You're not going to get the ending. You get that moment. What is the moment? And in my mind, tonight, what we ran was awesome. We developed our characters. We have strong characters. We used what we did. We got what we did. That's an awesome pilot episode. Maybe it's never picked up. Maybe that's never continued. But that episode, perfect. You have all this, what's going on down below on the asteroid? Who the fuck knows? It's a perfect pilot episode. If you want to run through the whole thing real quick and dirty, totally cool too. But I think what we did was very cinematic and good. That's also what I go for.
Yeah, I won't disagree with that.
It wasn't horror.
A what?
It wasn't horror. It wasn't.
No, it
horror.
was
Yeah,
horror.
it wasn't really horror.
It was a little bit.
There was.
I mean, you scared us enough that we didn't want to play. We were like, we get it.
No, we played.
No, we didn't.
We didn't go into the room. Just because you don't go in the weird fucking mossy hole into the earth does not mean it's not horror. In fact, I would argue that not going into that mossy hole into the earth is the horror.
Yeah,
the fear of unknown.
Yeah.
We didn't want to go there. We ran a fucking way. And that's horror.
It's
I would.
It's what you can't
I would
see.
apply that same paradigm to character well, where you don't need a full development on your character, but just little bits, pieces, and hints can tell more about your character in a short period of time than running headlong into it. you can let people's imagination fill in the blanks, so to speak.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Well,
And I think that's more what a one shot is geared towards, as far as character.
I mean, and we're orbiting, pun intended, we're orbiting a question, which is there a difference, as Boss Jenga says, is there a difference between expectations of a one shot and a campaign?
Yeah, that's the question I asked. But yeah, I think there's a difference of expectation. And did you get what you wanted out of it? I feel like I got what I wanted out of the game.
I mean, there's undoubtedly a bunch of crazy shit in that asteroid that we did not encounter.
I wanted more. I wanted to go further in, but it's just that's not where we went. We went in a different direction, and it was.
Miller, are we doing this next Tuesday or what?
Oh, I don't know. Let me think about it. It's actually, what time is it? It's a fucking quarter after 1.
It's early in the morning.
Yeah, I got to be up in like 4 hours.
Yeah, go up. Get up.
Yeah.
All right. Last thoughts. Ken, Miller, go.
Miller, go ahead.
Mothership is horror, gore, bodies, people being decimated in grotesque ways. I did have fun tonight. I'm glad everybody else had fun. I still want some Mothership horror. I hope everybody.
Do you think the game that we're playing, the campaign, do you think it's horror? Do you think it's Mothership?
Yes, but it is definitely campaign level.
Yeah.
It's not one shot, or a lot of the ways people play Mothership is like episodic. And I think it's kind of set up that way, where you'll have not necessarily one shots, but like short shots, 2-3 sessions, and then you'll circle back, and that's when you take your breaks at the station, and you have your downtime shore leave stuff, and then you pick another job, or plot leads you somewhere, and then you have another big running gore fest, terrible experience, and then you come back to a station and you have your downtime. I think Mothership is kind of geared toward that, and I like that. And I haven't really been able to get a paradigm, like a long-running paradigm like that going. I do enjoy your campaigns, though. They're a little more detail-oriented on what's happening over time than like an episodic.
Right.
But I do like it. Nothing wrong with them at all.
Yeah, I think the Mothership campaign that you did, or you're doing, is very. It's the first one that we haven't had to remember all the people in the past, which is nice. It's like they're all dead. I mean, that's fine. That's great. It makes it easy.
Let us know, Miller, sooner than later, if possible, if you want to run session 2 next Tuesday, because we can do it.
Okay, I got to think about it. We got a holiday and stuff, so.
Yep.
Yes.
Right.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year and all that bullshit. Hey, thank you for the people that have been watching Das Jingo. Thank you for actually chilling out and engaging.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely, we're going to be on here every Tuesday. Right about we'll do it a little earlier in the day, I think. Yeah,
maybe
for John.
Yeah, well, with John, it'll be 3
tapestry
or 4.
Yeah, we'll be doing it a little bit earlier. But Ken and I will jump on here and fuck off and do shit. Yep. Check out our YouTube. All right. Peace out, Miller. Ken, you want to roll?
Yeah, sure. We played the module Bemizo Station. I don't know if you get the anagram, but it's pretty good. Yeah. Anyway, this is the Geeky Gamer
can buy
Podcast
it.
with
You
can
can get
buy
it where?
Yeah, at all the places that we said
Right.
hours ago. At the very least, you can find out more about this module, which is it's good for a couple of sessions. There's no question about it. And I'm pulling up the website as I do. Too many buttons at the same time. M3verse Studios .com and get access to more modules and whatnot for Mothership, and that's what Miller is creating. We have a Patreon, and we also have a coffee, spelled in a very confusing way, because like they're always like, oh, we there's a coffee and it's at Dreadlord. But I mean, if you can afford it, that's the thing. If you can't and you just want to watch and comment, that's cool too. All lowercase letters, Mr. Interrupts supply music, and Couchfire Media helps out with production. Twa Replay Productions sets fire to everything, and that's what they do. It's our Tuesday game. Happy New Year, all y'all out in the world. Bye.
Peace.